Collapsed. DNA. All right, let's go. Number 10. The warning about the creature in the ice. In December 1952, a man calling himself Andrew Carlson was detained in New York after claims surfaced that he had predicted stock movements with impossible accuracy. Before the story faded into urban legend, investigators recorded a series of statements Carlson allegedly made about the deep past. One claim stood out. He warned that beneath the permafrost of northeastern Siberia, in a region near the Kolyma River, researchers would eventually uncover a creature that should not exist in such a complete state. A mammal, he said, preserved not as bones, not as fragments, but as flesh, soft tissue, blood still liquid inside its veins, cells intact enough to be read, like a book written 40,000 years ago. At the time, the statement was nonsense. In 1952, the paleontologists understood preservation as a matter of mineralization. Organic material decayed, proteins collapsed. DNA, a molecule that would not even be fully described until the following year, was assumed to degrade beyond recognition within centuries. The idea of pulling liquid blood from an animal that died before the pyramids were built belonged to fantasy. The oldest intact soft tissue any researcher had ever examined came from specimens a few thousand years old at most, and even those were desiccated husks, not living-looking meat. Then, in May 2013, a team from the Northeastern Federal University in Yakutsk, excavating on the Liakovsky Islands, broke through a wall of black ice and found her. A female woolly mammoth, approximately 50 years old at death, preserved so completely that when they cut into the muscle tissue, dark red liquid flowed out onto the ice. The lead researcher, Semyon Grigoriev, described the moment in interviews that followed. The blood was still liquid at temperatures where it should have been frozen solid. The muscle, he said, looked like fresh meat. The stomach still contained undigested plant matter from the animal's final meal. What makes the Carlson warning particularly unsettling is what came next. Subsequent analysis confirmed that fragments of the mammoth's DNA survived in a condition researchers had previously believed impossible. Entire regions of the genome could be sequenced. Cellular structures, the internal architecture of individual cells, remained identifiable under the microscope. Russian and South Korean teams began openly discussing cloning, not as speculation, as a scheduled research program with a timeline and a budget. The warning wasn't about the mammoth itself. The warning, according to the transcripts, concerned what the discovery would enable. Carlson reportedly stated that the Liakovsky find would not be the last, that within a generation, the permafrost would release dozens of such specimens, that we would extract genetic material from creatures older than civilization, and we would attempt to rebuild them, and that the thing we revived would not be the thing that died. It would be a reconstruction, assembled from fragments, inserted into the genome of a modern elephant, gestated in a surrogate that had never walked through snow. What emerged would wear the shape of the original, but would not be the original. He was describing, with decades of lead time, and the exact trajectory of de-extinction science. The Pleistocene Park Project in Siberia, the colossal biosciences Mammoth Program, the sequencing of Neanderthal, Denisovan, and cave bear genomes from bone fragments that should have contained nothing usable. Every step he described has occurred. The permafrost is thawing faster than any model predicted, and with each year, more intact specimens emerge from ground that held them undisturbed for 40,000 years. The final piece of his warning is the part researchers rarely discuss in public. Carlson claimed that the permafrost was not merely a freezer, it was a seal. And what we were breaking open, in our hunger to resurrect the past, included pathogens that had been waiting out their own extinction in frozen suspension. In 2014, a team of French virologists, led by Jean-Michel Claverie, revived a 30,000-year-old virus pulled from Siberian permafrost. It was still infectious. It was the first of several. The warning was not that we would bring back the mammoth. The warning was that the mammoth was never what we were releasing. Carlson's transcripts contain one additional passage that investigators at the time dismissed as incoherent. He described a specific pathogen, a a filamentous structure capable of surviving vitrification that would be found alongside a large mammal recovered from ice in the early decades of the 21st century. He described its mechanism of action. He described the tissues it preferred. In 2022, the researchers working on samples from Pleistocene-era lake sediments in the Russian Arctic reported the recovery of viable microorganisms with characteristics that matched his description with a fidelity that unsettled the teams involved. The sequencing data was shared with limited circulation. The public announcements were measured. But the pattern he described, the release of organisms whose evolutionary context no longer exists, is now an accepted risk factor in every permafrost excavation. We are breaking the seal on a cabinet whose contents were inventoried by someone who had already watched us open it. Number 9. The warning about the footprints older than the books. In 1978, a woman identified in surviving documents only as Margaret Hale began corresponding with researchers at the University of New Mexico. Her letters described events she claimed had already happened in her timeline, events that had not yet happened in ours. One letter, dated October of that year, contained a specific prediction. In the gypsum sands of what she called the Dry Lake Basin, south of Alamogordo, footprints would be found. Human footprints. And the dating would overturn the entire accepted story of how the Americas were populated. For decades, the standard model held that humans entered the Americas roughly 13,000 years ago, crossing the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia after the last ice age retreated. This was not a minor claim. It was the spine of North American archaeology. Entire careers had been built on the Clovis first model. Textbooks taught it as settled fact. Dissenting evidence was dismissed, buried, or explained away by researchers who had invested their reputations in the orthodoxy. Hale's letter stated that the footprints at White Sands would be dated to at least 21,000 years before present, that they would be found alongside the tracks of ground sloths and mammoths, that children had walked there, that a mother had carried an infant across wet mud during an ice age so severe that the land bridge she was supposed to have crossed was still thousands of years from becoming passable. In September 2021, a team led by Matthew Bennett published findings in the journal Science. Footprints preserved in layers of gypsum at White Sands National Park, dated through seeds embedded in the same stratigraphic layers, yielded ages between 21,000 and 23,000 years. The tracks included children. They included an adolescent walking with a small child on one hip, setting the child down periodically, then picking them up again. The tracks crossed the paths of giant ground sloths and Columbian mammoths. In one sequence, the adolescent appears to have been moving quickly, the stride lengthening, the pressure shifting toward the toes, as though something had been following. What makes this warning particularly disturbing is the precision. Hale did not write that humans arrived earlier than expected. She wrote the date range. She wrote the location. She described the composition of the tracks, down to the presence of a mother and child, 3 decades before any excavation began. She wrote that the seeds used for dating would be a species of aquatic grass whose radiocarbon signatures would initially be questioned, then confirmed by independent methods. In 2023, a follow-up study using pollen and quartz grains confirmed the original dates through entirely separate techniques. Every challenge raised against the initial finding collapsed under the weight of the confirming evidence. The implication is not that one woman guessed correctly about a prehistoric footprint site. The implication is that the entire framework of how the Americas were populated was wrong by at least 10,000 years. Everything we taught, everything we built our understanding of this continent upon, rested on a foundation Hale identified as false before the evidence had been uncovered. Whoever those people were at White Sands, they lived and died during an ice age so extreme that according to our models, they should not have been there at all. They walked through a landscape we did not know was walkable, leaving a record we did not know existed in a period we had declared empty. Her letter ended with a sentence researchers have returned to repeatedly since 2021. She wrote that the White Sands tracks were not the oldest. They were simply the first we would accept. The older ones, she wrote, had already been found, examined, and filed away by researchers who could not reconcile them with the timeline they had been trained to defend. Number 8. The warning about the cave that shouldn't have been painted. In the summer of 1994, a man identifying himself as Paul Reinhardt walked into a regional archaeology office in southern France and left a sealed envelope. The envelope was to be opened only if a specific cave was discovered in the Ardèche Gorge. He described its location in precise terms. He described what would be found inside. He warned that the discovery would collapse the accepted timeline of human artistic development by more than 15,000 years.
Let me see. So it says here, in 35 BCE, cave art. Then 500 BCE, it was ancient Greek. Then a 40, 50 CE, Renaissance. Okay. Hey, what's going on? And it's 1870 CE, Impressionism. What does that mean? Let's see. Cubism in 1910. Huh. Right now I'm watching this random video that intrigued me.
4 months later, in December 1994, 3 speleologists named Jean-Marie Chauvet, Eliette Brunel, and Christian Hilaire pushed through a narrow passage above the Ardèche and found themselves standing in a chamber that had been sealed for over 20,000 years. The walls were covered in paintings. Lions, rhinoceroses, bears, horses rendered with a sophistication that specialists had previously believed impossible for the period. The floor was undisturbed. Bear skulls sat where they had been placed. Torch marks scored the walls beside the images. When the envelope was opened, Reinhardt's letter described the cave's contents with accuracy no guesswork could explain. He named the species depicted. He described the use of shading, the technique of scraping the rock surface to create
blending, finger or cloth, single line, stripling. Very, very pressure density. Different techniques for value. Chalkboard techniques, shading, scraping. Scraped lines create patterns. Scraped out patterns. Scrape through the top layer, reveal dark color. Layer 1, layer 2, dark light. Okay.
Contrast. The overlapping compositions that suggested deliberate artistic choices rather than superstitious marking. He stated that the paintings would eventually be dated to at least 32,000 years before present, making them nearly twice as old as the cave paintings at Lascaux. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the age. Some images exceeded 36,000 years. The implications tore through the field. Until Chauvet, the prevailing model held that human artistic ability had evolved gradually, with sophisticated representational art emerging only after a long developmental period. Chauvet proved that the earliest known cave paintings were also among the most technically advanced. There was no gradual evolution. The ability arrived, fully formed, in minds that were anatomically identical to ours, functioning in bodies that had been walking the earth for tens of thousands of years before the first image was ever recorded in stone. What makes Reinhardt's warning particularly unsettling is the part researchers rarely repeat. He wrote that Chauvet would not be unique. He wrote that similar chambers existed across Europe, sealed by collapse and flood, and that each one discovered would push the timeline further back. In 2014, paintings in the cave of El Castillo in northern Spain were dated to 40,800 years. In 2018, abstract markings in 3 Spanish caves were attributed to Neanderthals, in predating modern human arrival in the region entirely. In 2021, Figurative art in Indonesian caves was dated beyond 45,000 years. Each discovery matched Reinhardt's stated progression with a fidelity that researchers stopped trying to explain. The final line of Reinhardt's letter is the one that has been photographed, circulated, and debated.
To all staff, from Office MGMT, date 12/10/2023. A few reminders. Please, okay, clean. All items or fridge must be labeled, unlike that. Okay, this was a joke.
He wrote that the minds that painted Chauvet were not different from ours. They were not primitive.
Okay.
They were not developing. They were complete. And the question we would eventually have to answer was not how they learned to paint. It was what they were painting, and what had been watching them through the dark beyond the torchlight. The lions at Chauvet, he wrote, were not drawn from memory. They were drawn from life. And the artist had been close enough to see the individual hairs above the eye. Number 7. The warning about the bones in the Spanish pit. In March 1962, a set of documents surfaced in the private collection of a deceased physician in Madrid. The documents included handwritten notes, purportedly authored by a man who claimed to have traveled backward through time from an unspecified date in the 21st century. Among the predictions contained in the notes was a specific warning concerning a cave system in the Atapuerca Mountains of northern Spain. The notes stated that within a deep shaft in that system, the bones of at least 28 individuals would be recovered, and that the age of those bones would rewrite the human family tree. At the time, the Atapuerca caves had been known for decades, but had yielded only modest finds. The specific site referenced in the notes, later identified as the Cima de los Huesos, the Pit of Bones, had not yet been systematically excavated. The notes described a vertical shaft approximately 13 meters deep, at the bottom of which the remains of ancient humans had been deliberately placed, not accidentally fallen, deliberately placed. The notes claimed this would be the earliest evidence of funerary behavior in the human lineage, and that the age of the remains would exceed 400,000 years. Excavations beginning in 1984 and continuing across the following 4 decades have recovered the bones of at least 28 individuals from the Cima de los Huesos. The minimum age, established through a combination of uranium series and electron spin resonance dating, thus is approximately 430,000 years. The remains show no signs of carnivore damage or fluvial transport. A single hand axe, carved from pink quartzite and never used, was recovered among the bones. The researchers named it Excalibur. Its presence suggested that 400,000 years ago, something resembling symbolic thought.
Aw, thank you, Flynn. Thank you for the subscribe. Oh, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Flynn.
Was already present in the minds that dropped their dead into that shaft. What makes this warning particularly disturbing is the genetic dimension. The 1962 notes stated that genetic material would eventually be recovered from the bones, and that the analysis would produce a result no one was prepared for. In 2013, a team led by Matthias Meyer at the Max Planck Institute successfully extracted mitochondrial DNA from a femur recovered at the site. The sequence did not match what researchers expected.
Okay. Oh, you're doing well, Flynn. Hey, y'all.
It aligned more closely with Denisovans, a population known at the time only from fragments recovered in a Siberian cave thousands of kilometers away. Later nuclear DNA analysis placed the Cima individuals on the Neanderthal lineage, but the mitochondrial result remained anomalous, suggesting a deep and tangled ancestry that the field is still attempting to resolve. The notes contained one further claim. They stated that the Cima population would eventually be understood not as ancestors in a direct line leading to us, but as a parallel experiment, one of several intelligent populations that existed on Earth simultaneously, each developing culture, each burying their dead, each watching the others across territories that overlapped for hundreds of thousands of years. The writer described the deep past not as a gradient leading from ape to human, but as a crowded stage with multiple players, most of whom left the scene before we understood they had ever been present. Every major discovery in human evolution since the SEMA excavations has supported this framework. Neanderthals, Denisovans, Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi, Homo luzonensis. The human family tree that was taught in classrooms in 1962 has been replaced by a bramble. And every branch of that bramble, according to the Madrid notes, was already known to the author before the excavations began. The writer added a coda that researchers have quoted but rarely analyzed in full. We are not the survivors of a competition. We are the last occupants of a house that was once crowded. And the others did not all leave willingly. Number 6. Sure, the warning about the asteroid that did not kill them all. In November 1987, a geologist attending a conference in Snowbird, Utah, received an anonymous package. Inside were several pages of typed notes and a geological map of the Yucatan Peninsula, with a single circle drawn near the town of
Wait. They just got a random package? What the fuck?
Chicxulub. The notes stated that a buried impact structure existed at that location, that it measured approximately 100.
Primary sources can be altered too. The victor's narrative often dominates. Okay.
180 kilometers across, and that the impact event it recorded was responsible for the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs 66 million years ago. The notes added a second claim, one that would take another 3 decades to test. The extinction was not instantaneous. Many species survived the initial impact. The horror, the writer warned, was what happened in the months and years that followed. The Chicxulub crater was formally identified in 1991, 4 years after the package was received.
Okay.
Its dimensions matched the figures in the notes with precision that ruled out coincidence. The connection to the end Cretaceous extinction, previously hypothesized by Luis and Walter Alvarez in 1980, was confirmed through iridium analysis, shocked quartz distribution, and tektite deposits found in sediments across the globe.
Okay.
By the late 1990s, Chicxulub was textbook knowledge. The asteroid was estimated at roughly 10 kilometers across, traveling at over 20 kilometers per second at the moment of impact, releasing energy equivalent to billions of atomic bombs detonating simultaneously. But the second claim, the claim about the survivors, took longer to verify. In 2019, a site called Tanis in the Hell Creek Formation of North Dakota yielded something extraordinary. A team led by Robert De Palma recovered fossils of fish with impact glass embedded in their gills. The fish had inhaled the debris ejected by the Chicxulub impact within minutes or hours of the strike, meaning they died on the day the asteroid hit.
Okay.
But layered above and below them were the remains of creatures that had lived through the initial event and died in the weeks, months, and years afterward as the planet's climate collapsed. The 1987 notes describe this in detail. They stated that the impact released enough vaporized rock into the atmosphere to blot out the sun for months. That photosynthesis would have collapsed globally. That the temperature would have dropped by more than 25 degrees Celsius for a period sufficient to starve the food chain from the base upward. That the large dinosaurs did not die in the fire. They died in the cold, and in the dark, and in the silence of a world where nothing grew. The writer described the final generations of these animals wandering through a landscape of ash, searching for food that no longer existed, their bodies thinning, their eggs failing to hatch, their numbers collapsing not in a single day, but across 1,000 sunless mornings. What makes this warning particularly unsettling is its closing passage. The writer stated that the Chicxulub event was not unique in Earth's history, merely the most recent of its magnitude, that the planet records at least 5 comparable extinctions, and that the interval between them is not random. The notes contained a specific line, quoted in subsequent research summaries, stating that humanity's assumption of uniqueness, of having escaped the pattern, would be the last illusion we held before the pattern returned to correct the record. Subsequent work has identified cyclical extinction patterns in the fossil record, with periodicities that remain unexplained. The Shiva hypothesis, the Nemesis hypothesis, the galactic plane oscillation models, each proposes a mechanism. None has been confirmed, but the 1987 notes did not concern themselves with mechanism. They concerned themselves with the observation. The record resets. The clock continues. And the creatures at the top of the food chain, the ones that have grown confident in their permanence, are always the ones who disappear first. The writer of the 1987 notes added one final observation that researchers have revisited repeatedly in the years since Chicxulub's confirmation. They stated that the dinosaurs had ruled the planet for more than 160 million years. Not thousands, not millions, hundreds of millions. They dominated every continent, occupied every niche, evolved forms so diverse and so successful that the entire ecosystem of the Mesozoic was built around their presence. And in a single afternoon, beginning at a point off the coast of what would one day be called Mexico, their reign ended. The rock that killed them was moving fast enough to cross the distance from orbit to ground in the time it takes a human heart to beat 4 times.
Shit.
There was no warning. There was no preparation. There was no adaptation possible within the window that...
It must have sucked to be the one dinosaur that got hit at pure impact of something that hit them. Like, I don't know, there was a... let's just say there was a dinosaur that was under that. That must have been... Because they never really said there was a dinosaur that got hit by the impact. They just died from the impact. But imagine being the one who got squished by that meteorite. Or asteroid, or whatever you want to call it. Holy shit. Instant death. Like, by the time you blinked, you was right in heaven. He was like, what the fuck?
Remained. The writer noted that humanity, a species measured in hundreds of thousands of years rather than hundreds of millions,
The best thing, you probably didn't feel nothing as soon as impact hit them.
has developed no defense adequate to the mechanism that ended the previous tenets of this planet. And the telescopes that might have seen it coming cover less than 1% of the sky at any given moment. Number 5. The warning about the predator that never stopped growing. In October 1971, a fisherman in the Pacific Northwest named Harold Prescott began mailing typed letters to the Marine Biology Department at Oregon State University. The letters contained claims he could not possibly have verified through any available source. In one letter, he warned that researchers would eventually discover a shark so large that the entire modern understanding of oceanic predators would have to be revised. He named the creature Megalodon, a genus that had been described in the scientific literature since the 19th century. But the specifics he provided went far beyond anything known at the time. He stated that the animal reached lengths exceeding 18 meters, that its bite force exceeded 180,000 newtons, that it preyed on whales, and that its extinction, dated to roughly 3.5 million years ago, was not caused by climate or competition. It was caused by something larger.
Than it.
In 1971, Megalodon was known primarily from fossilized teeth. Size estimates were rough, extrapolated from comparisons with modern great white sharks, and most researchers placed the maximum length at around 15 meters. The bite force figure Prescott cited exceeded every published estimate by a factor of 3. The claim that the animal hunted whales was speculative at best. The claim that its extinction had an unknown cause contradicted the consensus explanation involving cooling oceans and shifting prey populations. Every figure he provided has since been confirmed.
Rain today, stock market up, new cat, win the lottery, pizza for lunch. Yum.
In 2008, a biomechanical study by Stephen Rowe, published in the Journal of Zoology, calculated a bite force for Megalodon between 108,000 and 182,000 newtons, placing it as the most powerful bite of any animal that has ever lived. Fossil evidence of Megalodon tooth marks on whale bones, recovered from sites in Peru and the southeastern United States, confirmed the prey relationship Prescott described. Revised length estimates, based on vertebral analysis and tooth crown measurements, now place the largest specimens between 16 and 20 meters. What makes Prescott's warning particularly disturbing is the claim about extinction. He wrote that Megalodon did not vanish because the oceans cooled. It vanished because a smaller, faster, more intelligent predator emerged in the same hunting grounds and systematically displaced it. He identified the predator as the ancestral lineage of modern orcas. He stated that the competition was not passive. The orcas hunted Megalodon juveniles in coordinated groups, attacking nursery grounds, eliminating the next generation before it could mature. A 2022 study published in Science Advances analyzed...
You swam in the wrong settlement, bub. And then they start doing the thing, they click with their fingers. And they start doing their stupid choreography dance. You walked in the wrong street, bub. That does make sense. Which is what was called not Grease, it's called what's that movie called? Yeah, they do.
Nitrogen isotope ratios in Megalodon teeth and concluded exactly this. Competition from ancestral orcas, combined with the collapse of Megalodon's primary prey populations, drove the species to extinction. The mechanism Prescott described in 1971 was confirmed 51 years later through geochemical analysis that did not exist when he wrote the letter. The final line of his correspondence is the one the department archived without comment. He wrote that the ocean has never been safe, that every era in Earth's history has produced a predator large enough to hunt the largest prey, and that the extinction of one such predator is always followed, after a sufficient interval, by the emergence of another. He wrote that we are currently living in a gap, and that the gap is closing. The oceanographic evidence Prescott referenced has accumulated steadily across the decades since...
What does the gap mean? What the fuck does that mean?
...his letters. In 2020, a study of pelagic ecosystem dynamics in the South Pacific documented the emergence of predatory patterns in certain orca populations that had not previously been recorded. Coordinated attacks on blue whales, the largest animals ever to have lived, were observed with increasing frequency. The behavior appeared to be spreading laterally through the population, passed from individual to individual through the social structures of the pods. Prescott's letter had described precisely this pattern and had placed its emergence in the decade in which it in fact emerged. Number 4. The warning about the ash that buried the world. In 1889, a German amateur geologist named Friedrich Halle published a self-funded pamphlet that circulated briefly among academic circles, before being dismissed as speculative fiction. In it, he described a volcanic event that had taken place approximately 74,000 years ago on the island of Sumatra. He named the site Toba. He stated that the eruption had released more than 2,800 cubic kilometers of volcanic material, making it the largest explosive eruption of the Quaternary period. He stated that the ash cloud had spread across a substantial portion of the northern hemisphere, and he stated that the event had come closer to extinguishing the human species than any other event in the preceding million years. In 1889, the Toba caldera had not been identified as the source of a major eruption. The scientific tools required to date volcanic ash layers with precision did not exist. The concept of a genetic bottleneck, which would later become central to the Toba hypothesis, would not be developed until the mid-20th century. Halley had no basis for any of his claims. The Toba supereruption was formally identified and dated in the late 20th century. Radiometric dating placed the event at approximately 74,000 years before present. Volumetric estimates confirmed the eruption as the largest of the Quaternary. Ash layers attributable to Toba have been identified in sediment cores across India, the Arabian Peninsula, East Africa, and the South China Sea. The eruption ejected material with a force that dwarfs every historical volcanic event in recorded history combined. What makes Halley's pamphlet particularly unsettling is the genetic claim.
What?
He wrote that human populations at the time of the Toba eruption had been reduced to fewer than 10,000 breeding individuals. He wrote that the bottleneck was so severe that every human alive today descends from a population that could have fit inside a medium-sized town. He wrote that the species had come within a generation of disappearing entirely. In 1998, geneticist Stanley Ambrose formalized what became known as the Toba catastrophe theory. Mitochondrial DNA analysis had revealed a genetic bottleneck in the human lineage dating to approximately the same period as the Toba eruption. The surviving breeding population was estimated at between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. The match with Halley's century-old pamphlet was exact. Subsequent genetic studies have refined the numbers, but have not overturned the core finding. Humanity passed through a needle so narrow that the diversity we observe today in our species is, by comparison with every other large mammal, pathologically low. Halley's pamphlet ended with a passage his contemporaries found incomprehensible. He wrote that Toba was not the only such event recorded in the geological column.
Okay.
He listed 3 other supervolcanic complexes:
Like what?
Yellowstone in North America, Taupo in New Zealand, and the Phlegraean Fields in Italy, and stated that each had produced eruptions of comparable magnitude in the deeper past and would produce them again. He did not predict dates. He predicted inevitability. The geological record is unambiguous on this point. The only variable is the interval, and the interval is not long. Yellowstone's most recent major eruption occurred approximately 630,000 years ago. Taupo's last supereruption occurred approximately 26,000 years ago. The Phlegraean Fields have shown measurable ground deformation and seismic activity across the past 2 decades. None of these systems is dormant in the geological sense. They are merely quiet in the human sense, which is a distinction without meaningful difference on the timescales Halley described. Number 3. The warning about the creature that walked beside us. In 1954, a librarian in Edinburgh named Colin McFarlane submitted an unpublished manuscript to several university presses. Every press rejected it. The manuscript made claims that had no basis in the science of the period.
Okay.
McFarlane stated that a second species of human had existed alongside our own ancestors until approximately 40,000 years ago. He stated that this species was not a primitive precursor, but a parallel development, with a brain equal in size to our own.
Let's go.
The complex tool use, symbolic behavior, and burial practices.
Thank you.
He stated that our ancestors had interbred with them, and he stated that traces of their DNA would be found in every non-African human alive today. In 1954, Neanderthals were understood as brutish, slouching of their DNA. He stated that this species was not a primitive precursor, but a parallel development, with a brain equal in size to our own. The complex tool use, symbolic behavior, and burial practices. He stated that our ancestors had interbred with them, and he stated that traces of their DNA would be found in every non-African human alive today. In 1954, Neanderthals were understood as brutish, slouching, intellectually limited creatures. The reconstruction popularized by Marcelin Boule in the early 20th century depicted them as subhuman. The idea that they had possessed cognitive abilities comparable to modern humans was scientifically unacceptable. The idea of genetic admixture between species.
You can't tell me they're smart. They didn't know any better. They're stupid. It's against our science. They can't be smart as us. This is bullshit. Bullshit. And how dare you tell us our ancestors were smart? You pleb.
Was not merely unsupported. It was outside the conceptual framework of the field. Every element of McFarlane's manuscript has since been confirmed. Revised anatomical analyses in the 1970s and 1980s overturned the Bull reconstruction. Neanderthals walked upright with a skeletal structure nearly identical to our own. Their brain size, measured by endocranial volume, matched or exceeded the average for modern humans. Evidence of tool manufacture, pigment use, ornamental objects, and deliberate burial accumulated steadily across decades of excavation. The Shanidar site in Iraq yielded a Neanderthal burial associated with pollen concentrations, consistent with the deliberate placement of flowers. The genetic confirmation arrived in 2010. A team led by Svante Pabo at the Max Planck Institute published the first draft of the Neanderthal genome, assembled from bone fragments recovered at Vindija Cave in Croatia. The analysis revealed that every living human with ancestry outside sub-Saharan Africa carries between 1 and 4% Neanderthal DNA. The interbreeding had occurred. It had occurred repeatedly, and the genetic legacy persists in the immune systems, the metabolism, and the neurological architecture of billions of people alive today. What makes McFarlane's manuscript particularly disturbing is the section his editors rejected most forcefully. He wrote that the disappearance of the Neanderthals was not an extinction in the conventional sense. They did not die out from cold, from disease, or from competition. They were absorbed. A smaller, more numerous, more fecund population moved into their territories and diluted them out of existence across approximately...
Oh, they breathe them out. They bred you out. Now, you obey to our rules as we bred with you. See? You'll put that dick up in your face, eh? And you're gonna take this dick. And then in the next 10,000 years, we'll be one. Haha, see? You're gonna take this duck. You're gonna lick it. Exactly. Yo, what?
10,000 years of contact. The final Neanderthals, he wrote, were individuals whose children were more like us than like them. Their lineage ended not in a grave, but in the slow erasure of a gene pool, too small to resist, the larger one pressing against it. In 2015, a fossil jawbone recovered from a cave in Romania, dated to between 37,000 and 42,000 years ago, was sequenced and found to contain Neanderthal DNA at levels consistent with a Neanderthal great-great-grandparent. The individual was not a Neanderthal, but a Neanderthal had been alive within living memory of his birth. McFarlane's framework, dismissed in 1954, is now the textbook description of how one intelligent species replaced another. Not through conquest, through the slow biological arithmetic of being outnumbered.
Oh wait, oh wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This sounds kind of familiar, guys. This sounds kind of familiar. If you get how this is being told, this is very reminiscent of what's going on right now, especially what's going on in Europe. I'm not liking this, and Japan, and even here. I don't like the sound of that. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
McFarlane's manuscript closed with a question that has been repeated in academic commentary ever since. He asked what it means that we remember nothing of them. Our genes carry them. Our immune systems were built by them. Our ancestors loved them well enough to produce children with them across thousands of generations.
Let's not say the word love. I don't... Okay. I think you're giving them a little bit too much credit there, narration boy. I think you're getting a little bit too much credit on that love response. If anything, they wanted to fuck, okay? I don't think a lot of people think of love till later on in life, but like, Jesus Christ. I don't think love is the right word.
And yet we have no myth, no story, no cultural memory that preserves their existence. We erase them from our awareness as thoroughly as we absorb them into our biology. And the question he left unanswered is whether we are the descendants of the victors, or whether we are simply the ones who survived long enough to forget. Subsequent genomic work has added further weight to McFarlane's framework in ways he could not have foreseen. Studies published between 2014 and 2020 identified specific Neanderthal gene variants that persist in modern human populations and contribute to immune function, skin pigmentation, in hair structure, circadian rhythm regulation, and susceptibility to certain diseases. The genetic legacy is not a passive residue. It is functional, active, and measurable in the bodies of billions of people who have never heard the word Neanderthal spoken in connection with their own ancestry.
Honestly, the more people are born, the less we have to repopulate. At least some point. Yeah, that didn't make sense. They meant less. Okay, yeah. That makes more sense. If it's less people are born, the more we gotta populate with. Yeah, it says at least ever populate with at least some point. A lot of people became related or some shit. Yeah, they remember even royals was fucking their own children just to keep bloodlines pure or some shit, which was not, if anything, dilated. But that was highly encouraged back then. Some religions are okay with this type shit, so.
McFarlane had written that the absorbed lineage would continue to shape the absorbers long after the absorbed had ceased to exist as a distinct population. The statement was speculative in 1954. It is now a description of documented biological reality. Number 2. The warning about the impact that made us. In April 1943, an American physicist named Lawrence Hallett, working on classified wartime research, submitted a private memorandum to colleagues at the University of Chicago. The memorandum had nothing to do with his official work. It described an event that had taken place approximately 4.5 billion years ago, in the earliest period of the solar system's formation. Hallett stated that a planetary body, roughly the size of Mars, had collided with the proto-Earth. He stated that the collision had ejected enough material into orbit to form the Moon. He stated that the impact had stripped away the young Earth's initial atmosphere and replaced it with a denser, water-bearing envelope derived from the impactor. And he stated that without this collision, life on Earth would never have emerged. In 1943, the origin of the Moon was unresolved. Competing theories proposed capture, co-accretion, or fission from a rapidly spinning Earth. The giant impact hypothesis, which Hallett described in detail, would not be formally proposed until 1975. The idea that the collision had reshaped Earth's atmosphere and provided the conditions for biochemistry was beyond the scientific vocabulary of the period. The giant impact hypothesis is now the consensus explanation for the Moon's formation. Isotopic analysis of lunar samples returned by the Apollo missions confirmed that the Moon and Earth share an almost identical oxygen isotope signature, consistent with the two bodies having formed from the same mixed debris. Computational simulations, conducted from the 1980s onward, have refined the scenario Hallett described. A body roughly the size of Mars, given the name Theia, struck the proto-Earth at a glancing angle. The energy released vaporized substantial portions of both bodies. The debris formed a ring around the Earth that coalesced into the Moon within approximately 100 years. What makes Hallett's memorandum particularly unsettling is the claim about habitability. He wrote that the Earth we inhabit is not the planet that originally formed in our orbit. It is the hybrid produced by a collision. The stabilizing gravitational influence of the Moon, which moderates the tilt of Earth's rotational axis and prevents the chaotic climate swings observed on Mars, is a consequence of the impact. The iron core of the Earth, enlarged by the addition of Theia's core, generates the magnetic field that shields the surface from solar radiation. The water on Earth, long assumed to have arrived via comet bombardment, is now understood to have been present in significant quantities within the impactor itself. Every condition required for complex life, the stable climate, the protective magnetic field, the abundant surface water, she traces its origin to a single collision between two planetary bodies in the first 100 million years of the solar system's existence. Without that impact, the Earth would be a Venus-like greenhouse or a Mars-like desert. Complex life would not have had the time, the stability, or the chemistry required to emerge. Hallett's closing passage is the one that was classified alongside his wartime work and released only decades later. He wrote that the probability of such a collision producing a habitable world is vanishingly small. The angle of impact, the velocity, the composition of the bodies, the resulting distribution of material, all fall within a range so narrow that the recreation of similar conditions in simulation requires extraordinary fine-tuning. He wrote that we are not the product of gradual planetary evolution. We are the product of an accident.
Ooh,
and the
I was paying attention. Let's go! I said it just before you said it. Just before you said we are an accident. I was paying attention. Let's go.
Was improbable enough that its recurrence anywhere else in the galaxy is not guaranteed by the number of stars. Number 1. The warning about the thing beneath the layer. In March 2001, a geologist named Victor Halvorsen delivered a lecture at a small academic conference in Trondheim, Norway, that was not recorded and survives only through the notes of attendees. He spent the first portion of his lecture reviewing established findings in sedimentology. He spent the second portion describing an event that he claimed had occurred approximately 550 million years ago, immediately before the beginning of the Cambrian period. He called the event the signal. He stated that the fossil record contains evidence of a deliberate intervention in the biosphere of the late Precambrian, and that the Cambrian explosion, the sudden appearance of nearly every major animal body plan within a geological instant, was the response. In 2001, the Cambrian explosion was recognized as one of the most significant events in the history of life. The sudden diversification of complex animals after more than 3 billion years of microbial dominance remained, and remains, imperfectly explained. Conventional theories invoke rising oxygen levels, the evolution of predation, genetic innovations in developmental biology, or some combination of the three. Halvorsen proposed none of these. He proposed that the record itself contained something anomalous. He described thin layers of sediment dating to the period immediately preceding the Cambrian, layers whose chemical composition could not be reproduced by any known natural process. He described was causally linked to whatever had produced the anomaly. Halvorsen's lecture was not published. He did not submit his findings to peer review. Within 2 years, he had retired from academic work and withdrawn from all professional activity. His notes were preserved by a colleague and surfaced publicly only in 2019. By that time, independent research had begun to identify anomalies consistent with his descriptions. Studies of late Ediacaran strata published in the 2010 reported unusual concentrations of trace elements in layers dated to roughly 550 million years ago. The anomalies remain unexplained within the conventional framework. Multiple teams have proposed alternative natural mechanisms. None has achieved consensus. What makes Halvorsen's warning particularly disturbing is the claim he made about the future. He stated that the signal was not a single event. It was the first of a sequence. He stated that the record contains similar anomalies at the boundary of the Permian and Triassic periods, at the boundary of the Cretaceous and Paleogene, and at a third location he did not specify in sufficient detail for it to be identified with certainty. He stated that each anomaly corresponds to a major transition in the biosphere. Each one resets the scaffolding of life on this planet, and each one, he stated, was produced by the same mechanism. He did not name the mechanism. He did not speculate on its origin. He did not describe its intentions. What he described was a pattern. Every time complex life on Earth has been pruned back to a smaller, simpler remnant, Something has occurred at the boundary layer that the sedimentary record cannot explain. And every time the pruning has been followed by a rapid expansion into new forms, the anomaly appears again in the stratum above. Halverson's final statement, recorded in the notes of the one attendee who wrote it down in full.
Is that his weird way of saying God's, I think that's his weird way of saying God's, interfering. I think that's his only way of saying it, without saying it outright, scientifically. He said there's always an anomaly that always happens right after something else happens. So is that anomaly supposed to be some form of, like safeguard, failsafe? That must be what that is. You know what I'm saying?
Address the present. He stated that the next anomaly in the record has not yet been deposited, that the layer corresponding to our own period is still forming, still accumulating, still open to whatever will be added to it before the sediment hardens. He stated that the sequence he identified operates on intervals measured in tens of millions of years, and that we are approaching the end of one such interval. And he stated that the creatures in the layer beneath us, the ones that thought themselves permanent, had no warning before the signal arrived. The record resets. The clock continues, and the thing that watches for the moment to intervene does not announce itself. It simply waits until the scaffolding is ready to be replaced, and then it lays down the next layer. Halverson's notes contain a final fragment that his colleague preserved without commentary. He wrote that every intelligent species that has ever examined its own planet's stratigraphic record has asked the same question. They have all wondered what produced the boundaries. They have all developed theories involving asteroids, supervolcanoes, climate shifts, or gamma-ray bursts. And they have all been wrong, not because the natural mechanisms do not exist, but because the natural mechanisms are incidental. The boundary is laid down first. The extinction follows. The species that reads the record afterward never realizes that the causation runs in the opposite direction to what they assumed. By the time the pattern becomes clear, the layer containing their own remains has already begun to form.
Very much so. What? Latest UFO clips show we're not apex predators anymore? Okay. This came out 2 hours
Former
ago.
Pentagon UFO whistleblower, my brother from another, Lou Elizondo. News Nation's special correspondent, investigative reporter, and Ross Coulthard, too good looking to be related to me. The founder and director of the Harvard and Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics Galileo Project, too smart to be related to me, Mr. Avi Loeb. It is good to have you each and all, and I am celebratory in my introduction because this is a day to celebrate. I was very about the last stuff. This is a step in the right direction. Am I right, Mr. Coulthard?
G'day, Chris. I think you're absolutely right. I think there's reasons for good optimism out of what's been released today. Some of the videos are prosaically explainable. There's one from 2023, which is the balloon over Lake Huron. And frankly, we don't know why that's never been released before. It should have been, because there's nothing in it that should in any way have been redacted. Obviously, we need to protect the means and methods by which we get this kind of imagery, and I can understand that, but there's no reason at all why probably all of these videos, all of these records couldn't have been released before. And as you say, some of them are very dramatic. But still, I don't think what it's addressing is the bear in the room. The president, the White House, the administration, they need to address the singular primary allegation that there's been a cover-up at the highest levels in the Pentagon of a covert retrieval and reverse engineering program. And that's not being addressed by any of the...
You are correct, but I'm cutting you off because that is our next block. We're going to talk about what is it, what we can't be distracted from by what they have just given us. Lou, is it fair to say that while some of these things, as Ross is suggesting, using the word prosaically, that you can explain some of these things, but I don't think you can explain all of them. Certainly I can't.
Chris, actually, in fact, the vast majority cannot be explained, to be honest with you. And a lot of these videos are very
And
similar.
Lou, like you see the videos, Lou, that we're showing right now while you're talking?
I can see them. I'm happy to talk to you. We're looking at objects.
Tell me what we're seeing and how weird it is what they're doing.
Yeah, these are videos that are very similar, eerily similar to the videos we had at the Pentagon when I was in ATIP in the Pentagon's UFO program. And you're seeing here objects that are demonstrating, in some cases, one of the 5 observables, which is instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic velocity, anti-gravity, and even perhaps transmedium travel. And I think, I think a lot of these videos are fantastic, giving them out to the public, the American public, to look at and see for themselves. And this is, by the way, just the beginning, Chris. If I can just draw your attention for 1 second, one of the very first reports that came out on this second tranche, if you will, release of videos, was a report by the DNI itself where, well, you just saw it there, instantaneous acceleration, where a senior intelligence officer assigned to the DNI directly went out on a helicopter on a secret mission to try to uncover a UAP incident that had occurred over a sensitive military installation. And the individual himself witnessed these glowing orbs up to some point 10 feet away from the helicopter. It's unbelievable. I think it's fantastic that the administration is delivering on this promise. I think you have in this second tranche a treasure trove of data.
So, Avi, there are also some color videos, if we can put those up now, that are you playing right now? That's in color? All right, I'll take it. Maybe it's just my monitor. But, Avi, what is the significance of these that are newer and more modern technology and what they show? What does that confirm and what does it raise as a new question?
Well, obviously, right now, we have sensors that are far better than we had 50 years ago. And the best ones are actually on satellites, and they have spatial resolution of a few centimeters. We don't see that data, and therefore I believe that it would be far more useful to have a group of people, a board that looks also at the classified data, because the classified sensors we have right now should be able to have high resolution images of those UAP and also track their motion relative to features on the ground. Either these are human-made objects or non-human-made objects. Either way, the matter is of great importance for national security or for basic science. Now, the point is that I believe that what we are seeing in many of the cases are failures of the defense system of the US, because there are objects over the sky that we don't know about. Some of them are Chinese spy balloons, as we noticed in 2023. But there are adversarial nations flying things. And at the very least, let's figure those things out, because the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies cannot, apparently, they're not doing their job.
Right. Let me show one more thing, and then I want to take a break, and then I want to talk about what you guys are hinting at, which is wait until you see fill in the blank. Wait until you learn fill in the blank. So coming out of the water or close to the water, Lou, just give me a quick take on from a military and intelligence perspective, why are these specifically important to you?
Great question, Chris. First of all, we call that transmedium travel. We have technologies right now, for example, a seaplane that is technically transmedium. It can fly and it can float, but let's face it, a seaplane is neither really a good boat or a good airplane because it's a design compromise. So you're compromising performance and other characteristics. Well, we are seeing objects that can apparently go in multiple mediums, whether it's in low Earth orbit, in our atmosphere, and even underwater, without any of those performance compromises, meaning it can perform just as easily as it can underwater, where the friction coefficient is astronomical, no pun intended, and be able to zip through the sky with ease, apparently not even recognizing or realizing that the water is there. And so anytime you can imagine from a military or national security perspective, if you have a technology that can operate both in air and in water and potentially even space, that is definitely a strategic advantage over your adversary. And this is why, exactly why Avi's correct, we have to take this very seriously.
Do you know how crazy that is as an idea, Ross? I mean, maybe it's just because I'm a fisherman. The idea that something can move from the air to the water and not really change speed is almost unbelievable. I mean, we have like a flying fish, okay, which has, long fins that can glide. And that is like amazing, right? And that alone allows us to survive. So in terms of what we're seeing, and like this saucer one too is another one that really needs explanation. What do you think the strength of seeing something like this is in terms of moving the needle that there's more to understand?
I think it's very important. I think it's commendable that the administration is doing this. And frankly, I think it's right. The president has said the public can now judge for themselves. What we need to do, though, is advance beyond this, because there's a lot of data that's redacted in these files for good reason. I know we have to protect sources, means, and methods, and that's a good reason, frankly. The suspicion
they throw that label on a lot of things, though.
Yeah, I think the primary suspicion I have, and I think Lou could probably add to this, is why has the government concealed this for so long? I suspect a lot of it is because the Pentagon doesn't like admitting that there are superior technologies operating on this planet that are not ours, and they don't appear to be foreign adversaries, and we don't like admitting that we're not the apex predator anymore.
That's right. And that's the problem, because that is the most dangerous reason to not disclose it, because it is literally saying, I have to protect myself from you and your accountability for what I'm supposed to be doing for you. All right, let's take a break, and then we're going to come back and discuss these now very important questions that are raised by these, not whether or not it's real or not, and I disagree with the president. It's not for us to judge. All right, the government should have, information that they put out about what they know and don't. We shouldn't have to guess. We'll be back with this amazing group of minds and men right after this.
Time I fire a pitch-down thruster, I get a shower of these little fireflies.
I have some more of the white particles in view below the capsule. They appear to be traveling exactly my speed. There is one drifting off. It's going faster than I am, as a matter of fact. Their motion is random. They look exactly like snowflakes to me.
What was that? Well, that was just some crazy guy, some pilot. It was an astronaut, okay? Scientists that are the most capable among us aboard the Mercury missions in the early 1960s, describing UFOs that they were seeing in space. You know why? Because they couldn't explain what it was, and they're scientists, all right? So today was a great day for those of us who've been saying to you, it's not absurd that we think there's something to know. It's absurd that you accept that there isn't.
Right?
And when you look at the video.
Right? Like, I don't even like Como, and he's right. Like, Jesus Christ. Right? Like, like, come on, man. It's pretty arrogant to think you're the only species that can talk, walk, shit, and piss. You know what I'm saying? And think to yourself that you're the only smart one on the planet. Out of a giant space that is just empty and void. Come on, man.
Today you will see clearly there is more than any of us understand, except for the people in the government who aren't giving us the rest of the information. You see what I mean? That's why what we got today is good, but it's not enough. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate what I got today. I do. But it doesn't mean that you gave me what I need, because you didn't. Back with me, former Pentagon UFO whistleblower, Lou Elizondo, News Nation special correspondent and investigative reporter, Ross Coulthart, and the founder and director of the Harvard and Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics Galileo Project, Avi Loeb. Do you know why I say each of those words so slowly? Because the idea that Avi Loeb is a dope to believe that there are open questions about superior technology. Harvard Smithsonian Galileo astrophysics. Okay? When you look up half of those words, you'll realize can't be done. Understand? So, Avi, what does a day like today mean in terms of what you hope comes? If you got to wave the wand, because now it's just possible. It's not just possible. We're in the world of probability now, because things are coming out. We never had this before. We had no momentum, but now we do. What would you wave your wand and disclose for everybody's understanding?
Well, I feel like a kid in a candy store on a day like that, in the sense that it's all about evidence. It's all about data, not storytelling. Too many people told us stories over the years. We want to see the actual data. And of course, the data from past reports is limited. You can't go back in time and collect better data. But right now, we have much better instruments and we can understand things much better. So my hope is that this would lead to a research program where we can monitor the sky. In fact, I'm leading such a program, the Galileo project, but the government can fund it at a level that is far greater, where we will collect high quality, high resolution data and then figure out what these things are. And if the government has materials, you know, I can bring it to the laboratory of the Galileo project and within a matter of hours I can tell you if the material came from outside the solar system. These are things we can do. We have great instruments now. Instead of obsessing with history, we can actually figure things out. It's like a detective story. Now, with respect to what you said about the astronauts, I should caution that Scott Carpenter, who talked about these fireflies, you know, it looks like the actual reason for that, the phenomena, was simply ice particle or frost that has condensed from the spacecraft cooling system onto the exterior of the capsule. Nothing important there. The same is true about these flashes of light that Buzz Aldrin reported about. This could be just very energetic cosmic rays going through his eyeballs. You know, it's called Cherenkov radiation, blue light that you see, flashes of light. And, you know, patients that go through treatment, radiogenic treatment, they do see the same thing. So we have to distinguish, you know, there are things we can figure out, but that's the whole point. We need a lot of data in order to do so. And my hope is that we will move forward, not just backward in time, and the government will support an effort to figure these things out, because at the very least, they are of great importance to national security. We have a mixed bag here of things that we could explain and things that, you know, could be the biggest discovery ever made by humanity.
Ross, what do you believe needs to be known?
Okay, we know from whistleblowers that have appeared on News Nation, Jake Barber, David Grush, Lou, Chris Mellon, there's been a succession of people, insiders, who have described a covert UAP program where the US government has allegedly retrieved non-human technology. Multiple people have said this now, and the government has never directly addressed the claim. It's avoided it, and to a large extent what we're seeing here with this commendable release is, I think, almost a distraction, because the bear in the room is the central question. Is the government, is President Trump going to give us the full banana? Are we going to get the full story on what the government actually knows about retrieved non-human technology? I think that's the real story, and I'm...
Why not just say fucking alien? What does non-human not mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, just say fucking alien technology. We always have to play this stupid game. Like, I noticed this in, like, movies and stuff like that. They try to make it seem so more than what it is, right? Like, in the 60s, 40s, 50s, I won't even say 50s, but, like, I'll say the 60s, 70s, 80s, we had labels for these things. We had zombies, we had aliens, we had monsters, we had superpowers. You know what I'm saying? You have superpowers. You know what I'm saying? Like, they said... like, they'll say, like, human, like, non-human abilities or non-human entities and all this stuff. Like, just say it's a fucking ghost, monster, alien. Stop being so fucking vague with it. God damn. You know it's not an animal. That's first thing, because it was, you would just say fucking animal, right? Stop saying stupid shit like this just to sound super smart. Just sounds dumb. Just label for what it is. You said non-human technology. That means alien. Shit. I hate this. It makes it sound cooler. But like the thing is like it's not about it sounding cooler, it just sounds like he's trying to sound like it's like to me it sounds like we're trying to focus on not sounding crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like if we label like we're just rebranding and relabeling what we know what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's where I get annoyed by it because like okay, let's say this never came out, right? Or okay, it's out now, but like 5 or a couple of years ago, if you said there was aliens, you would be laughed out of the room. You're crazy. You're this. You're that. There's no such thing as aliens. You know what I'm saying? Now that idea is not only a probable thing, or it could be a demon, it could be a monster, it could be an alien, it could be a mythic creature, something to that degree. If you label it as such, you're somehow scrutinized for being so direct. But if you say, well, it's not human, it's like it's very non-human, but we're not sure what it is. Well, you just told me it's a fucking non-human. That tells me it's either an alien, a monster, or some type of sentient life. Like shit. Yes, just call it for what it is. It's a fucking alien. Like I hate that when they did that in like in Heroes, right? I don't know if anyone remembers Heroes from 2006, but they would do this thing. They try to make the show seem more than what it is, right? Like when people was getting superpowers in the show, right? If for those who watched it, when people was like being born with superpowers, right? You know how like My Hero Academia refers to superpowers as quirks, but they'll still call it a superpower, right? They'll say quirk as a labeling system, but like we all knew that means power. It means some form of ability, you know what I'm saying? But they'll still use the word my superpower is, that's how my quirk works, right? I'm saying we all knew what quirk meant. It just meant superpowered, non-human type abilities that you can do outside of just the realms of a basic human being, right? That's what that was. Now, but the way that scientists and these people talk, they're always talking like they're talking around something. They never call it for what it is. It's like they're talking around a bush that they clearly can see it's on fire, but instead of saying a bush on fire, they're just gonna call it a leaf entity that we are not sure what it is, but we have a feeling that fire is coming out of it, and it has like leaf material, but we're not totally sure. I'm like, fuck you. Yes. It's just fucking dumb. It's like bro, like what the hell?
I'm sure Lou feels the same way.
Well, I don't know about that give us the whole banana line. I don't know that Lou was going to use that line, Ross. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think he was going to say that. But Lou, when you look at the universe, pun intended, of what you know and suspect that I don't know and can't know from you, what would you want to come out as a category? Obviously, I don't want you to betray a confidence.
No, of course. I do still maintain a security clearance, so I have to be very careful.
I know.
I think Ross is correct. I think we need to look at what lengths the U.S. government in the past has taken to suppress this information. We just had a whistleblower where video came out last week where this individual had admitted, for the record, to Congress that elements of the CIA were secretly recording out of the ODNI conversations between the ODNI DIG, the investigative body set up by Tulsi Gabbard, and whistleblowers. Now think about that for a second, Chris. Think about somebody in the government making a unilateral decision.
Curving, like it curves, like you can see the 3D curve, and it instantly like shoots off.
Without a FISA warrant to collect information on U.S. persons. Let that resonate for a minute. You had somebody from the CIA, a senior CIA official, testify for the record, under oath, that actually happened. People like myself and others who were illegally recorded to find out what are we going to say.
Hence the slush fund. Lou, thank you very much. I appreciate your insight in this. We need to know more, and the more that happens, I think it's good on so many levels. Satisfies the scientist like Avi, satisfies the investigative reporter like Ross, but for guys like you, there's validation of the work that you did. And for guys like me, it restores this much more universal, again, pun intended, respect for government and trusting an institution, which
No,
we
it
need.
doesn't. Fuck you. Fuck you. You know who this really gives real credence to? The people you call crazy. Fuck them. Fuck the government. Fuck them scientists. They already knew about this. I don't give a fuck what they have to say. I don't give a fuck what I don't give a fuck what the government has to say. The real people being validated by this and should be validated by this was the people you call crazy when they have their talk shows, their podcasts, their radio shows. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. Oh yeah, they gotta stop saying that. No one cares about that content. They really gotta stop saying it. But like the real problem is like they're saying we're patting ourselves on the back because we're finally telling the truth on something that thousands of people who was ostracized, made fun of, and everything under the sun, was laughed out of the room or was ostracized over time, whether it was from the 1960s all the way till, like, I want to say 1940s to now, right? So, like, the wildest thing about this is, I don't give a shit what Cuomo has to say. What's wild about this is that the people who was ostracized for saying aliens exist, and they tried to show that aliens was existing, whether they was right or wrong, but they was always right that the government knew. The government's just acknowledging something that you've been told to do. You was already told. The problem is that no one's getting credence to the people who told you. You're getting credence to the government who lied to you. I'm saying, like what? Like what? I should give you credence for lying for telling me a lie after what? Almost 100 years? Nah, bro. No, bro. That's not how that works. That's not how it works. If anyone should get, you know what the government should do? The government should reimburse all the people who they managed to silence or managed to laugh out of the room, who are actual scientists who had actual degrees and stuff. I'm not talking about some quack that's on like the computer. I'm talking about someone who was like had a professional basis in like whether it be in biology, chemistry, what do you call it, physics, or what the case may be. Those who ever mention anything of what aliens were or the possibility that aliens exist, they should get reimbursed. They should reimburse the shit out of these people and reinstate them back in their positions of power too. That shit's crazy. Nah, I ain't gonna give you credence for lying, piece of shit. The hell?
Need in America right now more than at any other point in my life. So, gentlemen, thank you for being part of this process. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
Oh, fuck you, Cuomo. Anyway, let me see. What's next? All right, let's go to. I want my money, bro. Give me my money, bro. Hold on. Damn, those are just literally sitting at the seams. What did she send me? Oh, wait. Is it a podcast? Or wait, I'm confused. Is it a podcast or is it? Hold up. What is this? Is it a podcast or is it a Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, hold on. Will it go back to the same size? Okay, yeah, I'll put it over here instead.
Alright, everybody, welcome to the M.
Oh, there it is. Yes, I didn't have to do all that. At least I know how that works now. Alright, so this is a video from the M Lab. It's from my mod, Beanbag. And I guess she's going to do a podcast. This is an hour long, so I don't know how this is going to go. I'm going to try my best to react to this as best as I can. It might be a big nothing burger, or it might be something. She might be playing game while she's doing something. So I don't know what this is going to go. I don't know who's going to be presenting this, and I don't know what's going to be said. I'm hoping it's going to be tame. But we'll see where this goes. So let's play it.
Lab. What it shortly stands for is the.
Oh, let's go.
All right, everybody, welcome to the M Lab. What it shortly stands for is the. I can't put that on YouTube for YouTube purposes. But today we're gonna definitely talk about some stories that I saw on TikTok and another one on Instagram, and that is going to be apparently someone's wife. I'm not gonna say who it is, their names and stuff like that. I'll probably show the video on here and everything. It's apparently someone's wife. Her husband ran her over with an excavator. I think I'm saying that wrong.
Excavator?
What it was.
Excavator.
I don't know if it was an excavator or if it was just like something completely different, because the lady says a different name. But and honestly, it's just an excavator. And blames her husband in a joking manner because she is. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. And then apparently,
Insecure?
No, not insecure. No, I'll get into that, like I said, a little bit later. And also we're gonna talk about an elderly woman dies after teenage employee beats her up, in a coffee shop. And then maybe we're gonna dabble into some things that Wolf has told me about recordings
this is a real story? I'm not saying what she's saying is not real. I'm just saying like this is like this hit like national news. You heard this?
He mentioned it to me earlier. It was actually pretty cool, but we'll see how we get into that today. But let's start with some introductions. My name is Beanbag. I am 25 years old. I almost forgot my age for a second there. I'm 25 years old. I'm kind of just more of a middleman type person. I don't really take sides and stuff unless like I absolutely have to, or I'm really passionate about something. So I'm kind of just like, I love talking about everything. I love talking about cooking and all that stuff. I also have I have Tony, and I also have Wolf here. So Tony, go ahead if you want to say some things about yourself.
Yo, how's it going? I'm Tony. Nah, I'm playing. Yo, what's good? Tony, also known as GSW Tony. I'm a practicing medic. A lot of things that I talk about is purely from what evidence is given. I have a lack of empathy in a lot of things, but that also makes me the best person when talking about pure facts. So, what's up?
All right, well, go ahead. Tell yourself. Put your input in here.
I'm just here. No, I'm joking. My name is Wolf582. I have my own gaming channel, and also the footage you're seeing right now is gonna be.
So what you're telling me, is it something that's happening that is supernatural, or are you telling me something that naturally happened? Came news.
Me playing in the background while we all talk about little things here and there. These two mostly talk. I'm kind of the quiet one, but I put my input here and there. And I was trying to think before you interrupted me, ma'am. Gosh, I can't believe this.
Women,
yeah,
right?
I fucking women, fucking can't get enough of them. Get rid of them. You know what? Remove her from the call.
Yeah, I'm the host.
Unfortunately for you, you made this a union, so we're voting you out.
Oh no!
All right, chairman and everything. All right. But I play a lot of video games. I'm the techie guy. I'm the guy in the chair who helps with the editing if needed. I do things logically based. I like my good little fun facts of the day and random shit you'll never know and hear about until I say it.
He's a mystery.
Okay.
We don't know
like how many raccoons can fit in a certain person's area.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay, that's awesome. Anyways,
They told me against my will. This is the only time I get a chance to say it. I'm here against my will. Help.
I mean, no, you're.
Blink 3 times for the audience.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit on this.
He's not, you know.
Okay. Alrighty, so anyways, we're gonna get
Yeah,
into
I want to stay on point. We're getting off course here. Well, I'm trying to be nice as possible to. I'm gonna speak directly to Bean, because like, she knows I love her. But the thing is, try to keep on point. Don't go veer off too far from the initial idea. What was the point of this podcast? I know that you're trying to show your personalities, but like a lot of people, I've learned this. A lot of people find your personality if you stay on point on why we're here. So you're telling a story about, I guess, a murder. I think it's a murder if I heard it right. So I'm hoping that we can get down to business on what's being said here. I think it's a murder or something supernatural. I think it's something. I think it's just a murder, but we'll see.
The M Lab is about. So our channel is mostly about like theories, slice of life, home remedies, workout motivation, workout gaming, gameplay. We're gonna talk about like anime, manga, psychology, lore, mystery, motivation.
I think that's a little too much. I think if you focus on like one or two things, max 3, because it is a podcast. But like, if you focus too much into many various things, you'll tend to stretch yourself short. I learned that the hard way. I think it's good to like focus on one or two things, maybe 3, but that's like 6 things, and that's a lot. I would focus on just like, for instance, let's use me for example. I won't say I do podcasts, I do reactions, but it can come off as one, I guess, based on what's being reacted to. It can strike a conversation. So what I would do here is the introduction is restored. So I've kind of learned this from Mikey, because I'll ask my mods, even Bean, and I think mostly Mikey will respond a little bit more than they would, but he will say the videos are fine, like the YouTube videos are fine. The problem is that the introduction is a little too long. Just stay on point. Why I clicked on the button, because people's minds are a lot more shorter now. Their attention spans are a lot more shorter now. I mean, a lot more shorter than it was like 10, 15 years ago. So what we need to do is keep on point. So like how when we're doing the animation stuff, you see how I just get into it. What's the video about? Get in it and just get into it, because if I go on a whole diatribe about whatever the fuck, people are gonna click off. You know what I'm saying? The point is getting as much eyeballs, and I know you're trying to show your personalities. I get that, but like you have to realize that people just don't give a flying fuck. They want to know why, and then they'll eventually like you. Like, it's like this: is if you make a good burger, right, and people come for the burger, they'll eventually like you because they'll associate the burger to you. If they're just only here for the burger because they're hungry, they're not going to want to know what the fuck you have to say. But if you're there and you're doing the thing that they came here for, and they keep coming back to you, eventually they're going to know who you are, your name, and get to know you, right? Like, it's like when a new restaurant literally comes into town, you don't care about the people per se. You care about if the food tastes good, right? So if the food tastes good, that's initially why you're there, right? You will eventually come back a few times, and it becomes I won't say your main hangout spot, but it'll be one of the most like favorited places to go eat. And then after a while, you get used to the local staff, whether it be the chef, the waiters, whatever the fuck, how the restaurant is constructed. But you'll eventually get used to the local staff, and then you'll start knowing their names and stuff like that. And after a while, they become part of the community, right? So that, and then they have their own personalities that you can have an idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how that works. I think the best way to do content is just stay on point, what it is, and get to the point. Because people eventually like you and know you, that you are reliable, that you're going to give what they came here for. So that's something I learned horrendously. So
we're gonna be a little bit of funnies, a little bit of the hangout, just talking sesh. We're gonna probably get into like ideology and philosophy.
See, the thing is about podcasts, that's what mostly all podcasts kind of like covers. Everything she kind of mentions. Oh, okay. So she was Okay, she was ran over by a construction T vehicle. Okay, so it's just a typical, what was an accident or was it murder?
And the philosophy of life, just a bunch of friends just getting into a group and just having a fun.
I don't think it makes sense to tell people any of this. I think it makes sense just to get straight why you're even here. People they'll be smart enough to figure it out.
Fun time. Besides from that,
better yet, what I would do is like if you want people to know what your channel's about, just make a 30-second to a minute trailer. I hope
you guys will be able to stick around, and if you have like any questions or you want to conversate in the comment section, go for it. I love to read them. But besides from that, what are we cooking up today? So, like I said earlier, apparently this guy's wife ran his wife over.
Okay.
Now, I kind of want to get into it because I kind of did a deep dive.
Something ran me over. So it grabs my foot, it pretty much sucks me under. It rolls over to like my knee, and then it flipped me over, and then it rolled over the back of my thigh.
Oh, she's alive. Oh, she's alive. Okay. Okay, the bitch is alive. Let's go.
Went back. I guess the dog was in the way, and it just like jerked, and it rolled over the other foot. And that's when my right side got degloved, and then the skid steer just spit me out. Like I like flew. Husband gets out of the cab, screaming, "Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance!" I was probably screaming bloody murder for like a minute or two. I mean, everybody could hear me. And then after like a minute or two, the adrenaline just goes throughout my body. It mellows me out so much. Like I'm focusing on my breathing. Like I'm processing. Like okay, I just got ran over. Like I'm so chill.
Wait a minute. This happened on stream? Wait, this happened on a video? This is on a video? I'm so confused. Okay, so she gets run over by one of those tractor things, and this was on TV. It was an accident. Okay, it was an accident. And we posted this shit. Wait, am I the only weird one for this? I feel like I'm weird for laughing at this. Maybe I don't know. The fuck? So the dog did this? So wait, the dog did this?
And my husband is over me. Oh my god! Like he's crying, he's saying sorry. I literally look at him and I'm like, shut the fuck up. When the ambulance gets there, I told them do not tell me.
Okay. I'm probably gonna try to blur her out because I really don't. I know she's probably posting to,
No, it's public. No, I don't think you need to blur her face. No, you don't have to blur her face. Once she posts this in a public format like TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, whatever, you don't have to blur anything. The only thing you need to blur is probably she getting run over or case and be. But other than that, no. This is my advice to Bean and her team. So like, just if she decides to watch this or rewatch this based on my reaction on this is my reaction to her and giving her advice on what she doesn't have to do. The lady put on a public place. You don't have to blur anything. You can take that and use that. Well, you can use it. Just be mindful how you use it. So
talk about her trauma, get through her trauma and all that stuff. I have no issue with that. It just, in my head, this is just more for like information purposes of like just figuring out how and why the human brain works and like how does it affect other people who are seeing her content. And good for her going through her trauma and posting it online for people to see, to get. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, it's good for her to get that feeling out, you know what I'm saying?
Is it really good for her to post that? Maybe I'm weird. I'm probably weird. Maybe I'm weird. I'm weird. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm not saying it's good either. I think that's just kind of like extremely neutral. Like, yeah, you should get over it. Don't get me wrong. She's not having a fucking mental breakdown about it. But like, is that something to be championed about? I don't know.
I hope you understand.
Like posting it, I'm saying.
A little bit here. Do you need me to explain it a different way?
I hope it's good for her. I hope it's good for someone when they lose their dog. You just tell them, "Good for you, buddy."
Well, the thing, no, I'm just saying, like this is something that's good for
I'm
her.
Pulling you. I'm pulling you.
Okay.
Like I'm pulling you.
Well, she didn't. Apparently, okay. Let me tell you the story first, and I'll probably play the video after this, or add the video into this recording after this. But apparently, what happened is that her
I don't
husband
know.
was
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me. It's good that she got over it. She's okay. She's fine, and she was like, you know, but like posting it. That's the part I was like, I don't know where she gets, you know, like where is she getting champion on it. I was not sure for. Yeah, like she should have. Like, if anything, most people would suspect she died. I thought she died because when I heard she got run over by anything but a car, I was like, okay, she's probably dead or something. I probably wasn't paying attention hard enough. I'm sorry. That's my fault. This is not aimed towards Bean or anything. It's just like my fucking ears was not working at the very beginning. I was kind of just trying to figure out what was this video about.
driving the excavator or whatever.
Isn't it an excavator
the dog
or a
ran out of
tractor?
the garage, or she was with her dogs. They ran out in front of the excavator, and it's like one of those ones that have like an opening in the front. So apparently, one of the dogs jumped into the caravan and hit the joystick for it to keep moving forward. And the wife apparently was standing in front of the excavator.
It could be fun.
And just completely run her over. Like, it started from her, what I'm guessing, her left leg up, all the way up to her knee.
And because it's probably something popular, so they're just trying to jump on it as fast as possible. That's probably why. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. She's or it's just something that intrigues her, but she didn't put a lot of, like, I want to say research. You know what I'm saying?
Twisted her
Always
around.
A reminder to feed your dog proper food, or they'll try to kill you.
Well, okay. I guess.
Or
Hey,
make
don't
sure you
skip
give
out
your
on the treats.
at least don't skip on the treats or your dog. It's always
That motherfucker
look,
tried
it's
taking
like
her out.
wait. It's like that meme. It's like that meme like your dog has a low percentage of killing you, but there's always that 1%.
Yeah, that dog was the 1%. He was what the statistic was made for. He said, "I didn't get my fucking greenies today, so I'm gonna put you in the ground."
Oh man.
Yeah. So, so apparently it went up the right leg all the way up to her knee and stuff like that. Spinned her around, toward the skin off of her.
I kind of want to see this horrific accident. I low-key want to see it myself now. Can you guys find me the video and send it to me? I would love to see this accident. I don't think I can show it on YouTube. I just like see.
Okay, no copyright.
Yeah,
I'm not copyrighted.
I'm gonna check Twitter. Twitter's
well,
like, I'm gonna check Twitter because Twitter will be a more. Twitter's just don't give a fuck. You can find people getting killed off just off rip, like compared to Reddit or YouTube. Jesus Christ.
I guess so. I don't know how YouTube plays about that stuff.
Just kidding. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
But I'll make sure to cut in and cut out if something is copyright needed or not. I know I already read it all, so I'll tell you when it's good or not.
Yeah. All right. But besides that point,
what's her name on TikTok?
Posting it all over her TikTok and stuff like that. Just basically like.
I want to know, did we get divorced because he ran me over? No. Did I say you speak? Go in the fucking corner. So back to what I was saying. No, we're not getting divorced. Honestly, it's been pretty great. I get whatever I want. I'm always in the right. I get to do whatever I want. I'm gonna ride this forever, honestly. All jokes aside.
I really hope that's just a joke. I'm gonna be that guy and hope that's just a joke. I'm just gonna hope that's just a joke.
No, we're not getting divorced. I always get comments like asking, do I feel any type of way towards him because he ran me over, or do I see him different? No, I don't. When I was going to get the dog, and the dog jumped into the skid steer, and like my body like got ran over, it was just slow motion for me, and all I can remember was like looking at Peyton, and like I was talking to myself, and I was like, okay, Olivia, like, because at the time I knew the dog. I'm the girl that got degloved by the skid steer right here.
I don't like that. Okay, I understand she went through an accident, but what I don't like is that she's capitalizing on it to a degree, and I don't think that's a good sign. Like, I get it. You went through a traumatic situation. You are not dead. You seem to like laugh it off, and I commend that. That's fine, because like a lot of people tends to make a big fuss out of virtually everything and anything they could. But like, it's just, to me, I just.
Questions, because y'all had a lot of questions for me. First question: who ran me over? My husband.
Question number 1: will you get your gloves back?
No, I won't.
You know, posting her trauma online, which is okay. People can do that. You know, that's just how some people cope. But the main thing that kind of bothers me about this is that she's blaming her husband in a sense of form of, like, there's some videos of her saying, "Oh, my husband ran over me." And I'm like, why are you saying your husband though, if you are saying that the dog jumped into the caravan and pushed the joystick and basically run you over? Like, yeah, your husband was in it, but I'm like, don't put that man
I guess so.
all that emotional trauma. But I want to hear your thoughts about it, guys. I don't know if you have some input about it, because like,
See, but this is why I don't like. This is why I have the. This is the one of the biggest issues I have with the internet, because instead of it being a tragedy that happened, she survived. I'm okay, guys. Everything's be fine. It was just a really bad accident. It is what it is. Thank you for your concerns. I'm alive. We're all gonna be good. Thank you. I appreciate it for your your concerns and all that great stuff. Instead of leaving it to that and that's it, they're doing TikToks about it. I'm like, I don't like this look. Like, I can get, you can make a joke out of the situation and about the divorce thing. I get that. Like, fine, it was a joke, whatever. You're just making light on it. But when you make a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth different like, it's getting to a point where this. I'm not saying what happened was staged. It just seems like it's taking less seriously than it should have now, and it's losing its novelty in the sense of it being a accident and it being like, you know what I'm saying, like it cheapens and dehumanizes the idea of something that could have been horrendously horrible, right? And what will this do? It will teach younger generations or younger kids or people who are just impressionable think, oh, she got a lot of fame and fortune for getting hurt. You know what I'm gonna do? I might do something kind of similar or put myself in a position, a similar situation, just to see what can happen. Because so you know, these kids, they don't really want to put planning in anything. They'll just hope for the best and see where this goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like this.
You know, she is posting it out there. She's kind of blaming her husband. There's some people in the comment sections that thinking that they're gonna get a divorce because, you know, he ran her over. But I have to admit, this kind of plays the part of how people see things and perceive it.
See, the thing is, I've been doing this content creation thing since 2013, and I've learned how much the type of content you post out there, or just content in general, because people are so impressionable. Kids are so impressionable. Look at Kick, right? So when you say you're a Kick streamer, instantly we think you're a degenerate, and you haven't done anything, right? So because Kick has such a reputation worse than Twitch when it comes to the behaviors of their content creators. And I'm not saying all of them. Not every Kick, content streamer is some type of insane degen or some shit. I'm not saying that. But there is a stereotype that is so now stuck with Kick. It's not. Kick at first, when it first was like really brought into the zeitgeist of things, it was seen as the second coming of what Twitch should have been, or what Twitch should have stayed as. And then when people really got to know what Kick was, it realized it's just as worse, or probably more than Twitch, right? Yeah. So like, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that the lady's fine, and I'm glad that she made light of the situation and she can just, but what I don't like is that they're making content every 5 seconds about it. It's just like, no.
Have like stuck to that account the whole entire time, and she's just asking for trouble. I'm not gonna lie, Because I think one of her most popular videos was saying like, "Oh, my husband ran me over with this," and that's where I got hooked onto it because I was like, "What the fuck happened? Did she leave the husband? Did he do it on purpose? Was it attempted murder?" So then I had to go through her whole account just to see her journey, which she's doing great. You know, she took 6 months to walk again, and yeah, I just want to hear what you guys' input on it.
Yeah. Doggy dog.
I mean, if we're talking about the fact that she's changing up the story, I would say I'm questioning her character, to be honest.
Yeah.
But that's as far as that goes. I mean, how do you go from, oh, it's not his fault to it's his fault? Like, I understand you make it like a joke, but then if you do it repetitively.
You see how long I've been doing this? Even my mod's friends are saying this. I don't know if I don't know if her friends are also content creators to that degree, but they get what I'm saying here. Like, when you make content like this, after something as tragic as that, almost got tragic that you could have died or been, like, mortally maimed. You know what I'm saying? He just said it. Right? Self-preservation. Right? I do sometimes.
You're not making a joke anymore.
Yes, it's just fucking dumb.
I mean, like, there's people in the comment sections. Yeah, there's people in the comment sections that are like, "Oh, she will play this for the rest of her life on her husband," but don't you know that's gonna create a lot of mental strain on your partner in the long run, to the point where you guys are going to start having problems? I mean, if they believe that their marriage is probably gonna do perfect all the time.
No, if your marriage is going to crumble because of one small accident that you can make light of, and you guys are going to get divorced after this, it was an era of marriage to begin with. It was just a timeshare at that point. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to like get divorced because you went through an accident that the dog caused, that it was not intentional for that to happen. It was a literal accident, and somehow we're gonna get into a divorce over that. Then, oh my god, like, it's like in marriage. I kind of noticed this with. I'm not saying that Bean said this. I'm not saying anything. Like, I'm not saying that she said this. I'm not saying her friend said this. This is my opinion. It feels like in the Western society, whenever there is any form of discourse in a marriage, instantly we just want to break up. When things get like a little hard or a little difficult or a little uncomfortable, all of a sudden we need to break up and divorce. I'm like, why? Isn't being a marriage to see that you can go against those potential crossroads and overcome them as a team? Now, it depends on what the crossroad is, but like 9 times out of 10, something like an accident like that and you survived it, I don't think that should be up for no reason to be divorced, right? Like, people make mistakes, right? Like, come on. Maybe not. But then again, if you're making YouTube videos on it, that's probably TikTok. That's probably replacing the arguments in that sense. Maybe. But it shouldn't be that serious. You survived. It was an accident. Just be careful. X, Y, and Z. Keep the dog on the damn leash so that this doesn't happen again. That's it. It's not like rocket science. It's not like this man is out here cheating. We don't know that. But it's not like this man cheating or she's cheating. Let's put it this way. Let's literally just reverse the roles. Let's say it was the woman in the tractor, and then it was the husband guy ran over. If the husband were to ask or file for a divorce for his wife accidentally running him over because the dog was doing something stupid, instantly that dude will be maimed, ostracized, yelled at, called names, saying he's less of a man because of a simple accident. People will disregard his safety in the sense of saying, okay, you survived, you may have a YouTube video, TikTok about it, therefore you should just get over it, dude. You know what I'm saying? At least you're not dead, or at least you're not in the hospital like that. At least you don't have, like, you may have to get some medical bills probably, but like, You know what I'm saying? You're alive, you're about, you're walking, you're talking, you're making TikToks about it. Get over it. A dude did this. If it was the other way around, they will tell the dude to get over it eventually. Or if he said he was going to get a divorce from his wife for accidentally killing him, he will be called a bunch of names and say he's less of a man because of an accident. They will excuse the woman almost instantly.
Time, and they will probably work it out together and stuff like that. But, you know, I feel like posting this kind of stuff online is just more of, it should just be awareness, not making
It's like, let me put it this way. It's like, if your woman slaps you across the face, like, if whether it's your girlfriend or your wife, if your significant other slaps you across the face for something and everyone else saw it, do you know what everyone's gonna ask as a dude? They're gonna say, "What did you do to get her so mad?" Not, "Oh, she shouldn't be slapping you." Right? But if it was the other way around and the dude slapped his girl across the face in front of everybody, not only that, they're going to attack him. They're gonna say, "What's your problem?" Counterattack. Counterattack, let's go. But like if it was the dude and he slapped his woman across the face, whether his girlfriend or wife, in public, not only that, dudes will come in to step in and then simp for her and try to beat his ass and stuff like that, not knowing who this dude is. He could be a gang member, a killer, whatever the case may be, right? Maybe he's well justified slapper. Maybe she was doing a bunch of cheating. Maybe she gave him AIDS or something like that. You don't know. But because you see a man slapping a woman, therefore you think it's your turn. You have to step in for that particular situation, right? But if the woman was slapping him or whatever the case may be, you guys wouldn't say shit. You'd probably make fun of him, take pictures, take out your phone, laugh, X, Y, and Z, say, "You go, girl, you don't get taken from any man" type shit, or something wrong across the lines of that being like, what did he do to make her so mad? So if he retaliates in the sense of yelling or screaming or even physically counterattacking her, instantly he'll be met with force. So like, why would they get a divorce anyway if she ran him over? That is just an accident. It's made as an accident. It was caught on TV. I mean, caught on camera. Obviously, it was not on purpose, because who stages something like that? You know what I'm saying? So I don't see the point of getting a divorce. That shit is dumb.
joke.
Unless they have other underlying issues, that's one thing. But that shouldn't be one of these. This should be a non-factor or not even on a tally. It's just an accident.
And I mean, like, if you have dark humor, that's fine. Once in a while is fine. But this is kind of like a few videos at a time.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's too many videos for this to be going on. You gotta stop making videos. We gotta stop thinking that because something goes right or wrong, whether which one, we have to make constant videos on. Sometimes we don't have to let everyone know the fuck is going on with you. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things you can share, and there are certain things we shouldn't share. Or share too much. And I think that the newer generations, whether it be late millennials, early, I wouldn't say early, I'll say late Gen Z or like late millennials, tend to give too much information about themselves on this internet and need to prove that their state of mind is always in some type of like awe.
It's kind of like you're projecting a little bit, that you're blaming your husband when he said it was the dog that triggered this to happen. You know, so it's kind of just like weirds me.
It's an unfortunate set of circumstances.
Yeah.
Man. I wonder if it's just easier for her to blame the husband than it is for her to blame herself. I mean,
yeah, she will definitely not take accountability. Most women are not incentivized to take any form of accountability for themselves. Not saying that some women don't, not all, but a majority of women are incentivized not to take accountability for anything they do. Now, I'm not saying there's no honorable women out there. There are very good women out there who are very honorable, and they'll take the bullshit when they know they're wrong. But there's a high percentage of women who don't take any form of accountability for the shit they say or do.
For anybody, it's easier to blame somebody else, a thing, an object, like God, than say, yeah, no, I made a mistake.
Yeah, in a way, I kind of feel like it was her fault and somewhat of the husband's fault, because she stepped in front of it, and the husband should have known that if I see the dog running around, I should have stopped it or turned it off completely, like the kill switch. And
I don't know if vehicles like that have a kill switch.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really know much about that, unless, like, well, if you want to look up if like excavators have like kill switches if anything was supposed to happen.
Most heavy machinery should have a form of a kill switch in a sense. It's kind of like how did I say?
See, the difference between a podcast and a reaction is going in, it's going in blind. A podcast has a little bit more responsibility to have a little bit more research into the thing they're going to talk about, because what's happening is when you do a podcast and you're doing like a video on something that may require some form of research, it's just going to be it's more of a blind reaction, if anything. With friends, it's not really a podcast to a degree. Like, I think podcasts kind of consist with a certain level of research to a degree. You get what I'm saying? I think everyone gets what I'm trying to say. Like, if you watch like Tim Pool or like Joe Rogan or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm talking about. Or like the Hog twins. They have to have like a staff or they do the research themselves. I don't know who they do the research for, but they have, or like I think even Alba and Preach does some form of research to a degree before they make their videos, so they don't, say the wrong thing, because they may misspeak or misspoke or may not have all the facts, and they may end up prematurely making a video and then ruin the lives of other people, stuff like that. So
it's not a button or anything. It's kind of like a little lever, or kind of like not like a. It's how they're set up. It's hard to explain.
That's a good question. That's actually a good question, Mighty. Like there is a bunch of safety questions that need to be asked. How they got to that point for it to be caught on camera the way it did. So you're right. You're absolutely right.
I was a few of them. It's hard to explain how it is. Hold on, I'll look up something and try to.
Yeah. So that we can figure this out properly. So like
See, this is why this is part of why I don't really do podcasts, because you have to. It's why I said earlier, I don't really do podcasts because you have to do a certain amount of research, not all the time, but it's always good to have be prepared of what's going to come up, because a podcast is expecting you to have some form of factualities on whatever the hell you're, I wouldn't say quote unquote reacting to, but you get what I'm trying to say. But this is why I don't do them. This is why I like doing reaction, because even if I don't know, it's just a dude reacting to something. I don't need to have all the facts on something till like further notice.
This is all going down to like human behavior and how it affects others. She might be doing this to recover from her own trauma, which is fine.
I think she's doing it for clout, based on.
I think yes. I think Wolf is right. I think they're doing it for clout. I don't think about trauma. Fuck that. Because if you was traumatized, you would not let a lot of people know about it. You would try to figure it out, get some therapy, everything under the sun. You keep that to yourself type shit. Nah, I don't think that has nothing to do with no fuck-ass trauma. I think that word trauma is overused and overthrown too much, and this is not Bean's fault for saying it, but that's my personal opinion. I'm just saying, like, I do not think that it's trauma per se. Yeah, she was traumatized, don't get me wrong. Who likes getting run over by a excavator, I think it was called, or some form of tractor? Who wants to get run over by that, right? But like, since you survived and you're making videos about it, you can't be that traumatized.
I think it's only for clout.
Yeah, because now she's kind of like pushing it on and saying like, oh, this happened to me, because like most of her videos actually did gain a lot of traction. I kind of feel that way too. I'm like, okay, now you're trying to milk this a little bit too
much. Yes.
My American education trying to spell fucking excavator.
What?
I don't even know if it was an excavator or not. I probably just say excavator, honestly, or heavy machinery. But yeah, no, to keep going on with this a little bit, in my opinion, she could post it online, which is fine. But if you keep going too far and making jokes out of it, like, imagine how that feels for the husband. Because he was the one that was basically driving it, but didn't have the intentions to actually run you over.
No, he's probably fine. To be honest with you, if the husband's taking part in the videos, he's fine. The reason why I'm saying this is because he'd rather her make a bunch of videos and try and make some jokes out of it than he argue with her daily, every day, on a constant. I know this because, trust me, if my dad had to choose between my mom making a video about something and arguing about it, he's definitely picking her making a fucking video. He don't want to hear her voice, hear her mouth. He don't want to hear anything that he doesn't have to, like, say sorry for, right? And I'm really doubting saying sorry to her half the time because she's making videos about it, right? And she's benefiting from it. There's nothing to be sorry about now at this point. If anything, she kind of wishes it happens again. I don't think the husband is actually. I'm not saying the husband isn't sorry. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just thinking that the husband is probably more okay with this than you think. Because a lot of husbands don't want to hear their wife's voice, especially when they yell at them about something that they can't fix, especially something about the past. Oh my god.
If that was me, in my opinion, I would just like have like a really big talk with my wife or husband or whoever I'm with, and be like, listen, like, I know you're posting this stuff online, which is totally fine, but you gotta understand at the end of the day, it's also causing a mental toll on me.
Actually, it's not totally fine, but that's why we're having this conversation. It's not totally fine. If it was totally fine, we would never hear anything you have to say. So no, it's not totally fine. I'm just trying to tell you that it's not totally fine in the most nicest way possible.
And you doing this is, I don't know, I would find it very embarrassing, honestly.
Okay, so depending on the brand, there's two different types. There's just the ignition key emergency shutoff, which is just the normal, just you turning off the vehicle.
Right.
But it's different than most vehicles because like in cars, it's a nice shutoff. But for excavators, it's a abrupt emergency shutoff every time you turn it off. But for some of the bigger ones, it uses a mushroom-style red button for emergency shutoffs that use the hydraulic system to shut off the engine immediately.
Yeah. I don't know which one it was, but I hope it was,
If it's one of the smaller, cheaper ones, it seems to be a key ignition base.
Oh, okay, key ignition.
So all he had to do was just turn off the vehicle, literally with the key, then everything would be fine. But that's unless the dog isn't in the way of wherever that is, because depending on the brand, it can literally be fucking anywhere in a horrible place, probably, for what happened.
Yeah, because the way in the video, that looks like the dog literally jumped right onto him, like, into his face, in which I feel so bad.
Are you sure it's not even staged?
I really doubt that a woman would stage her own skin being ripped off. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying the likelihood on that, and it was caught on camera. I don't think it's caught on stage. I think what's happening is that we're just so used to people just capitalizing on their bullshit too much. It is part of the Western culture. Like, okay, let's use an example. The Hawk Tuah girl. The bitch only said Hawk 2 spent on that thing, and that's it. Now she's a crypto thief. Like, I honestly do not think she planned that out. Especially for the dog to do what it did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they trained the dog to do that, just to do that, so she can go after the dog to get run over? I don't think so. That's too elaborate, and I don't think they're that much of a super genius playing 4D chess like that. Right? So I think what's happening is that, like I said earlier, we're too used. Us as a Western society is way too used of letting people know on our BS on a constant. And then what's funny is when people say we don't want to see that shit, guess what would be called? You're a hater. you just hating. Stop hating. You're jealous. You're this, you're that. You're being hateful. You're being judgmental. Everything under the sun. Then can you just say, like, can you not post this shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not that serious. Well, it was serious, but now you're alive, so it's not that serious now. Right? So, like, if I was anyone, if I was her, because people gotta ask, are you okay? I still don't know why would you post this, right? I don't know why you would post that. Even though you survived, I wouldn't post that because people are gonna blame me as the husband. But let's just say they didn't or didn't. I wouldn't post that. But the fact that you posted it and then you made a video after saying that you're fine and X, Y, and Z. Okay, fine. You confirm that we're okay. We're good. Fine. That sucks that you got hurt, but you're okay. You can live another day. Your life is not changed. Great. That should be the end of it. But when you start making videos after that, go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. I'm not feeling bad for you now. Like, I feel bad that something happened to you, and now I feel like that was more real than it was. I don't think that was staged. But the fact that you're capitalizing on your bullshit just dehumanizes the whole, like, seriousness of it. It's just kind of stupid. Like, fuck the husband. Like, I don't even give a shit about his feelings. I'm like, you're the grown woman in this situation. You're an adult. You're not an idiot. Like, why are you posting this? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's weird. Like, we gotta stop posting everything and letting people know on our bullshit.
I mean, she has it on her camera. She says she even showed the video of it happening, of the dog like jumping into their face. That's what I'm saying.
I know,
like,
but what's the likelihood of this? Like, this is a very high. Like, this is. I don't know. Saying about it just screams just like saying right here. I feel like if you really look at it, you're gonna see the strings.
No, I don't think so. I think it's real, but it's just that they're capitalizing on it. That's it. I think that's literally what it is. There's no way they're playing 4D chess to be ran over with a dog chasing after the tractor or some shit like that for her to get run over like that.
Yeah, in my opinion, I did feel kind of off about it because the way that she's talking about it, the way that this is happening, it kind of just feels like it's either staged or it's. Yeah, but you know, she did show that she was in a hospital for a while.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's what makes me think it's not real per se. But then again, some people will they will sacrifice their children just for a little bit of fame. See that one chick for who was doing that podcast thing and she was trying to get with Drake and they said she fucked him or something like that, but it's never really like confirmed. But there's been rumors that she fucked other rappers and stuff like that to skyrocket her career. It didn't go so well in the whole YouTube scene, and then she got an art interview with Drake, and then I think before the second interview she said to him that she purposely missed her daughter's birthday just to sit with him in bed to talk about his stupid life, and he literally looked her dead in the eye and said, "You're a horrible parent." For someone like Drake to look you dead in your fucking skull and said you're a horrible parent is volumes right there. You know what I'm saying? So there are people who are willing to sacrifice their children at the altar for fame. So I'm not saying that Wolf and Bean isn't wrong to think it's staged. I just think we are too used at people trying to always get a come up on virtually anything and everything that they can because their lives suck. So they'll do anything to, you know.
Like I said, in 6 months, she literally learned how to walk and stuff like that.
Yes, very rare Drake W, right?
I mean, maybe. Who knows? There's probably people out there who get
you'd be surprised what people do for just money.
Yeah, well, like.
No, there's people who really will hurt themselves. You know, those people they'll say, "Come kick me in the balls" type shit. They'll do that. I blame Jackass for this.
Tony, you know what happened to you today? That guy.
Hey, PT.
Just randomly jumping out of
the
car.
So to give some background to people who don't know this, I work as a private security guard for a company. That's all I'm going to say about that. But today I had an individual run in front of traffic, specifically run in front of a moving vehicle, to ask them for a ride. Now, to be fair, this gentleman clearly seemed to be neurodivergent in a way. I'm not an expert in identifying people with, you know, that kind of tendencies or whatever it may be, but you know when you see somebody, you can tell.
Mentally unstable.
Very much. Gentleman ran in front of the vehicle, tried to ask, Not.
So my mod is doing a podcast, and we're reacting to said podcast. They're talking about a lady who got ran over by a excavator. I think that's what it's called, that tractor thing, by her husband on accident because their dog ran in front of it or some shit. I think ran in front of it or turned it on or some shit, and she got ran over. She's alive. She's alive. She's perfectly fine. She got fucked up, but not fucked up. Her leg got fucked up, but she's fine. She'll live. But the problem is that she's making too many videos on the situation to the point that it comes off extremely disingenuous. Yeah, and it's Subnautica 2. I think this is the latest installment. It just came out.
The hell down.
You'll never catch me play this. These are one of those games I just can't get my teeth into. I just can't.
Very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, so in that sense of moment, it kind of just seems like he was just doing it for a specific reason, and it actually does happen in real life. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, maybe it was just. Maybe, who knows? What are you guys' thoughts in the comment section?
Maybe
if
don't
you
skip
if you
out on the treats next time, Heather.
well, in a sense of ways, like if you guys tell us what you guys think in the comment section, and then I'll probably put up the video after this conversation so you can see it for yourself.
Definitely
I'm just gonna try my best to.
Like it looks like it's one. It looks like a. I wouldn't say look like. It feels like I'm playing Minecraft. I know it's not Minecraft, but I feel like it's that type of game where you gotta do a bunch of crafting and shit, and I'm like, nah.
Blur out the lady's face because honestly, like I don't want to bring any attention towards her or a lot of people going towards her. It's just something that we're gonna be talking about.
To be honest, do you really think they're gonna find them based off the face? All I would say was just don't give the handle. It's gonna take them forever to figure it out.
I'm gonna have to cut that part out because now since you said that, people will actually try to find her by the face because since there's AI. So, anywho.
Too late. They didn't do that.
I'm gonna cut that part out. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna try to blur out her face and stuff like that, and blur out the hand.
Luckily for her, she didn't have to do that because it was in a public space. It doesn't matter.
Like, I don't want you guys sending hate to this person. If there's anybody gonna be really watching this, this is just more something to talk about of like the mental strain that you're putting on your partner. Because like the guy seemed pretty depressed.
No, I don't know what that is.
Videos, honestly, because like who wouldn't? Like, imagine running over your partner, but who knows? It's kind of like a weird mission.
Hey, some people pay top dollar for running over their so-called significant other. You'd be surprised a lot of people will kill their significant other just because. Especially as like a 30-year marriage. I'm surprised.
Honestly. It's just weird how
I think Rick said that. You would allow people to pay top dollar just to kill their family members sometimes.
Brain works sometimes. Like, we want to figure things out. We see the anomalies. And then how it affects other people. Like, how would you take it, Tony, if you accidentally...
Huh? I'll see. I'll look into it.
He's kind of acting childish, not gonna lie. I mean, you have your husband. You devote yourself to them.
It is.
Yada, yada. I'm not very good. I have a very hard time, finding that.
I'll eventually see. I'll look into it in a bit.
So
I'll look into it.
Should I say it again? I'm just kidding now. But based off of what they were saying, it's like, oh, haha, my husband, it's his fault, ha ha ha. Dude, doesn't matter how you fucking say it. That's one, rude and unnecessary. Are you saying it so often?
Yeah. She said it for a couple of videos, and then next she started talking about her journey and stuff like that.
Her journey?
And honestly, in one of the videos,
it
seemed like she was pulling it a little too hard. Like, oh, don't drop me, when he was carrying her and stuff like that. And I'm like, alright, like...
Journey?
Stop putting your husband in the middle of it, man. It was the dog's fault. Blame the fucking dog. But that doesn't mean to get rid of your dog or anything like that. I mean, just blame the fucking dog at this point, because it was... Ooh, excuse me. It kind of was mostly the dog's fault, in my opinion. I wouldn't blame my husband for that. But anyways, we're gonna move on to the next topic. and I'm just gonna say one more thing before we put on to the next topic. Just don't put those mental strains on your partner. It sucks already as is. I'm pretty sure the poor guy is already sitting there and beating himself up over that, and who knows, it may lead to something else later on. Of we all know what humans do when they get severely depressed, so don't.
I doubt it. That's he's too weak-minded at that point. I understand what she's getting at, but that's too weak-minded at that point.
Your partners to those breaking points. Go to therapy. Don't post online. Ask for help somewhere else besides from posting online and getting views and people agreeing with you online and stuff like that. Go to couples therapy. Figure out the solution. Figure out the problem, and just do it together as a couple in private. In my opinion, I wouldn't post it online.
What? What? Are you giving sound advice, Bean, about not posting every fucking thing we come across? What? Oh my god, you're gonna be hated to it eventually if you keep making videos like this. You're getting sound mind common sense? What the fuck? Are you telling me that I shouldn't post my mental illness shit? About me getting run over by my husband? How dare you? You're hateful as fuck.
But moving on to the next thing. There was an elderly woman that died after a teenager worker.
Bro. I think Wolf thought he was on mute.
Beats her up. But the elderly woman struck the teenager first.
Whoa, back up. What?
But that's my opinion. But moving on to the next thing. There was an elderly woman that died after a teenager worker.
I can't hear what she's saying. Fucking Wolf, shut the fuck up. What are you doing? He didn't. I think he was on mute. I don't think he realized he was on mute. I think he was. He thought he was muted, but he didn't forgot to mute himself. So he started saying, "Son of a bitch, the copper fell." Fuck. Yeah, I've been so irritated. He locked in. He wanted copper. It just totally disregard. This is why staying on point is very important.
Beats her up. But the elderly woman struck the teenager first. The place was called, and this was actually on ABC News. Let's see, I think I remember the place. Tim Hortons, I think that's how you say it, right? Tim Hortons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. My English is not very great. But,
oh, shit.
So what happened in this video is that the elderly woman walked into the coffee shop after going through the drive-thru, and I guess they got an order wrong for the coffee and stuff like that, and she started yelling at or seems to be yelling at the manager or having an altercation with the manager before the teenager steps in, and don't know what was said, don't know what happened, but the elderly woman seemed to either push the teenager to the side, and seemingly so in the video, punched the teenager in the face, which caused a reaction from the employee to beat up the elderly woman.
Okay, a little excessive. He beat the brakes off an old bitch. Like, I don't know why you did that. I understand she hit somebody and that's not justified, but you shouldn't beat the fuck out of an old lady. You could actually kill her by just, I don't know, just inciting violence might give her a heart attack or some shit. I don't know how old she is, but like, okay. Have some restraint, motherfucker.
At the same
and I'm not simping for the old lady. I'm just saying, like, she's old, so she can die. Just like punching a baby, depending on how old she is. It's not like it's a young person who you can beat the brakes off and they'll be fine.
Time, the elderly woman has heart disease, and apparently so. That I think that's what the elderly woman passed away from.
Ah, there you go.
Why? Police in Fort Wayne, Indiana said 75-year-old Anita Grayson entered Tim Hortons to complain about her drive-through order and started arguing with the 17-year-old behind the counter.
Aw, look at Bean. She's over here giving context. I know she did it with the last lady, but like I like how they try to give context. I like that.
You can see a coworker then step between them before the customer appears to hit the younger worker first. That employee's manager then pushes the customer, and the two tumble to the floor, where police said Grayson ripped out a chunk of the employee's hair. Minutes after the fight, Grayson was seen on the floor, and when police arrived, they found her unresponsive. Her daughter said she had heart trouble, and the family is upset over the whole thing and how it could even happen.
Oh, they're getting sued off the rip. Yep, they're getting sued. Now, I understand the old lady shouldn't have been acting all belligerent, but remember, she's a customer. I know that sucks to hear that, because these motherfuckers don't have any sense of, like, you know, self-awareness, but you have to realize she's a customer, and she's old. She could be senile for all we know. You know, she probably don't even know who she is right now. But for you both to jump an old lady, that's wild. There's not just one of you, it's two of you. And none of you in the head would say, you know what, this is kind of obsessive. We shouldn't be fighting with that old lady. Yeah, you're getting sued, my dude. You might even get charged for murder, too. Attempted murder or murder. You beat the fuck out of an old lady. That's crazy.
You
should not enter a coffee shop for a coffee and a donut and come out unalived.
Okay, this fat bitch over here saying this. You guys are something else. You got this fat lady saying this with the glasses. She look ridiculous. Why are you wearing those glasses? Oh my god. Why does it sound more funny that I'm trying to be serious and this bitch over here saying this? And she's like a stereotypical fat bitch. You should have come out on live when you try to get some coffee. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, bitch, you need to be on a salad. The coffee's gonna kill you. Like, remember, the old lady died because she got her ass kicked. But, you know, that coffee's gonna be kicking your ass in a couple of years, too. Like, what the fuck?
That is diabolical.
Nobody's been charged, and the mayor of Fort Wayne is asking the community.
And no attack on ladies who are overweight. If you're overweight, well, it is what it is. But, like, she kind of falls in that stereotype to a degree on the way she said that.
To not draw conclusions until all the facts have been released. David?
Aaron Katursky with us.
How much more facts do you need?
My main point of this is that, like, why? Why, like, I think it was both parties' faults. We should all understand that at the end of the day, everybody's always going through something.
But remember, it's naturally good for you, but too much of that can too much of anything is bad for you.
You know, try to learn how to de-escalate the situation. But what would you do that in that moment, Tony, if a elderly person comes up to you and starts just raging in front of you, and they push you out of the way and like hit you in the face? I mean, we all know that if somebody swings the first punch, you have the right to self-defense.
You do, but you have to put something in context. The person is old. You can obviously see they're old and they're screaming and stuff like that, right? And they even try to assault you. It must have been. There was two of them, though. Correct. But, like, the problem with this is, like, I get what Bean's saying, but, like, you have to understand. You have to have depending on the situation, if you're the younger one, you should have a little bit more restraint compared to the other one. It's not like someone who's young as you. This is someone who's much older than you are, and if they're yelling at you and being overdramatic for the sake of being overdramatic, they might be suffering from a mental illness, or they're probably have like they could be suffering from a mental illness like schizophrenia or dementia or something like that, right? And yes, it sucks if they did hit you, because especially if you don't see it coming, that sucks. But you have to put in fruition. Would you punch the shit out of a baby if a baby came up to you, started screaming, yelling, started biting on your leg? No, you wouldn't. Just like, but then again, we do have a higher, we expect more from an older person because you kind of expect them to have a little more restraint, but some of them just can't because they are suffering from a mental illness. Not all, but that could be a major factor compared to someone who looks like they're in their 20s, 30s, even 40s, even 50s. But if the person looks like they're in like their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, or whatever the case may be, or even if they're in their, I'll say early 60s, late 50s, you gotta give them a little more of a pass and just try to separate yourself from them. But if they're still trying to hurt you and they seem cognitive enough to like still keep an argument with you and stuff like that, then I can see why you should defend yourself. But if it's kind of happening all in like a couple of seconds and you're just literally being attacked out of nowhere, then that's where you need to make the justification to separate yourself from said person. And then if they come after you, then whatever happens, that happens to them. So, you know, it is what it is. Correct. You're not wrong. Yes, you're not wrong. I believe that too. I think a lot of young people are been taught that if you are disrespected, you have to retaliate. And I get that segment. I get that. I understand that, but you have to understand when you're an adult now, you can't like I think I'm coming at it as more of like a more older adult than I am like a teenager or someone who's in their early 20s, right? An early 20s person is still kind of thinking like a teenager to a degree. I don't think you're wrong because I don't think you're technically wrong for cussing back because the irony in this that she's not gonna remember it. So I don't mean to make a joke out of that, but like she's not gonna remember it anyway. I rather you cuss her out than you fight her because that might just make it worse. Because you can physically hurt her and then it might make the dementia worse. But you cursing at her is not gonna make the dementia any worse. She's just not gonna remember. So like but I understand that must be really frustrating to deal with someone who's constantly forgetting, constantly not remembering where they are, and then they having a mental breakdown or they start attacking you because they don't recognize who you are, and that's probably the most scariest, most upsetting thing to deal with because you don't know what they're gonna say, do in the next second or so, or when they're gonna be kind of out of it, or they're gonna remember, or they're kind of totally gone. That's a very upsetting thing to deal with because you're in real time you're watching the person deteriorate before your eyes, and that happened to my grandfather. He had well, step grandfather, but he had dementia or something like that. He was losing his mind, and he attacked my grandmother because he didn't recognize who she was. He thought she was some type of stranger. So that's why you have to be mindful of the situation and try to separate yourself because you don't know what that person's probably going through per se, because they could be really suffering from something. So I would suggest in that situation, if I was the employees and this lady was acting like this, I would just separate myself and say, ma'am, if you're going to keep yelling at me, I'm not going to serve you. That's all you have to do. Once you start hitting you and stuff like that, you just walk away. Instantly walk away. This is your job. You don't want to take it to that level. She's already at that level. I think you can pretty much deny anyone's service if they're they're heckling and or attacking you at the store. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think you're gonna lose your job for that. But if you are attacking said customer and they lose their life, your ass is grass.
But how would you handle that situation?
Well, I mean, there's a difference between the right to self-defense and the right for offense, right? In the video, the gentleman struck the woman. She falls down.
Yep.
If he left it there, even then, it's like, come on, dude. You hit an old woman. Like, that's fucked up, regardless.
Yeah.
They're old. My biggest problem is he went back. He was now no longer a defender.
No, it's not that he went back. He had an accomplice. They both fucked her up. That's the fucked up part. It's one thing you not having a good day and you took it out on some old ladies. Another thing when you had your partner next to you, your help, and the help is, oh, here, help you take out this bitch. I'm like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You should be like, if out of the two of us, I'm right on the floor with the old lady. It is your job to pull me off this bitch. Because we're both gonna lose our jobs now. But the fact that you came and helped me beat the fuck out of this hole was like, oh my god, what is wrong with us? Now we're gonna they might get charged for murder.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
That being said, his actions led to because he was the one being aggressive.
Yeah.
In the case where someone's being aggressive toward me, I haven't had anyone swing on me in the work scene. If it was to happen, I do 9 out of 10, just leave. I got a
there you
free
go.
day, and I get paid. So
just leave.
Yeah.
I get paid extra because I was assaulted at work.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is there's a difference between swinging with an open hand and swinging with a closing. It's gonna hurt, and the impact's gonna be the fucking same. But if you swing with an open hand and specifically try to push them backwards, if they fall and die, it's accidental. But if you close your hand and you swing to throw a punch, it's intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, they're gonna fall. When you come back, again, I can't stress this enough. When you're the aggressor at any point, you are now liable for anything that happens.
Yep.
Now, enough saying that. Me in this case, I'm leaving. There's multiple opportunities for this gentleman to be hit. I mean, he could have walked into the back. There's a back entrance. I know that because a lot of restaurants just have back entrances.
Yeah, emergency exits.
And if he went to the back and she continued to be the aggressor, then that's when you want to play offense. That's when striking multiple times until they back off is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also while you are trying to back up. If we're looking at this from a legal standpoint, and none of this is legal advice, but this is how they're going to consider it. If you're not actively trying to leave,
yeah, you're fucked up. You're fucked.
That's what they're going to look at. Are you actively trying to leave and defending yourself at the same time? If you can check both of those, you're probably going to be all right. Yeah. But at any point you start to be the aggressor, yeah, you're going to be fucked.
Yeah. No, that's true. And all this stuff can be looked online. The stuff that he's talking about, you could just look it up, and is actually there. There's some things that I want to point out, which you said. But let me first, like, if I was in this situation too, you know, I honestly wouldn't swing on an elderly person. You gotta understand that these older people are probably upset because of whatever reasons that they're going through that day. Just, if I were to be punched at, I honestly wouldn't have any clue of
I would assume most cases of an old elderly person who's trying to get into a physical altercation with someone much younger than them, I think they're suffering from a mental illness. There's no reason for an older person to fight with someone that's much younger as them anyway. Because you may have, like, old person strength to a degree, but, like, old person strength doesn't guarantee win. And, like, young people have more endurance, they can move faster than you, blah, blah, blah. They're probably even stronger than you. There's no incentive to fight with someone who's much, like, younger than you are. There's no incentive in it in the slightest. So, like, right there and then, like, I assume if you're an older person, you're like in your 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, shit, you could be in your, like, late 40s. There is no reason for you to fight a 20-something-year-old, 30-something-year-old, or even a early 40-something-year-old. There's no reason for you to do any of that. There's no benefit of that. So if you choose to fight me, I know you're mentally ill. That's more reason for me to be more straight with you, because I don't want to kill you. I don't want to punch you too hard and then you get a heart attack or some bullshit.
To do, I probably just would walk away.
RKO suplex.
I haven't been much. Yeah, no. I'll cry after. I'll find somewhere to go and cry after. But if somebody was supposed to be coming at me,
yeah, that sounds like something Bean would probably do,
or hitting me in the face or punching me, I would honestly just break other things so that I don't hurt the person and just walk away and then cry after. But yeah, in that situation, this just goes to say to any people who are older or getting up in those years, you gotta understand that yes, you're going to have bad days, but is it really worth your time to go into a coffee shop and cause hell for the workers that are probably underpaid, overworked, and you're making an issue?
See, the thing is, when we bring up that term that they're being underpaid, they don't give a fuck. Old people don't care about that shit because they went through that already, and they champion themselves that they struggled through that. So like, it makes no sense even bringing that up anymore. Like, I know we bring that up a lot, saying that they're overworked, overpaid, or a case may be, but teachers are too, and they don't get as half the respect of someone who's like a doctor or something, right? Yeah, so like, it is what it is. Like, mentioning, hey self, mentioning the idea of them being overworked doesn't mean anything to them. If anything, you bring it up, you bring up to them about them being overworked or they get underpaid, is telling them that they're lazy. That's what old people who are from like 50s, 60s, or 70s will tell them. That's usually what I'll tell them. That like, if you have to bring, I'm underworked, underpaid, XYZ, they're gonna see you as lazy.
Now, in the video, the family of the person that passed away, they were pretty upset. They want justice, of course. Rightfully so, I guess, because, you know, the teenager became the aggressor and went back for more, legally wise. But in my opinion, shit, dude, if that was my dad in that situation, I'd be pretty much just trying to figure out with my family. I wouldn't even go to the news station and try to figure it the fuck out, because I would just try to be staying home and be like, Dad, why did you do that? Like, you know what you got yourself into. You could have just went on with your day. But
she's not wrong for letting her dad take some responsibility for, if hypothetically, she's not wrong to actually think that, because at least she's thinking on a level where, yes, he's old, but yes, he should have some form of, especially if he's not suffering from something. And I know her dad, so like, I don't think he suffers from anything that I know per se, but nothing severe that I know. So like, at least she acknowledges that her dad has some form of like responsibility of not putting himself in positions of where he's gonna get beat up. So yes, that makes sense. That makes, I don't think that's wrong for her to think that, because a lot of people will get mad at her if she were to, if other people are hearing this, they will think, oh, how dare you put your dad, like, how dare you, like, you know, expect your dad to think more that he has accountability to, but he does. Yeah, it's a rarity. That's a rare for most people, because like, a lot of people say, why are you doing that? You're blaming your dad, the victim. She's not technically blaming him, but he has some form of responsibility to himself for his well-being, to not put himself in positions of getting hurt or maiming himself on purpose, especially if he doesn't suffer from something. You know what I'm saying? But since he doesn't, I don't think he does, because I met him before. I can understand why she would think this, and that makes sense. Yes, yes, you have the you have the critical thinking skills to make choices. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's if anything, that too. The thing is, it's both parties are at fault. Now, I don't know if the lady who died in that situation was mentally ill, but you have to be somewhat mentally ill to a degree to pick a fight with someone much younger than you, especially if there's two of them, and then you are throwing the first punch and then swing at them again. This is both parties' fault, where the young ones should have restrained themselves and walked away and say, I'm not giving you service, and the old lady should have never bothered to do that. Like, they shouldn't have tried to fight with the employees, because I don't know where fighting and hitting the employees gets you what you want. If anything, it gives you the exact opposite of what you're trying to get, and it gets you a lawsuit. Now she's dead. They might get charged for murder, or something like that, or manslaughter, because they beat the fuck out of her and she got a heart attack from it. So it is what it is. Yes, 2v1 on Granny is kind of crazy. You're not wrong.
This is all, like I said, this is all for the older people out there. Just go into the coffee shop, be like, hey, you messed up my order. If you're having a bad day, just, you know what? Just throw out the cup of coffee and go somewhere else.
That's what I'm saying! That's what I've been saying for the longest time! I don't understand that shit! I asked for a burger with no pickles or some shit like that. They put pickles in it. Why the fuck am I crashing over pickles? If anything, just take it out yourself. They was dumb enough not to put it in, take it out. If you can't do that, stop crashing out. Throw it away, go somewhere else, buy another food. You live your life, you get a different food. The likelihood they're gonna fuck that up is unlikely. Like, what the hell? Yes, Granny. Rest in peace, my granny. She got killed by a bazooka. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, like, you know, I don't understand this. You need to leave. You need to leave. I don't know. That shit pisses me off. I have a father-in-law who does this. He tends to do that. He gets upset at the... What was that? Hold up. I just heard it. Oh, thanks for the follow. I have a father-in-law who does this. Yeah, no. I'm not saying under the idea of allergic, because if then you just killed your customer, and then I think you have to let them know you're allergic to pickles or some shit. You probably go there a lot now, or you live in the area, and you might come back to get more food from that place, because some people are dumb. They'll come to a place, argue about that thing, come to a place, get an order. The order's not exactly what they want, make a big shit about it, and then come back the next day, not thinking they're gonna give you the M&M special. So, and some of these employees don't. It says, now there's a okay, I read that right. Are there people? Wait, are there people allergic to pickles? That's new to me. There's people who are allergic to pickles. That's the thing. I don't think they're allowed to do that. They can't give you. Okay, you got my order wrong, but I don't think. I don't like if you already ate. If you even took a bite out of food, I don't think they can. Can they reimburse you? Can they give you another? I don't think they can. Policy-wise, if you already ate the food, like say you ate a burger, right, and that you realize the burger's not the right burger that you ordered, I don't think they can. I don't think they can. I don't know.
Tell you how dumb, and I'm gonna say this pretty openly for anybody out there who's a customer and you're rude to somebody on the other side. We just look at you like you're the dumbest human beings in existence.
Yeah.
Because how are you this mad over a drink?
Yeah.
To you, seems like a big deal. It's just because you're fucking dramatic. And I'm sorry to say this for anybody who's been upset about food orders. You're fucking dramatic.
In my opinion, yeah. No, you're right. I think like the only time that I forgot something to order and I went inside and actually no, I did order it through the drive-thru, and I went inside. I was like, hey, I just went through the drive-thru. I did say I wanted this specific item, and the lady gave me a whole attitude of like, well, I wasn't the one in the drive-thru and this and that, and I was like, listen, I understand, but I have the receipt.
I hate it when they say stupid shit like this. Okay, I was in the drive-thru. Okay, you're still the employee. Aren't you still the staff? Is it policy for you to, like, I don't know, adhere to my request? I am a paying customer. I paid for your food. Can you please, like, what the fuck? You're supposed to rectify the problem. I don't give a fuck if I was talking to you. Go to the person that I talked to so we can rectify the problem. I don't know why you tell me this. Lazy ass.
I don't need no attitude, and I said it to the lady too. I was like, I didn't need no attitude, and she's like, I didn't give you an attitude, and I'm like, well, you're kind of.
Let me see. He says people get upset if you mess with their beer at the bar because they're expensive or something. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
Giving me one right now.
Honestly, if I was being, once I start arguing with the employee, I don't want the food. I'm gonna cut it off from right there. I'm not gonna argue for food. I'm not gonna argue with you with food. That's one thing I'm not gonna do with you. Because especially if you're handling my food and we're arguing already and I didn't get anything done, fuck that. Like, once you gave me the shit response you just gave me, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna say, I don't want it. Yeah, I'm good. I'll just go to fucking, I don't know, Taco Bell or some shit. Yeah, it's a waste of time, and then they might give you the M&M special right there and then. They already have a fuck-ass day already. They don't like where they are. They don't like where their life is. I get it. I'm just not gonna bother. I'm gonna save myself the headache, and I'm not getting sick today. It's not that serious.
And I was like, I just
once you gave me a smidge of attitude that seems unreasonable, I'm getting the fuck up out of here.
Like, just give it to me.
I'm not arguing with you.
Trying to cause an issue or a problem or anything. I will even pay for it. I don't care. But I went into my car after that and started crying because I was like,
I'm not gonna lie. When she said she started crying, I'll start laughing. I'm not gonna lie. Bean's gonna hate me for saying that, but I'm gonna laugh. Not because I don't think she should be crying, but like, I think it's funny. It's like, I don't know. It's just like it's like a weird woman debuff. Like, I can't cry over food, but I get it. But it's funny though. It just sounds funny the way she says it. I don't know. It's because I'm just cruel to Bean a little bit. I'm just being biased, but like.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't care if you were in the drive-thru or not. I just wanted the sauce, god damn it. But, you know, I didn't want to cause enough issues for that lady. I didn't want to be like, hey, why are you giving me an attitude? Give me my sauce and get your manager. No, like, fuck that. It wastes my day. It wastes my time. I could just simply pay for the item and go home or eat in the parking lot. I honestly believe that people who actually have problems with
why did that sound sad when she said it? Like, eat in the parking lot.
Ordering food and giving problems to the people who are taking the orders are idiots. I have to admit, they are not smart people. They just want problems. And if you're that type of person...
Wait, what? What'd she say?
Are idiots. Problems with ordering food and giving problems to the people who are taking the orders are idiots. I have to admit, they are not smart.
Wait, she's talking about the customer? I can't. Wait, go back. I can't go.
It wastes my day. It wastes my time. I could just simply pay for the item and go home.
Okay.
Or eat in the parking lot.
Okay.
I honestly believe that people who actually have problems with ordering food and giving problems to the people...
Oh, yeah, she's talking about the customer. Okay.
Taking the orders are idiots. I have to admit, they are not smart people. They
yes,
just
they're pretty
want
dense.
Problems.
They are pretty dense.
If you're that type of person out there that just gives problems to employees of service, they're servicing you. They have the right to refuse you.
Fuck the refusement of rights. Some of them will take your food and literally put their dick in it. Put their sweaty dick in your food. You'd be surprised how disgusting these people truly could be. You think a teenager who has nothing to lose won't put their dick in their food? Put their pubic hair in your food? Especially if you order a salad? These people are disgusting. You should go on YouTube and type in most disgusting moments in restaurants. You'd be surprised how disgusting people truly are, especially the staff. Especially if they're having a shit day. And then, same thing with DoorDash. There was a one dude who dropped the pizza. And dude literally scraped the pizza off the pavement and put it back on the food, just save it back. Like, these people are wild.
If you give a problem.
I don't think anybody understands how much power they have when they start working for the company. You can just say, no, I refuse to serve you. Yeah. Legally, you don't have to. There's nothing they can say, nothing they can do to force you to serve. And they can't even go after you because of that.
Yeah, but then there's a lot of people out there that's like, oh, the customer's all right. No, shut the fuck
That's
up.
management. That's not your HR department.
Yeah, if you want to take...
I think you're fucking evil to go back to a place that you had a problem with. Honestly, I honestly believe you are a low IQ individual to go back to a place you had a problem with, and not in just like you're coming back to see if anything's different. You come back in a short period of time. Like you had an argument with someone like 5 days ago. You came to the same place you had an argument place just to get food. I think you're a low IQ individual, not thinking critically on that. I think you're pretty stupid.
Take it up to the CEO.
There is no reason for you to come back here. There's probably 1,000 other restaurants you guys went to.
Of the company, write a nice letter because it's never going to be looked at.
Oh, they definitely. Yeah, you're not wrong. They do love confrontation for like no reason. And then what's wild is they know those people who they had a problem with is still there, and then they'll still give them attitude as if the argument didn't like they didn't resolve or they didn't give up on resolving the problem. So they'll still bring like the attitude with them type shit. It's wild.
Anyways. So
I think literally you're a low IQ individual if you come back to a place that you had such a horrible experience about, and then where you're arguing with staff and you're telling staff that you got your order wrong, you hate them, and this and the third, you're saying a bunch of shit, and you come back again to complain. You are a sick individual.
Write the review. It's not going to be looked at anyways because AI is probably going to generate a response to you and say, "Oh, we're so."
It's like it wasn't resolved. That's pretty low and embarrassing. Yes, you're right. It's fucking annoying.
Sorry, we hope your next experience is okay. You're not cared about. Literally. No one cares about you.
To be honest, but the stories on the Reddit, people will join you and laugh at those people.
Mm-hmm. You're at the end of the day, if you're going in and recording these workers, you're being laughed at. I mean, if the employee is giving you a problem, then maybe you have some form of right to be like, you know what, you're being a dick. But in these type of situations, you're going back in for a cup of coffee. Please don't do that. These people are overworked. They're probably being underpaid. Just go home.
I mean, they are. They are.
I'm not saying everybody is probably stupid about it.
No, majority of most customers are pretty dense. I asked my sister. She works in retail. She's like, I think from a scale of 1 to 10, by probably 80% of most customers are pretty stupid. And she's being nice.
I did say that earlier a couple of minutes ago that like people who do this are kind of stupid. But condolences to the family, honestly. But
they're not kind of stupid. They are stupid.
Don't do
it's
it.
It's unfortunate it is. It's just another death to the pile.
Yeah, it's, you know, this channel's kind of a little bit of transparency. You know, if you take it the wrong way, you know, take it the wrong way. But if you know you have medical issues, why are you going in and causing a damn problem? Just go home. Make your cup of coffee.
Here's a better question. If you're living your life to the point where a coffee order, a food order, or just a generic order, you start yelling like it's life or death, I'm going to make fun of you. I'm sorry. I'm going to make fun of you. That is the funniest shit out there. People get mad at me because they take a wrong turn. How are you mad at me for your ignorance?
Mm-hmm.
Just say, oh, sorry. Don't even say sorry. Like, okay, where do I need to go? Like, all right, you just need to go this way. 90% of the time, I'm going to clear traffic so you can go in.
Mm-hmm.
If you're being disrespectful, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to cone off the section that you can't drive and be like, you need to back up and figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For me, it's more of like, I agree with you, you know, but at the end of the day, like, if you have a problem with a fucking cup of coffee, make it at home. I'd rather make my cup of coffee at home. And if it's your favorite place that you want to go to, find substitutions or find the same brand on Amazon. That's what the fucking online is for. Find it. Find it online, buy it, brew it yourself, and make it at home. If you're just out there trying to cause problems for workers and stuff like that, just know that at the end of the day, you're not going to be really in the right, and people are just going to look at you and be like, you're stupid. You're stupid for doing that.
Also, for anybody out there, just a random bit of information. If any of you out there are struggling with sleep or you really need something to get you through the day, I'd recommend throwing a little bit of creatine monohydrate into your coffee or a little bit of creatine into your water. It's going to help your brain recover from those very short sleeping days.
Yeah, and if you're having troubles with sleep too,
Not sponsored, by the way.
chamomile tea helps out a lot, you know, with the relaxation
Yeah,
of the brain,
make it at
anxiety, and
home.
all that stuff.
I will say for some of you out there who, they're struggling a little bit, good idea is to put the phone away prior to going to bed. For some of you out there who live in the tech field, it's just going to be a little harder for you to sleep. There's just blue light keeping you up, any real light keeping you up. So it's unfortunate, but I will say you guys are our backbones, 100% our tech field out there. Everybody who works for tech companies that help out with shipping, delivery, and just generic tech jobs, fucking salute you guys. Thank you for your service.
Yes, and especially like U.S. postal services and all that stuff. Like all the service companies out there. Like I salute you guys. I try not to give a problem to anybody who I'm calling, who's taking my order, who's delivering stuff to me. Like they already have it tough as it is. Their job is so stressful. It's very taxing, especially delivery drivers or U.S. postalmen. They go through a lot to get your stuff where it needs to be. And if you're just gonna keep constantly giving a problem, don't do it. It's not. They have other places to be than listening to you yell at them. You know, it's not their fault that your package didn't come in yesterday. It's not their fault that you got your package wrong. Like, come on, just call the services, either bring it back to the postal mail or tell them, hey, this is wrong. What can I do? Ask questions. Don't act first. Don't have the ignorance of playing the card of like victim and all that bullshit. No, just enough. Everybody's going through already something. Why are you contributing to it? Why are you doing that? Don't do that. But drop your guys' comments below of this second topic. Tell us what you think, and if you're working for any services companies, tell us your worst experience with a customer. Because honestly, like I would love to read it in the next one. Since this is technically our first episode, I hope you guys can give us a follow.
Yeah, that is a few in the Lost Cause. You're right.
Really hope to see you guys for
Carrying them could be a few in the Lost Cause.
A little disclaimer is that the most things that we talk in here isn't professional. We're all saying, I'm saying this so that we can save our asses. Hold on, Wolf. I saw you unmute. Give me a second.
I saw these people done the mute.
But disclaimer wise, condolences to the family. Condolences to the wife that, you know, she got into that accident. Sorry that happened to you, but, you know, be smart. That's all I have to say. It's a little blunt, but be smart. You know, don't be stupid. But I think the next topic that I wanted to talk about as well too, and this is actually that came from Wolf. He said that apparently in Japan they are starting to record dreams, which is very interesting. The first and second topic was about me, and then Tony also asked the human behavior and how it affects others, and just to say that we're all coming up with ideas here. But Wolf, if you have any information about that, that's very interesting. Recording dreams.
So they've made the first machine.
I tell you something. Recording dreams could be equivalent of watching a. I tell you something. If Japan is recording dreams, all they're seeing is a very low poly version of what AI looks like. You know what I mean? Look at those AI videos and be like insane. Probably like that. It makes no rhyme or reason. It's just a bunch of shit happening. Things are deforming, morphing, and shit. That's probably what that is.
It's a kind of MRI machine, and what it does is it takes images of the brain and the brain frequencies, but at the same time is working with an AI that they have made specifically for this task. And the AI, it took a while for it to learn, but now it's finally able to actually display the images that the person says that they were dreaming about.
Oh god, this is not good. Oh shit. Oh shit, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm not saying that that doesn't sound interesting. I just don't like that. You know how that's gonna get weaponized easy. Holy shit.
Oh wow.
Without
so
them
it's not
seeing
really...
the information. So it's not really like a full-on recording yet, but it's enough to at least say that, like, okay, this guy saw this in his dream. This guy saw this.
Right? Oh my god. Like,
so one day we are on the road track to have literal Star Wars Imperial brain scanners.
You know
where
what this is sounding like?
They don't even need to get the truth out of you. They just scan your brain and be like, "Hey, you're a rebel.
Lying. Yeah,
you're lying to me."
You think it's bullshit?
You know,
so we're
you know
getting closer and closer.
Yeah, no, right. You know what this starting to sound like? And this goes for the audience as well too. Have you guys like seen SAO, Sword Art Online? This is
No.
what it's starting. I know probably not for you, Tony, but it's basically.
Hey, we saw Inception. If you guys see Inception, oh god.
An anime.
Or that we call it, what was that one anime Inception? It came out before Inception. It was actually the first Inception movie. It starts with a P. Progarnia or something, I forgot.
I shouldn't be saying anything. I'm the most nerdiest one here.
That's why I'm like, Jujutsu Kaisen, having ass fan over here.
Such your filthy mouth.
Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember the dingus who made the SAO. Checking he's involved.
It's starting to sound a little bit like SEO.
Look at that! Let's go. Silver Cottage. How we keep bringing up SEO, but we don't really bring up dot hack sign. But then again, you don't have to be asleep or you have to lay in bed. You actually have to wear the headset and play with the remote at least. Yeah. Why don't we ever do that? Why don't we have a headset on and play with a remote? Why do I have to move my arms?
It's about this person creating, like, you know, the VR headsets that we have today. It's basically these people having VR headsets, but their brainwave is linked to.
I do want to buy that mini VR headset, the one that can fit in your pocket. I rather that over the Oculus. The Oculus pisses me off. When I had to wear that one time when we was playing Spooky's House of Horrors or I think House of Horrors, I had to adjust my head every time when that thing was on my face. Like my vision, my shit would piss me off. It was, ooh. I really want that mini headset. I forgot what it was called, but it was like a mini. It's not even like, it doesn't even go around your head. It's kind of like it sits right on where your eyes are. I always wanted that one because like VR chat brings it up a lot, and it looks a lot more doable. It can literally fit in your pocket. You can just pull out your pocket, put it on your face, instead of getting the Oculus and you have to get this bulky thing on your face and all that shit. You was able? What? What's your review on that?
World, and if you die in real life. But I'm not gonna get too much into it. I'm pretty sure there's some people who's not seen the show yet. The first 3 seasons are pretty good, but it kind of falls off. That's my only warning. I'll probably talk about it another time. Trying not to give out spoilers or people who haven't watched it and stuff. But that was kind of like the gist for Tony. But what? I have a question. I have a question real quick. So is it like them sleeping where they're recording it, or is them talking about the dream?
So they waited for them to go into something called REM sleep, and once they hit the REM sleep, they started the machine and activated the AI at the same time in order to record any brainwave data that they can find. So,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like the idea of people recording dreams and stuff. I don't really like that. I think PT said it. It's extremely invasive. I think that's gonna be a problem in the future. I can see them. Oh god. I don't like that.
The real question to y'all is when this starts becoming more of a more tangible technology, what what is the morale and like legal boundaries that this
Okay,
is
Art, I
reaching?
swear I'm following.
Because now
the
that means
script.
your dreams aren't even
Because
safe
I did
anymore.
learn about REM.
Yeah, because like, don't people
Very
have
cool.
nightmares from like
Yeah.
bad things that they do if they have guilt?
I think
over
they
it?
teach that in class.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interesting.
Just think where this technology can lead, and just ask yourself what's.
Oh, I heard of that. I heard of that. It's like a. Wait, isn't that thing with the little? It's like a blue thing, and you make the ball fly. I think. Is it like that blue? It was something. It was all the rage in the 2010s. It was like this little obstacle thing where it's like a blue ball, and you have to use your brainwaves to move it.
What's wrong? What's right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it doesn't even matter because the governments will do it anyways. It's just more the sense of how far until
Yeah,
it's considered.
I remember that. Shit, that was a long time ago.
No,
so you're
inhumane,
asking.
to be honest.
Oh, okay. So you're asking if this type of technology is either inhumane at some point, or what are you asking?
Depending on which route this technology goes, it can go 3 ways.
You want 5 masters?
Military gets involved and starts using it to interrogate their own prisoners of war in order to get the information they need, which could be plus or bads depending on what's happening.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if this ever became a technology that police used on civilians in order to get stuff out of them, because don't just think dreams. If we can record the dreams, think about how far until we can just start recording someone's brainwaves while they're awake.
Yeah.
Because if we can start with the dreams, there's going to be a point where we can get to the point where they are just awake and we can just scan it and just tell if they're committing the crime or not.
Yeah, that's called Psychopaths. It's called Psychopaths. I think Black Mirror talked about this very thing. For those who watch Black Mirror, I think Black Mirror and Psychopaths brought this up.
So the legal system itself would literally collapse, in my opinion, because then there'd be no such thing as lawyers anymore. It would just be more the sense of...
Yeah, so what will happen is this is like, if they can record your dreams, they can record your memories then. So there's no point. Yeah, there's no point of a lawyer anymore, because all we need to do is saying. So like, then what that means is like, if someone committed a murder, we don't need a bunch of like legal people to speak on your behalf, right? And then what's gonna happen is because this happened in Black Mirror where they did this thing where a lady will go up to people and ask them a question about what, like they're in some type of legal trouble. The lady will come up to you and ask you, did you do X, Y, and Z? And then you'll say yes or no to whatever the legal problem is. And then to see if you're telling the truth, you have to sit in front of her and she'll have like this screen thing that reads your memories to let us know that you're being truthful with us. So we can see what you last saw in the last, 24 hours or the last 2 weeks or some shit. I remember right. It's such a long time since I watched it, but like it was like she can look through your memories if you're lying or not. So like there's no point of lying. So she's the thing about SpongeBob.
Did they do it or did they not?
Yeah, it would kind of be also
where I feel like I'm asking
services.
y'all yeah, that's where I'm asking y'all. Where do you feel like it will go too far?
I think it went too far. The fact that you were trying to record dreams, like that's needed. I don't think it's needed. I honestly don't think that's something that needs to be needed.
How about you, Tony? What do you think about it?
I don't think it's going to get to the point where... I think if the government has the technology to use it, if they use it, they're going to use it. But I think people would just have a general problem with it. If we're talking about the sense of like, taking information from prisoners of war, I mean, dreams are just really random. I mean, you would have to understand every detail of a person, and then you're still making assumptions based off of their dream. It's not like they're going to dream about their mission. They're going to dream about this and that. Shit, I can't control.
Most people can't control. Yes, most people can't control their dreams off rip. Most people can't remember what they dreamt about anyway. Most cases, I don't remember any dreams I ever had in a while. Now imagine, and then most cases you do dream, you just don't remember anything about it. And most cases, when you wake up from said dream, most time you can't remember it unless it was something extremely traumatic. So imagine being arrested for a dream that you can't remember having, and then someone puts you in handcuffs because you said or did something, or you did something in the dream that may or may not even really be your desire. It just kind of like random sets of information. Nah, bro. Nah, fuck that.
Control my fucking dreams. You can't control your dreams. So whatever your dreams come out, it's gonna say something about you as a person. I think that's the only kind of information they're really gonna get from that. Things that you enjoy,
It's just
things
gonna
you're afraid of.
it's just gonna be psychopaths all over again.
How you react in your dreams is just something entirely different than how you would in general. But shit, if you know you're dreaming, you act like a badass, right? But you wouldn't do certain things in a dream you wouldn't realize.
This kind of also seems like that movie Divergent. I'm not gonna lie.
No, you talk about Inception. You got that wrong.
I didn't watch the full series. I got so unhooked with that movie series. I'm sorry. I just lost so much interest.
So basically, Divergent is that, like, actually, let me get a little quick rundown before I explain. I'm looking up right now.
I think she's
Blonde girl thinks she's different.
I think she's equating that with Inception.
So she become part of a different faction, and well, that is falling apart. And I'm joking.
I don't like this.
But to answer your question, Wolf, I mean, like, I honestly, out there,
I want to make it worse.
they already have lie detectors, you know. So
yeah, but that's not viable. Those are not viable. Those are not reliable at all. You'd be surprised how much lie detectors are not liable. That's why they don't use them in court. If lie detectors actually were liable like that, we wouldn't need lawyers.
Those
I know,
those are 50-50. They can find out if you can control how your your breathing patterns and all that, because they go based off breathing patterns, heartbeat, and all that, which people have gone around. I mean more of the application. I think I should have said a little bit better. I think right now, okay, it's fine. You scan a dream, you can learn what they dreamed about, because that can be literally fucking anything. But I meant more in the sense of, now that we can scan a dream and see what that person's dreaming about, I'm more saying of the future application of while you're awake, when you're not dreaming, and when they can just literally look into what you're thinking about in general.
Yes. Okay. So I was gonna let you finish. What I was trying to say is that the aspect of figuring out people's like a lie detector test, it's already out there. So I don't think people are gonna really have much of a problem if a criminal goes on for trial. Like, let's say they murdered somebody, but they don't really know. They try to lie detector test first. They don't really see anything, but they have like a collective of evidence.
But see, the thing is about that, if the person is lying, 9 times out of 10 we can figure out they're lying, because usually their lie does not match up to whatever is happening. They'll make up lies and give themselves excuses, or they'll try to give themselves alibis, but the alibis can go so far, especially if it's like time space sensitive and placement sensitive, location sensitive. After a while, they start losing track of their own story, because after a while, if they've talked to like 3, 5, 6 different cops about what's going on, or especially their lawyer, they're eventually going to start lying. It's going to not make any sense, and they're going to get tripped up. If you're not lying, it's not hard to remember anything. It will match up to whatever. Usually, we can figure it out by just data science, by just looking at dates, time signatures, time of death, how they died, when they died, where they died. I'm saying, like for instance, you can't shoot yourself in the back, so the only way to know that the person got shot in the back is they got shot from someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's the most basic way of looking at it. But like I'm saying, you don't really need lie detector tests. Usually, person will tell you off rip. They're not really. Most people who kill are not that smart at killing. I mean, smart at keeping their lies straight. it takes a special type of killer to let that keep going for a while. And I'm gonna say that's a lot of luck based. I'm not even gonna lie to you, other than just being smart. I think that, or being clever with it. But like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, most cases, most people are not smart enough to lie. They're just not. So you don't need a lie detector test. You usually just gotta ask them simple questions, and that, or ask them the same question but differently. You'd be surprised you got a different answer.
Evidence that the person did do it. If they were to,
especially if they do it in a group, that's why they separate them and ask them questions, because either someone's gonna break between all of them.
Use that type of technology to figure out in their dreams if they did anything wrong, or if it's advanced enough where they are awake and we can actually read people's minds.
That is not good.
I think it's a little beneficial.
Nope, it's not.
But at the end of the day, actually no, I think it's very beneficial, because a lot of people are accused of a lot of things and put away into jail for being innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, but that's a rarity. Not saying that I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but that's more rare than that. That because usually evidence will show that they didn't do it. Remember that one dude, who said he killed John Benet Ramsey's back in 2001, I believe. He said he did it. He even gave details about it, and then they found out he was lying. They just knew he was crazy, and they didn't put him in jail. He literally was that obsessed with the case that he made up a lie that he was the killer just because he wanted the attention. And it found out that he didn't do it. See, I'm saying that no one's looking for I don't think the government's just looking to put anyone in jail. They just need the right evidence to put someone in jail till the evidence shows otherwise. I'm not saying it hasn't happened that innocent people have gone to jail, but I'm scale from 1 out of 10, and probably 2 out of 10 will go to jail innocently. I don't think it's that easy to just go to jail innocently, because they'll usually will figure out if you're lying or not. Usually. Oh, this thing's not reading out.
I do say it would become beneficial in my opinion as well. I was just wondering in y'all's noggins what's considered too far and what's considered okay. Personally, I think it's perfectly.
I'm sure your time is static.
Good technology to use. If we can prove that a man's innocent or guilty just based off of what we can scan off their brain,
well, there might be a law against it, but like, it is what it is.
Fuck it. That means they did it. In my opinion, if you can tell that they fucking did it, they did it.
Yeah.
I feel like there'll be some people out there that's gonna have issues. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna finish the thought real quick. I feel like there's gonna be some people out there who's gonna be, like, rebel against this, saying like, "Oh, it's a breach of my privacy. It's a breach of my right of like this, that, yada."
Yeah.
I feel like if that's the case, you have shit to hide.
Yes. Okay. So
okay,
I don't think anybody. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure something will be like that out there. But if they're pushing it to be more of a public thing, where people are using it on just normal terms, then yes, it's a breach of privacy. There should be a little bit of a law behind it of breaching of privacy. And
have a great day, bro.
Getting too much involved into the public life. It should be strictly justice purposes, where they can record dreams. Now, I mean, they can record people.
Are you ready for school? Gotta wake up. Are you ready for school?
Dreams to see what kind of nightmares they're having. Maybe they could do a little bit more research about lucid dreaming. That's also another topic that I could talk about next time, about like the spiritual stuff, because I love talking about that stuff. And I love telling Wolf and Tony about. Yeah, I love telling Wolf and Tony about some about lucid dreaming, people being astral projected out of their body and stuff like that. Besides that fact, the government hides a lot of stuff that we don't know. And you know what I have realized?
Wherever you think, they have 40 years ago.
Yeah, and you know what's so funny? Like, the movies that they come out with, like, about diseases or technologies and sci-fi movies and stuff like that. Like, I think honestly, I think it's the government
It was
giving
mentioning of the
you
bear being a
basically a
place to capture
snippet of what
souls.
they actually really.
Apparently, resting in peace is a crime. Apparently, resting in peace is a crime. Don't matter to me though. They aren't in control. Like, that'll be by the time that thing becomes a thing, it'll be we'll be probably most of us will be long dead before that becomes a thing.
Have in the background and what they can do. They're just trying to show you so that you won't be freaked out. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, just let's take the instance of aliens, right? Everybody.
Before we keep letting Bean go on, you guys can see the video, right? I mean, you guys can see the video, but it's a lot clearer than it was before, right? It's not pixelated, right? I don't think it's pixelated as it was before. I think I was able to clean up the issue. Okay.
Remembers Independence Day. Back in the day, that was the biggest thing of like people being scared over aliens, yada yada. People were freaking out about it. Also, after Wolf, can you look up to see if Independence Day came out first besides World at War? Which
War of
one
the
came
Worlds,
out
you mean?
first?
But also, if you didn't know, the United States just released the files about actual real UFOs, and they're declassified completely.
Yeah. But yeah. Go ahead and look it up for yourself, guys. It's crazy. But can you tell me which one came out first? I think it was Independence Day though, but I want to make sure.
Oh,
right.
wait, which one between which? Oh yeah, definitely Independence Day. It's way before fucking.
Okay,
War.
so let's say that movie
I'll look up the exact date though.
Yeah. So Independence Day came out at that time, and then that was I felt like.
Oh, she's bringing up some unk status. You brought up Independence Day?
That was kind of like a.
That's when Will Smith became a superstar. I mean, like a true superstar. And then now he's a super nothing. That's crazy. That's when the dude punched the alien in the face. He said he should have been at a barbecue.
A little bit of a bigger.
1986.
Yeah.
See, I just said it. I just said it. As soon as she brought that, I was like, "Wait, that's unk status." And he's like, "Fucking," he said 98. Fuck. Shit. Oh, I feel old. I feel old as shit. I'm like, you unk status. Like, as soon as I didn't think she knew about Independence Day because she was born in like 05. If I remember, I think she said she was born in 05. Independence Day came out like in 98. Holy shit! I didn't know she. I'm pretty sure she's seen it, but I didn't know she remembers it. What the fuck?
The Worlds is like early 2000s, I think.
Yes, I think it was in 2006, from what I remember.
Roughly. Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Back in his prime. Anyways.
Ew.
Let's see.
Back in his prime, he was jumping on Oprah's couch. Remember this?
Careful, he put you into Scientology.
Scientology.
Yeah, that's his religion. If you didn't know, he released Scientology.
I know. It's what a terrible religion. It's basically a cult at this point, but we're not gonna get into.
It's not a religion. That's a fucking cult. That has nothing to do with spiritual shit. That is a fucking cult. That is a cult. That is a man-made cult. That is a brand new shit. That is nothing new. That's not like been around for like hundreds of years. The fuck? That shit is not religion. That shit is a man-made cult. Like, it is a glorified, man-made, popularized cult. Like, the chick from King and Queen says they're a cult. She said those people are fucking crazy. You did? Wait, you did? What was this?
I
don't know. You just upset all of them. They're gonna come after you.
I don't care. They're basically
those people are crazy. They'll come after you if you're part of their ranks. They don't give a fuck you talk about them. They give a fuck if you're part of them. Oh yes, you brought that up. I remember. Yes.
A call at this point, cause.
Oh
fuck.
Lord, what have you done to us? I'm gonna wake up with a pipe bomb my fucking mailbox.
I'll have them knocking at my fucking door, and I'll be like, huh?
No, they're not gonna come out. When you're part of their ranks, that's when they come after you. They don't come after some strange person. Spiritual poles for dancing. What the fuck? What the hell? Can you send me that? Did you send me that on Instagram? I'll check that out. The fuck? Yeah, they don't. I don't think Scientology people go after just like regular civilians. They go after people who are part of the cult. Okay, thank you, bud. They go after people who are part of the cult.
No, listen, I believe in science. I do. I really do. But when you push it down as a religion, that's where I'm like, okay. And I'm probably going to upset some Christians out there. Please stop pushing your religion down people's throats. You can preach. You can talk about God. But don't, please, don't stop pushing it down people's throats.
I don't think Christians are who you should be concerned about. I think it's the, you should see New York. You should check New York lately. I don't think Christians are the last of your problem. Let me tell you something. Christians is not the least of your problems. I'm telling you now. If anything, Christianity is a punching bag now these days. I'm just saying. You should see New York. You should see Europe right now. I'm telling you something. Like, I don't think Christians is something you should worry about. Actually, quite frank, you should be happy that Christians are still around, given what's going on outside of the country. Especially if you are Christian, if you're living like in Africa or some shit, or a Muslim-like country, you fucked.
Just chill.
I'm gonna say of all the religions that push it down to people's throats, Christian is definitely one of them, but the biggest one.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, and they believe in I think in their religion in their religion it literally says it's okay to harm, hurt, lie, and pillage, rape, and steal from people who are not the same as you. So if you're a non-practicing Muslim, it's okay to lie and steal and hurt, pillage, kill, or, you know what I'm saying, to a non-believing Muslim. Unlike Christianity, if you're a non-believing Christian person, you still have to give them respect and love and care, and keep your distance, but you don't have to, you'd be surprised. Most people don't look into that because they think they're all like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Muslims are way more, I guess, radically more conservative than that of Christians. Just saying, but most of y'all grew up Christian, so y'all think you can just talk crazy about it. But the other religions you guys don't know about, they are more radical than the Christian conservative than you know. If anything, the Christian conservative is the best thing that you have. It keeps you safe from them, but like, hey, we're not gonna get into that.
Muslims. Very big.
Let's go! He just said it! What? Let's go back. Hold on.
A lot of countries, Christian is definitely one.
Stop pushing it down people's throats. Just chill.
I'm gonna say of all the religions that push it down to people's throats, Christian is definitely one of them. But the biggest one.
The one is who?
Is the big M's.
Let's go! I just said it. That's what I said. Y'all talk about Christians like they always in your throats. I'm telling you, no, they're not. You should watch what these Muslims be saying, and they'll say it directly in your face. They say, "Well, right now we don't have enough power, but when we start integrating into your societies, and there's enough numbers of us, then the narrative will change." They said that directly in your fucking face. They want to put the Sharia law on your punk asses, and y'all don't know what the hell it is about, right? You don't want none of that, especially if you're a woman. If you're a woman, oh shit, you're fucked. If anything, the Muslim thing benefits men compared to women, but I'm just saying. So if you want to be like, so when you guys say these Christians, I'm like, well, those Christians are what keeping you safe from them. But I'm just saying.
Muslims. Very
Yeah,
big,
that
very
too.
big.
You guys
A
should
lot-
see New York. You should see New York. It's not the same. It's not the same. You should be seeing what's going on in New York and that fucking that crazy Mondani person. The mayor. I'm just saying. Correct, you're right, but like this is why I find it funny when people talk crazy about Christians, and it's funny thing the Christians are hardly ever brought up or pushed at all. So that's what lets me know that you are more safe than you think, because whenever religion's brought up, when they talk about judgmental people, they never talk about the muzzies. They always talk about the Christians for some odd reason. I don't know why. I don't know why.
A lot of countries.
Yep. And that's not good. That is not good. That is horrible. And I don't think most of y'all know what that's about.
Really fastly converted into Muslims in a very short amount of time. I'm pretty sure I'm going to upset some people about this.
Yes,
this is not very wild.
Yeah, we're not saying this to anger anybody.
I would, if I was her, I would jump off this conversation right now. For your first video, I would not talk about this. I'm just saying, I get how they kind of got this conversation, but I would just change it almost instantly. Like, this is your first video, you don't want this to, like, you lucky this is an hour long. If this was like 5 minutes, you was fucked.
We're just trying to tell you, like, just be mindful of people, and I think that's what the whole main point is today's episode. Is just be mindful of the things that you're doing.
You're telling a whole religion to be mindful of the way they do things. They're gonna say, go fuck yourself.
Live the way you want to live. At the same time, be mindful. I'm not saying you can't be Muslim, you can't be Christian. Just live the way you want, but at the same time, just don't shove it down people's throats.
Yeah, because some people just want to live their lives. They don't want to be, like, pushed so many times to talk about something or told that you need Jesus. Like, please.
Just be like Garfield, man.
Eat lasagna. Just
be like
chill.
Garfield. He was such a chill
Live
guy.
your life. You know? You can talk about God. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you can talk about it, but just don't be coming to my fucking house like Jehovah's. Please. Please stop coming to my house.
See, the problem with this type of talk, this is not attack on Bean. She'll get what I'm saying when I'm saying this. When people talk like this, they don't realize how more safe those so-called Christians keep you safe than you think. They really don't understand. Yeah, they're annoying, don't get me wrong, sometimes. They have their moments where they can be extremely annoying, but them existing actually keeps your shit safe to a degree, because as long as there are more Christians, you don't have to worry about other religions trying to integrate their way of life into your society without you realizing it. And most of you don't realize that's what's happening. Because they realize there's not enough of them. Or there's not enough of them right now. So what they're going to do is they're going to play game or play ball in your society for now. But they just need to procreate enough with y'all just to get what they want. Listen, the Muslims already told you directly in your face. They're willing to play the long game. That's the problem. And most of y'all don't think of the long game. So you don't think nothing's going to happen in the next 10 years. And then when you talk about certain things, bring up certain things, or you want to watch a certain show, where a case would be, all those things are going to be gone, banned, or you can't eat certain things because those people have integrated in your lifestyle, where you told those same people who kept you safe for the last probably 100+ years for you to do and say the things you do. You know what I'm saying? Right? Give them an inch, they'll take a mile type shit. Like, but the problem is, it's the frog in the boiling pot. And this is where a lot of Westerners don't get this. They will play the long game. And a lot of y'all do not know how to play the long game, or don't care for the long game because y'all think short term. Right? So, and they said this many times in different institutions. They said this. On rip, they're not even hiding it. They'll say it directly in your face. We will wait, and we will push our agenda when the time comes. They said that. They're not playing the game where they're not, oh, we're not trying to bring what fucked our entire country to y'all. They're not doing that. They'll say, we are going to bring what fucked our country to y'all. That's why we're here. That's what's happening here. But, that's why I don't really talk crazy about Christians. Yes, don't get me wrong. They have their moments, but at least your Jesus allows you to do what you please and then allow you to at least try to redeem yourself. But the way they do things, that's not how that works.
I don't want to join your religion.
But this is why y'all have too much freedoms. And this is exactly what Ross Strauss said. He said he has so much free, like, are we really free type shit? And then when his friend turned around, Egan Baker said, well, I wonder how it is to be in North Korea. You see how quiet he got real fast? Because he's like, oh shit, you know what? When you compare it to the two, it kind of seems kind of like there's a night and day difference. Like, no shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lack of self-awareness to a degree, I believe. But like, but the see is that, like, I get a lot of you don't play the long game, so you don't see. You guys are not thinking 20 years from now. You're thinking of like the next 5 years from now. You're not thinking 20 years, 30 years from now, where you're probably a mom, a dad, a grandma, or something like that, and then your kids are saying things that you never talked about or said because now certain agendas and organizations have implemented their ways into your curriculum in schools, and now they're not talking and doing things that would be considered normal. Now they're doing the abnormal thing to you because you said that certain groups of people that kept you safe need to go away. Now they're gone. Now you're exposed to something that you're not used to. Hey.
I don't have money, I'm sorry.
I don't have money either. But anyways, listen, guys. We're not talking about religion right now. We could probably talk about that in the next episode here. But I feel like with, like, I'm not going to say Independence Day was the biggest thing. That was just the first thing that popped into my head. Let's see. Independence Day was like my time. I was born in the 2000s.
What? No, fuck you. Your time. You mean my time? Your time.
But my time seeing that shit, I was like, holy crap. That's so cool. But I think the government was just slowly pushing out.
Right.
Your time? What are you 40 years old?
Let's leave him to hell.
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, you said Independence
Day. It's days in your time. That was in 98. You was born in 05, I think.
It's 1986, though.
I know, but when I was born in 2000s, that movie kept on.
Oh wait, 1986. It was
very popular. Besides,
you said Independence Day is 1986, though.
I know, but when I was born in 2000s, that movie kept on popping up a lot because it was very popular.
Wait, no, I can't. 1986 or 98. Hold up. Did he say it wrong? Hold up, let me check. Because I did see that movie. When did Independence? No, not India. Fuck India. Yeah, 1996. What do you get 86 of? No, 1996. He said 1986. I think he misspoke.
Aside from like what the Aliens versus Predators movie.
Yeah, that was very big during when we grew up.
Yeah, it was that one, and it was Independence Day for what I remember in the early 2000s. And then when War of the Worlds.
You were 6 years old when it came out. Actually 5.
Yes. Can you not? Actually, I'm gonna have to cut that out because I don't want people to know when I was exactly.
Oh, my fault.
I don't think people care. No one's gonna give a fuck. Actually, you bring up Independence Day and you say you saw it already tells you how you're already old as shit already. I'm not gonna lie. Even if you wasn't born in the 90s, the fact that you brought up Independence Day, a lot of kids don't know what the fuck that is. and there was an Independence 2 that came out like what, 2015, and I'm pretty sure most of them don't know about that movie. And that came out in 2000. Like when's that come out? Bro, I don't. Okay, I don't do that unless you are a student. I'm sorry, because once you start doing that, a lot of people start doing that. I'm sorry. It was 05. It was in 05 that it came out. War of the Worlds. I mean, War of the Worlds. I can't speak. Let me see here. Shit, what was that? Independence Day 2. It came out in yeah, I was off by like 1 year. It came out in I said 2015. It came out in 2016. That must suck. That's why no one remembers Independence Day 2. It came out in 2016 when everyone was fucking obsessed with their pronouns.
Besides that, so right around that time, I felt like the government was slowly pushing that ideology out of, hey, we have aliens. So if we slowly pushed out this idea, maybe we could push out other things in movies where many people will watch it.
I don't think so. I think the idea of I don't think it has nothing to do with aliens. I think that was a metaphor for war. Just like Godzilla was like a metaphor for nuclear war. I think, if I remember, Independence Day came out in 96, so it was probably talking about terrorism and being patriotic for your country. Because a lot of movies back then was very patriotic within the 80s and 90s about like 80s and 90s. It started deteriorating in like early 2000s, and it came to a far stop in 2010s. And now, if you make a patriotic movie now, you hate you're a bigot. I don't think it has anything to do with aliens. I think that aliens was a metaphor for terrorism. There was a lot of war movies back in the day like that. Like it was World of War. What was it? Stealth. What was the other one? Oh my god, what was that one? With Keanu Reeves. I think Speed. And then like, what else was another movie? Like a lot of 90s movies was like about action and terrorism or something. And then like it was in our video games too. Call of Duty was like one of them. Call of Duty was really focusing on the idea of terrorism and war and shit every 5 seconds coming from the Middle East. So like, you know.
And then they believe, oh, it's science fiction. No.
I don't think it has anything to do with aliens.
There's some things that are probably actually really true out there and stuff like that that you guys just don't know about. So just be mindful of the movies that you watch. Don't get too scared. Listen, aliens are aliens. Prepping is prepping. Be prepared. Don't go crazy. Don't steal toilet paper. It's not 2020, please. Please.
She needs her toilet paper. She goes about the
stealing. Dude, come on. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What?
No, I use wipes. Okay, I don't use toilet paper.
Were you above us? Are you levitating just because?
Yes, I am above you.
You're levitating.
Of the dry paper.
I am hands like a man.
Okay, monkey.
She called you a levitate. She called you a dry paper user. She called him a dry paper user. The fuck? He said you are a dry paper user. The fuck?
Throwing your poop.
Bare hands. Yep. Yep. It's the only way to really do it. No. I'm good for the environment. I'm very good for the environment.
That reminds me.
I'm not cutting down any
Bro, fuck the environment.
Trees
No.
the poop.
May your paper always be soggy.
You know what? You're right. Just use a leaf at this point. Come on.
What?
Make sure it's not
No.
poison ivy.
Make sure it has. Make sure it has 3 leaves. Like, you know, just
No, that's
while you're mid poop,
No, that's
on the toilet,
extra
get up,
fine.
run outside, find a leaf, go back inside, and wipe.
Good video, guys. Good video. Good first video. Good first video. Just good first video. This the topics here are groundbreaking.
In that order.
Please, guys, do not find a 3-leafed plant. It's probably poison ivy. Do not wipe your ass
please
with
do.
it.
Please do.
No, unless you want to be horrendously itchy. Then don't do it. Probably
Burns.
swollen too. It burns. Please don't do it. Because your downstairs
Burns a
area are very sensitive.
What is this
No.
conversation?
But
Not a pleasant experience.
what a
How did we
pleasant
get here?
experience. Unless you're a masochist and you have
It's
problems,
not.
by all means,
Like,
go
hey,
for
my
it.
friends,
You're
my
a
gym
what?
bros out there, all right? Gym bros out there, and vice versa.
It's 7 something.
No, I said unless you're a masochist, then I guess go for it. I
Yeah,
don't
like
know.
all my gym bros out there, bro. We probably a little bit.
You guys have issues if you're wanting to destroy your
No,
body.
I'm not gonna lie.
All right, masochist.
No, you're just crazy.
Those crazy ones.
We're all a little crazy. It's okay.
I'm not going down.
All right.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
Little Mighty,
Doom.
thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Oh, I was gonna talk about the Divergent movie.
What is this?
There's a movie?
Yeah, there's a Divergent movie.
Huh.
It basically
I'm honestly under the impression that the word neurodivergent only sounds super cool to most young people, but most of them don't know what that is. I think most of them use that term because it sounds cool to them, or makes them sound interesting. I don't think majority of them are neurodivergent at all. Or is it neurodivergent? I said neo. Neurodivergent at all. I think they just use it as a coping mechanism to seem interesting because there's nothing going on in their lives.
basically it says Divergent is a 2014 dystopian scientific film.
Dystopian.
Veronica Ruth's best-selling novel.
Wolf caught it too. Wolf caught it too.
Narvel.
Yeah, it usually is.
Okay, so we have dystopian
Narvel.
and Narvel.
Dystopian.
Dystopian.
Yes, I knew it. He caught it. He caught what I heard. She said dystopian or something. It's dystopian.
Nar. Oh, nar.
Oh, don't get that positive.
Dystopian or dystopia.
Listen, my language is not okay. Okay, I'm not gonna go to that
You're
accent.
born here. You speak English.
English is
Like
not
English.
good for me. I'm a little,
Oh,
you
Lord.
know, I'm not that smart in the English language.
You lost a few chromosomes during this conversation.
Okay,
Mhm.
good. Anyways, okay, so it's set off in a walled-off, futuristic Chicago society. Is divided into
Oh, it was
5
in
factions
Chicago.
based on human virtues, selflessness, bravery, honesty, and intelligence.
You
and
know, this
peace.
are my
The
utopia.
story follows a young girl who discovers she fits into multiple groups, making her a dangerous threat to authoritarian system. And the reason why I'm relating this a little bit to recording of dreams, and it kind of just like feels like that a little bit, because in that movie they record people's dreams. They put them to sleep and they record their dreams to see what they would do. And
I think you're getting that confused with something else. I honestly think you're talking about Inception, but I could be wrong. I have not actually seen that movie, but I feel like you're talking about Inception.
basically like faction them out of where they're supposed to go. And honestly, that's kind of what it's sounding like. Imagine like the post-apocalyptic world where we need to be divided into factions, and they just use that type of technology. Like, this kind of correlates to me saying, like, movies kind of tell you the secrets of stuff.
No, that's what leftist tells you. Leftists like the idea of division when they talk about equality. That's why they have flags. Think to yourself, you want equality, but you have a flag. Once you make a flag, you are literally at definition causing division. I forget. It was a dystopia type. No, dystopian. It was a apocalyptic dystopian futuristic thing where aliens took over the minds of, like, I think aliens took over, like, Earth and shit, and they took humans and started using them as, like, a power source or some shit. And then I guess the humans who kind of got away kind of, like, went underground and started using technology to fight back or some shit like that. I could be wrong. It's been a long time seeing that movie. Like, to be honest with you, I can never tell you the actual plot of Matrix if I could. Matrix if I could. But I just know, like, Mr. Anderson and Neo kicking ass. Oh shit, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, like, to see, the thing is with them, they like the idea of, like, division without being divided. So, like, for instance, they'll say, like, we are about equality and everyone getting their fair share and everyone having a voice. Okay. Would you let a conservative voice speak? Fuck no. Fuck no. Okay. All types of art is accepted because we all like the art community. Draw big titties. Oh my god, you are a gooner. Get the fuck up out of here, you sick gooner. But the same person will call you a gooner and call you horrible for drawing big fucking heavies. Will be the same person who will be a furry into the most degenerate, sexual, insane, mental illness shit, but they'll call you a gooner for drawing something pretty. Make it make sense. And these same people will have pronouns in their bio, have a bunch of pride flags in their shit, and they're a furry. Go by they them pronouns, and they're probably a cuck at the same time. But God forbid you draw some titties, and they're not even like big titties, they're just titties in general. They're not big, over the sized titties. It's just like a normal sized woman, like a Stellar Blade bitch. Remember they said you don't know what a woman looks like? Remember when the game company said these people don't know what a girl looks like? Like, even real ones, like, you remember when they said they don't know what a woman looks like? They're putting what's this guy said? They put 002 standards of what a woman looks like. There's only 2002 they said 002. But, like, remember that? And then we came to find out not only women worked at the same company, but the dude who owns Stellar Blade, or like the Shift Up, the owner of Shift Up, used his own fucking wife as used his wife as the model for Stellar Blade, I believe. I think it was his wife. They use a real woman as, like, for the model itself, exactly 1-to-1. Right? Remember that? Got quiet fast. And then these same people, when they got mad at the Black Myth Wukong, when the bitch made a big article saying, why does the monkey game not have enough women in it? How is the furry monkey game don't have a lot of women in it? I hope so. I never even played the first one, but I hope so. I should get around playing it on stream one day. But remember that the Asian bitch, she got who lived in the West. She won a whole diatribe saying something about why does not the monkey game have enough women inclusive diversity in it? I'm like, bro, it's a monkey game fighting demons. This is not for your nose ring type mental illness shit with your inclusivity bullshit. What the fuck is this? We're playing as a monkey man. What is your problem? It was insane. Everyone went crazy on this bitch. She literally wrote that. She said the game is not diverse enough and doesn't have no women, which was funny because it had one woman in it, but she was a villain. I think you get to fight her. She was one of the villains. But she said there was no women in it, and there was no people of color in it. I'm like, it's a game about a monkey man. What are you talking about? Right? A powerful monkey with a stick that fights deities. And somehow she tried to make it into a college, right? That shit's crazy. That's why these people shouldn't be in gaming anymore. Like I blame Anissa Sarkeesian for all this shit.
Just keep that in mind.
And that Zoe Quinn bitch that caused that Gamergate shit.
Think about it. Put it down in the comments. What are your thoughts? Tell us. We want to know.
She's crazy.
No, you're crazy. Do you have any more thoughts about that, Tony? Or are you kind of just like, you gave your
rub me my face, bro.
Dude, there's not much I can really add. I mean, when it comes to, like, let's say another pandemic. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about this. What was this virus that starts with an H? Hantavirus. Then you were saying something in Arizona. Which one was that?
I think what they should do as a podcast is like you should do your streams like this, but what they should do is cut them in sections like how I do it. So let's see how we went through every video with the animations, right? I do each video. I do the whole stream with me reacting to each video, and then I cut them in pieces and then send them off as videos on their own. I think they should do that. Because, like, the problem with this is if they're expecting people to watch them off rip for an hour straight, they're not going to watch it because it's too long. So it's best to cut them in pieces or make them into, like, segments of, like, funny moments to put on YouTube shorts and stuff. That's what I would at least do to make it easier to get people to get familiarized. I have to start doing that. But I think I'm going to hire an editor. Hey, Brad, what's up, bud?
There's a plague in Arizona, but that happened, like, I think it's only specifically in Arizona. I think it happened because of a squirrel or something, but it's just not current, apparently. I did a little bit more research about that the other day. It's not really current right now, but it is in Arizona, and it hasn't moved. So just know that plagues are still out there.
Yeah, no dirt. But
yes.
I think when it comes to anybody out there who wants to get into like the prepared world, people are gonna make really weird decisions. Clearly, as COVID kind of shown. Some of it makes sense. If you guys want to start from somewhere, keep a case of waters in your house. That's always a nice place to start. You don't need a lot of fancy tools or equipment. Go to the Dollar Tree, get some canned food. That's better than nothing. Stock up on medicine. That's going to be your biggest thing. You could barter with it. You can trade with it. People are going to want to feel better as fast as possible, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, and also another thing is that if you're storing containers of water, store container water. I think it's like almost, I forgot how many gallons of water it is per person. You're gonna have to switch it out every.
There's only 3 minutes left if you guys are wondering.
So often, I think it's like every 10 months that you will have to switch out that water because water has like bacteria in it. So use the water per person, and if ever your power goes out and stuff like that, at least you have some water on the side. Also, canning is a really good thing for. Learn how to can. You can go to your local farmers market. You can go to your farmers and say, hey, I want the products that you haven't sold this year and I want to can them. And they probably will sell it for you cheap too. And it's basically with like also meat products. You go to your local farmers. Stop going to the store. Go to the store whenever you need it to be. But
what, in the Subnautica?
Are struggling out there. Use them. Utilize it. There's a lot of farmers markets out there. And if you're in a city, try to find to see if there's any like opening of gardens, community gardens, and see if anybody's selling stuff there. That's what I found out, honestly.
Does that
It's a
does
big
this game really get
changer. I haven't
jump
bought,
scares like that?
I go to a butcher.
No way.
Local butcher. I go to farmers markets to get fresh vegetables and stuff like that. And honestly, I feel better. There's not a lot of pesticides. There's not a lot of chemicals and processed stuff. Be mindful. Be smart.
Be loyal. Be smart.
Be loyal. Be smart. But Wolf, is there anything you want to add so that I can, you know, probably start ending this video here? And
I got nothing else.
all right. So
Just I hope you guys enjoyed me building a whole walkway. A lot of scary things happening while we were talking about this. They'll know.
yeah, no, most definitely. We're gonna show his gameplay and stuff like that. So welcome, guys. This is the M Lab, and I hope you guys are ready for what we're cooking up. You know, so again, if you guys want to drop any comments in the comment section, tell us what we want to talk about, give us opinions, ideas. Anything is very much welcome. We appreciate you guys' feedback, and don't spread hate. Just spread some love and be smart. But if
They're gonna do it now that you said it.
Huh?
They're gonna do it now because you said it.
You fuckers do not do it. Do not.
I don't see the point of telling people to spread love and don't spread hate. I don't see the point of telling people that because, like, most cases when people are doing things, they don't think they're spreading any hate in the first place.
They're gonna kill some random poor bastard out there just because you said this.
Okay. Do not
You
do
should
that
feel
unless you want to.
about it. It's your fault.
It's your fault, babe.
Alright, guys. So, alright. This is the goal of this channel. I'm hoping to post every Mondays and Fridays. If not, I'll probably be posting on the weekends, like a Saturday. And
I will post once a week.
And then post on Monday.
Really ease yourself in, so don't do what I did wrong. Don't make the same mistake trying to post twice a week. I always say make a video once a week. It makes it much easier to manage.
For the future of this content, I would like to post more gameplays. If not, I'll probably make a separate channel for games and stuff like that, because we play a multitude of games here. We love to talk about anime and all that stuff. So if you guys have anything, drop it down below. Leave a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Okay, so that was the M Lab by my mod Bean and her crew, Wolf and right. Yeah, for Lord Fidge, you have some structure. So that was the M Lab. That's the team that is trying to do the whole podcast thing with my mod Bean, who is the host, and her crew. So based on what I've heard and seen so far, they did I think a decent job, but like I think what they should do is keep on point. And next time, because since it's a podcast, I think when it comes to podcasts, you gotta be a lot more a bit more knowledgeable than the average person, because you're supposed to like give some information. You're actually giving news and then talking about it based on news, facts, and opinions. Unlike me, I don't do podcasts. I do a reaction. So my reaction towards what is happening is more blindsided than it is me having any form of real information. I just get the information. I'm getting the information real time as you guys at the same time. So whatever reaction, we're reacting towards it. Doesn't mean we're giving the news. We're just getting the news from them. We're just reacting to it. It's like you're sitting next to your friend, listening to the news, and you give your opinion, right? So that's the difference between me and them. But this was interesting nonetheless. But I think what they should do is focus on one thing at a time and have a structure towards it, so it makes it easier to get into the next thing instead of just kind of like we're winging at it, and then just kind of like we're kind of suggesting things as we're going, because people can kind of sense that you guys are new to this, and that's the point. But like, you know, you want people to stay, right? You don't want them to think that you're kind of just fumbling your way through, because after a while, when they think you're fumbling, then they're gonna think, well, if you're doing that, I can do that, and then either they go do it or they just leave. And a lot of people don't got a lot of attention spans, right? So what I would do is construct this more better in the sense of, okay, we have we have 5 things we're going to talk about, and we're going to go one by each, and we're going to give each one about 5 to 10 minutes of time. And regardless of if the conversation is dead or getting interesting, once that 10 minutes or 5 minutes are up, we move on to the next one, regardless of whatever, because we can at least keep the time, so at least the audience know how long this segment will be to a degree. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't feel like we're just stuck on one thing for the whole time and then the other stuff suffers. Because everyone's going to give their opinion, so you're trying to keep it as fast as possible, but also give you enough opinions so people care. You know what I'm saying? And then I think what's best is to stick on one particular genre. So, like, if you're talking about anime, you can talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, or we can talk about power scaling. We can talk about anime tropes that are problematic or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you keep it in that particular genre, people will know you for that. Well, you jump on all different types of stuff, which I understand a variety thing. But when you jump on a bunch of things, that's going to lead to problems, because once you start talking about something political, like we said before with the whole religion thing, that can cause some issues real off rip. So I would literally stick on something that you have more expertise in, or at least don't have mind talking about. Or like, yeah, or you can start with anime food, like what Sanji cooks, or who would be the best anime cook. Would it be Sanji or Ryunga? I think his name Ryunga. I think his name is from Food Wars, if I'm saying his name right. Oh shit! Just imagine that. But yeah, I think they did a decent job. So far, I think all they need to do is like structure it a little bit more, and then, you know, they'll be fine. Because it was pretty entertaining in my opinion, but I personally know them, so like it's kind of not all of them, but like, you know. Oh, and Ghibli food, but like but yeah, for our first video, you did a pretty decent job, Bean. Good job, hun. Same as Wolf and Tony. So yeah, good job, guys. But I would suggest next time try to keep it short as possible and keep it to the point. That's all I'm saying. What else should I say as a final critique? I actually do like that you gave context in some of the videos, like on that one lady who got ran over by a thing, and the other one, I forgot what the lady who got attacked. I'm glad that you put that in there. It gives you context of what you're talking about, so it keeps the viewer like sitting for the next graphic to come up or something, or so. So yeah, but I think you should stick on one particular genre that you have very good expertise in, and then try other things. I don't think you should talk about everything. I think that'll cause too much headache problems, and it might bring in too of a randomized type audience that might find you problematic, because you might talk about, like, okay, let's use an example. You talk about anime. You had a good talk about anime, something about anime, right? And then next thing you're talking about political stuff. And now, because they liked your anime talk, but you brought up political stuff they may not vibe with, they're going to think you're hateful. Now, everything else after that might cause issues, right? Because these people, I would usually assume most viewers are very fickle, and they want you to be like them. So if you don't agree on one thing with them, you're enemy number one. So you could be agreeing on like 98% of everything. You could be off on 2% on something. They'll focus on that 2% and fuck you up and try to fuck your whole shit up, you know, and troll you and stuff like that. So I would stick on something that you have very high expertise in, or at least have knowledge in. You know what I'm saying? I think that makes more sense. It makes it easier to talk about things. So if you bring up something that is not that factual, you can say, hey, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? And people like that type of shit. But if you're talking about something random, it could be a gold mine, or it could be a bomb. So, you know, I wouldn't do everyone. I would just do one. That's why you see when we're doing reactions, I stick to mostly the anime stuff. I don't really try to focus on too much on the anti-woke shit because it brings too many crazy people. So I suggest focus on something you're really good at. Like if it's art, I do an art video. If it's about reactions, it's usually about animation, something in pop culture wise. But I try to stay away from the anti-woke shit because that, like I said, it brings in the crazies. And people will have like a very warped sense of who you are if they like you. So if you end up liking one thing they don't like, them, you get even the anti-woke people come after you too. So like it's best to be in something that's in a more neutral place. You know. Anyway, good job, Bean. All right, so I think he sent me a video. Anthology. Horrors of the booty cult. I'm innocent. YouTube rather protect that predator than me. What is this? Yeah, that was fine. When you talk about the Dream Talk, that was more interesting. It's not political at all. Well, it can be, but like it's more non-political because it's not real compared to like something that is. Because that's just a big like hypothetical thing, or I wouldn't say hypothetical because they said they have done it to a degree, but it's not like a thing like the AI thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's more interesting, or the UFOs or something like that, or the lady in the news. You know what I'm saying? Or the lady who got ran over. Talk about that stuff, but don't. I would veer away from religion, politics, Middle East issues or anything like that. I will steer clear from that shit as much as possible. Because once you say one wrong thing, and that one wrong thing might go viral, and then people be fucking with you and your family for the rest of your life.
I cannot believe that I...
Oh, so this is a video that Silver sent me. This is from Chris Blue, Bellew, Bale? I'm saying it wrong, I think. It says, YouTube would rather protect a predator than me. Let's see what that's about.
Actually have to make this video, but yet here I am. So about a week ago, I would put a Shmoney Dance segment here, but I'm far too pissed to put memes right now.
Wait a minute.
About a week ago, my video was removed for cyberbullying, even though it was a transformative video with my own commentary, some slight jokes, and just going over a topic at the time. It was removed for cyberbullying, even though I did no such thing. My video was created for commentary, criticism, discussion, and analysis regarding publicly available online statements, actions, and behaviors on a certain individual that I will not name in this video because I know he's probably going to be watching this too. Now, the only mistake that I can say on my part is that I did not know how to write a proper appeal, and I'm only allowed to give one. I woke up one morning at like 9 a.m. to a notification on my iPad saying my video was taken down, and when I looked at why, I was confused because the part that was flagged was my intro. I didn't even get into the meat and potatoes of the video, and yet it was flagged for cyberbullying, and the part of the video was a mod.
I know who it is, and they suck art. So you know who's the person who took down his video?
Montage of Dragon Ball because it has something to do with the Dragon Ball community. Now granted, I haven't even been a YouTube partner for a year. So this is the first time that I ever had to deal with something like this. Especially something as BS as this. So when I made the appeal, I just pretty much said, hey, I didn't break any terms of service. Can you look at the video again? I'm pretty sure I didn't break your terms of service, and that's my fault. That's my fault, honestly. I should have known that, like, they wouldn't really give much of a shit if I didn't post, like, a link or something. That being said, I've been continually reaching out to YouTube on this issue, and instead of, trying to listen to what I've been trying to say, they instead be like, are you sure you followed the terms of service? The amount of times that they've sent me a link to their terms of service like I haven't already been fucking reading it for the last week
Lord, why does that
is
sound
honestly insulting to my intelligence. As far as YouTube policies go, specifically, they prohibit targeting individuals using content to mock, insult, or humiliate a real-world individual, encouraging harassment, including text commentary that directs your audience to target another person, and malicious insult using slurs or derogatory language in the title or description of the video. Number 1. I was providing sources and context and making light jabs, kind of like a late show host, to make this dire situation more digestible for the audience. And I gave an example, like should Stephen Colbert, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, should their videos be removed because they mock the president? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure people would riot if that was the case. Number 2. I did not include text or commentary that directed my audience to target said individual. And matter of fact, I did the opposite. I told my audience to avoid him and his content. And at no point, and I must repeat this, no point did I use slurs or derogatory language to talk about this individual. Like, put this into perspective real quick. I'm black, so it's not like I can use the N-word against him. Right? Like that's not how that works. And second, said individual, YouTube practically decided to shoot the messenger on this situation. Like, how is that fair? YouTube actually had the gall to say that they were going about this fairly. Apparently not, because again, y'all shot the messenger instead of the actual perpetrator. And how? And instead of actually giving me a concrete answer, they kept dodging and being like, well, if you look at our terms of service, I'm like, I didn't ask for that. I asked when, in my video, what I could have possibly done wrong. They didn't give me any timestamps on what I did wrong in the video. They just kept saying, you did wrong. Sorry, we can't help you. Bullshit. Said individual is a danger to this platform. He has been caught numerous times for racism, sexism.
Actually brought up. It's kind of like that situation with that one character who was cheating on that one person streamer who was cheating on, I think it was it Call of Duty? No, it was what do you call it, Battlefield, and the person was a VTuber. And then note, we can't tell based on their VTuber it's of a cat girl, right? It's a cat girl VTuber, so you gotta assume it's a chick, but the person only says, you guys are coming after me because I happen to be trans. I'm like, no, we came after you because you was fucking cheating. And then, so they started throwing all your homophobia, transphobia, LGBT hate, all that. I'm like, whenever I hear that, I'm just thinking half the time the orientation is ever rarely brought up. The person just happens to be that, and I happen to be criticizing you for something that is isolated from that particular reason. It's ever rarely that is the reason why that is brought up. You know what? To be honest with you, the idea of any phobia when it comes to the LGBT is more protected than it is being racist. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I believe being a racist is seen more evil than being homophobic or transphobic is more protected in the sense of you being labeled that instantly than being racist. So I can't say if he didn't use a racial slur or he said some type of slur towards somebody. For all I know, he did say something homophobic. But usually homophobia is, it's always used as a form of response when the person who happens to be part of that community is being criticized for some very questionable, strange, or off behavior, and they happen to be part of that. Yeah, Kevin Spacey did the same shit. When he was accused of being a child predator, bro purposely said, you guys come after me because he just came out of the closet. So he used that as a shield to get out of his situation, which kind of worked, but It worked enough for him not to go to jail, but it worked or get on the list. But it worked enough. It worked just enough for him not to get on the list. But it didn't work enough for him to work in Hollywood. So
somebody,
I guess that's the only price he had to lose.
Almost committed Persona 3, in my words, because of the harassment that was brought about by this individual. And yet, for some reason, YouTube seems to be doing jack shit. And as a matter of fact, even worse than doing jack shit. When I said that, when I told them, hey, people have nearly died or killed, it's like,
Game banned for 4chan. Oh, he was? Oh yeah, you're probably you're a horrific person. I'll vouch you're horrific. I don't know how you get banned from 4chan.
People have nearly, again, committed Persona 3 because of the harassment of this individual.
That's a talent. That is a talent to get banned from 4chan. That's a talent.
And do you want to know what YouTube told me? Well, if he's that much of a problem, then maybe you should call the local authorities. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is your platform. There is an actual danger on your platform, and the best thing that you could, and the worst thing that you could have said was, well, it's not our problem, let somebody else deal with it. Genuinely, what in the motherfuck is wrong with you? I'm so—
Well, they're not, well, they're a platform, dude. Like, I get what you're saying, but, like, you have to understand, they're a platform. They're not a, you know what I'm saying? If you think someone's genuinely a problem, you just call the police. Oh, for real? What was the? Was it the lolly shit?
Sorry if it seems like I'm heated, because I really am. I do my best to keep my composure, but the amount of injustice in just the last week is staggering to me. Like, how are you willing to let a proven predator, proven harasser, proven bully, proven racist, proven homo and transphobe, how are you going to allow him to continue on the platform? And yet when I call him out using his very words against him, I'm the bad guy. It's insane. It's genuinely insane. Like, I don't know how you could possibly think that said individual is in the right about all of this, that I'm in the wrong about any of this. And even if you look at, like, my comments or whatnot, everybody believes that that video was taken down unfairly. And even people on his comment section, because I've looked at his comments to see how his community reacts to him, even his own community doesn't like him. Everybody talks crap about him, because he is that much of a terrible person that nobody wants on this platform, because he is a danger to this platform. I don't understand how YouTube can't get this through their thick skulls. Genuinely, like, what the fuck? Please, this needs to get YouTube's attention.
I'm not gonna lie to you, that I don't think this is YouTube's problem. Once you realize someone is that problematic to a point, I don't think it should be related just to YouTube. I would literally just get the authorities involved at this point. Like, if he's doing stuff that is illegal to the point that he's causing that type of trouble where he's doing the things you claim he's doing, I would just call the police. Especially if you have some form of interaction with him. I'll call police. If he's doing illegal things like that, like, it's one thing he takes on your videos. Another thing, if he's doing stuff with children and then involving them, and you know this, I would probably just call the police at this point.
Really does. Any content creator of any size, if you can please make sure this video goes out. Make sure that the word is spread across, that bigger creators who have a better voice than I do, because again, I'm a small creator. I don't have much of a voice. The fact that I managed to get this far is genuinely a surprise to me. But
yeah, I would just send this to the police at this point. I wouldn't even try to bother to make a YouTube video. I would just send this to the police. Because, like, trying to tell everyone about it is going to take too damn long. I might just tell the police. It's not really more of a team, more like evidence. If you got evidence, no matter how many people was against you, if they have evidence that you did some heinous shit. You did like, you know, heinous shit is heinous shit, right? So, yeah.
You need like somebody who can actually get YouTube's attention, like a bigger audience that'll force YouTube to reconsider their decision.
Moist critical is an option or other. No, dude, this is the problem. Well, this is the problem. This is why being a big creator sucks, because now little creators expect you to save them from whatever issues going on. Like, Moist Creator may not touch this because he doesn't know the full facts of something, and even if he did, it doesn't really involve him. You have more more interaction with him than Moist Critical does. Not saying that Moist might not take part in this, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I know, but like I'm saying, like, okay, let's put it this way. Imagine that you have 5 million subscribers, right? And someone comes up to you and say, hey, dude, I need you to talk about this person because they're doing X, Y, and Z. You do that. And then another person says, you need to talk about this person because they do X, Y, and Z. And then and then this person, this, and this, and this, and then like, oh my God, you're constantly being told to talk about somebody. And then if you say no, you're protecting them. It causes a behavior that's just annoying. Yeah, it becomes a behavior that becomes, because like, let's just say you say no because I don't know the full story. Let's just say you say no. Let's wait till the full story comes out on someone or something like that, right? Once you say that, you're protecting them. Not that you will say go fuck them. They can go fuck themselves. Nothing. Right? It's you're protecting them. Off rip. I'm like, I'm not protecting them. I'm trying to make sure I got the right information. This is why a lot of cops do this thing where when they're doing an investigation, they don't like to give information unless they truly know what's going on. Right? Because they don't want to say the wrong thing and then someone's life is ruined. Right? They need all the facts. They have to be hard evidence facts type shit. You know what I'm saying? And not all the time the government gets it right, but like they try to do their best. So.
Because I don't know what else I could possibly do on my own. I need people's help. Because I know for a fact that I am not in the wrong here.
Then just call the police. Like, okay, are we, like, this is the weird thing. Why are we against using the authorities when someone's doing something heinous? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand this. Why, like, when someone's doing it like a crime, like a literal crime, they took down your YouTube video or some shit. I mean, they're doing a crime. They're known for doing a crime. They're talking to children. They're showing them porn, something like that. Something horrendous, right? Why is it when someone like this is being exposed, it has to be through a YouTube video, a short, a document, a 70-page document for Twitter? Why don't we just call the authorities? Right? It's a lot like how I look at the what's her name? The DoorDash chick. She claims she was sexually assaulted, but she never bothered to tell the police. She went to the internet. That shit pisses me off. I'm like, you went to the internet before you went to authorities? Because she was quick to make a video. Yeah, just like, you have the evidence, just show the police. I would just show the police. Get your local detective or whatever case may be, and then they'll investigate the person, or case may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that hard to do. Like, if you're bold enough to like tell people that this person's horrible and make a YouTube video that's gonna be up for there forever, might as well just call the damn police. That's what I would do. Shit. Especially if you have more interaction with this person compared to just hearing things about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I need to get Moist Critical involved? I don't understand.
We need to make sure that said individual is not on this platform anymore and that people are warned about him.
Call the police. Can we not do that? Like, they're more concerned than him being on the platform than him being in jail. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's where we kind of fuck up. We kind of like fuck up. We're worried about him being on the platform than him being in jail. I don't know. This is weird.
I didn't bully said individual. I merely stated the facts and made my own commentary about it. And apparently YouTube think that's a bad idea.
Because it can lead to slander. Because we use the word predator. Like, okay, let's put it this way. Maybe, I'm not saying he's a predator, given what you told me, Sil, but like, say because the word predator is thrown so much to the point that it loses its meaning, so that can lead to a situation. Now, let's say that we didn't know any of the evidence and he's calling a predator. We don't know what he's saying is actually true. It could be his definition of what a predator is. Because remember, a bunch of girls were saying that Sukuna was a predator. Kind of found out they just all fucked him. Right, he said they call him a predator because he was trying to have sex with the girls who are much lower than him in number. Like, that doesn't make him a predator. You know what I'm saying? If you want to. But, like, it's like, the reason I have a problem with this is that he wants other creators to do something about it when he could just call the authorities. Because if you're quick to snitch on this dude anyway on the internet, might as well just... You know what I'm saying? If he's that horrible of a person to the point that he's not only getting banned on these platforms, but he's doing heinous things that is documented to some degree, you should get the authorities involved. Not making a YouTube video and expecting Moist Critical to listen to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's insane. Especially you're at 8,340 subscribers. Moist Critical has like, what, 2 million, 3 million subscribers? He ain't gonna pay attention to you. By the time he sees this, it'll be years from that point. So it might as well just go to the authorities. Oh, there's gonna be changes now? But yeah. Because if he's that much of a horrible person, I would just get the authorities involved.
His channel has already been deleted multiple times, and yet for some reason YouTube keeps reinstating him. They are making terrible mistakes time and time again. This has to stop. People are in danger because of him. Children are in danger because of him.
Then call the police. You see what the problem's here? You're quick to tell him he's horrible, but you won't tell the actual people who will put him in jail and horrible. Not saying you're a horrible person, not saying that. It's good that you're letting people know that he's horrible. But you need, like, if you're that concerned to the point that you want him gone, call the police.
YouTube, do you really think that's a good idea to allow that? To just sit there and do nothing?
Right?
I say no. So please, send this to anyone, to the biggest content creators that you can find who are willing to listen.
See, that's what this is about. I get it, but like I think that's more about that getting prop clout between content creators than actually just getting the authorities involved. Because if he's being a threat to children, fuck those content creators. They'll take too long to get to this point. Okay, I got you. But like it's like this. Like, fuck them content creators, right? Either you make the video or you get the police involved. I would do that, since you have more interaction with him and know who he is. If you have so much documentation that you have documentation, evidence, and interaction with this individual, and you know several other people who don't fuck with this dude and have evidence against him, you all should get together, show this to the police. Police will look at it, investigate it. Hopefully they'll listen, and then, you know. But not once you mentioned, I try to get the authorities involved and they didn't do something. It's the one thing, if they didn't do anything, there's nothing you can do. But like, not once that was mentioned. And that's where I have a problem with a lot of online discourse when they're trying to mention someone who is a quote-unquote predator, right? And then you find out most of the time their definition of a predator is just someone who was not nice to someone or something. So. You read the post? What post? What post? What am I looking at? About all. Are you talking about the description? His description? What the hell was that? Wait, where am I looking at the post at? Is it Instagram, YouTube? Oh, the setting of the channel is post. So I go to his channel. Videos. Best of Dragon Ball. I'm innocent. I'm being silenced. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Oh, the posts. Oh, there we go. There you go. So good news. I got YouTube removed my age restriction. See ya in a few hours. Hey YouTube, what the hell is this for? I ain't doing something. Yeah, it says 3 days, 4 days. I think I struck a nerve. Dragon Ball's Universe 3 major league, no avatar races. Ever since Twitter changed names, I refused to update the iPad. No, that was 6 days ago. He said 4 days ago. So he got punched in the chest. Is that him? Is that the character? Is that the person that he's talking about who got punched in the chest? Is that him punching him in the chest? I believe so. Yeah, that's probably him. Okay, I see it. I don't know. I would just call the police, bro. See, I'm not against that he's letting people know on how terrible someone is. I'm just mildly annoyed at the fact that when we're getting to a point where a person is doing a bunch of stuff and they're being accused of a bunch of things, and that I don't think you should call the police if someone's being accused, but you should call the police if you have evidence. Once you say you have evidence of something, that's where, especially if something that is like a crime, like, I don't know, being sexual with children, then that's where it's your obligation to like get the police involved. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I don't think you should get the police involved when the person is being mean or they bring down your video. That's not a crime. Those two things are not a crime. Or they said something mean or something. No, I don't think those are something worth calling the police. But once you start saying you have evidence, let me see. Let me see. You mean the fact that no one has prior? That's my thought process. Yeah, the priority of like. Once you say that the character or the person is doing heinous things to children and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? It kind of like it's now your obligation to call the police at this point. Instead of waiting on Moist Critical to say something. Like, because at that point, it doesn't sound to me you care about the issue at hand. It sounds like you just want to be seen by some big YouTuber so you can get, you know, schlep type of fame. Which Schlep did that on his own fruition. And he was doing his own thing. People just kind of found out he... What, the dude that was talking earlier? Pentagon releases over 40 p. Yeah, I know, but that's even more reason to be like, okay, I'm not a year in, but if I know this person's being that to the point that I want him gone, like even if the person hasn't been a year, like if you're pushing a video enough to let people know and trying to let everyone know and trying to get YouTubers to know, might as well just call the police at this point. Police don't give a shit how big you are. They give a shit if you're doing a crime, and if you have evidence on, you know, said bro, you need to. I think it's now your moral obligation to let the police know that there is a child predator. I'll find something. I'm sorry, I'm looking for something. My bad. That's why I'm just kind of like, you guys look at the screen. Oh my god, my back. Okay. They are using AI.
Clavicular is what Niche, I think you say his name right, warned us about. So yeah, let's get into it.
Clavicular is...
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like, don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing him in the sense of like you're a horrible person. Not in the slightest. I'm just saying I'm just tired of that type of I get annoyed when I'm more annoyed with internet culture than I am with the person who's like making the complaint. Cause like there's too many times in like internet culture where when someone's being a predator towards someone, especially like in like we hear like a lot of Smash communities where there's a lot of like predatory things that happen in the Smash community. Somehow people will be too busy making Google documents than just literally letting the cops know. That shit would be crazy.
What Nietzsche warned us about. Friedrich Nietzsche was a 19th century German philosopher who had a chilling warning about the future. If you gaze long enough into the abyss also gazes into you.
Oh yeah, very classic line. Of course, it basically references to being ideologically captured or staring long enough into something that you forget who you are. Essentially, you lose yourself in what that thing is that you've become obsessed with, even if you thought you wouldn't.
See Clavicular or Braden Peters as a self-help creator or an influencer to help you increase your looks. Other people see him as entertainment, but I see something much darker. I see the exact cultural sickness that Friedrich Nietzsche diagnosed over 100 years ago, fully optimized for the internet age. I see Nietzsche's worst fear, living, breathing, and streaming, contaminating the youth and future generations.
Here's the thing with Clavicular. In my opinion, I think he's just a symptom of a system that has been prevalent for a lot of years now, many decades, I would say, regarding, you know, social dynamics and the dating market between men and women, and the vanity and the superfluousness of real character, the disregard for actual values, and the main prioritization on, well, looks. I mean, the math is very simple. It's called supply and demand, and you cater to what the demand is. And right now, I guess this year, he pretty much locked in and optimized for what the market wants, and he's become as rich as he's ever been. Say what you want about the guy, but he's actually proved something right. Who's crying? Is that a girl?
Friedrich Nietzsche famously said, God is dead. And a lot of people misinterpret.
I actually kind of think he abandoned this world, but that's to be determined.
Interpret what he meant by that. He wasn't making a religious argument. He was giving a warning. You see, for much of human history, people believed that their lives pointed to something higher. God, truth, virtue, being a good person, something that was beyond themselves. And that higher meaning, it gave life direction. Right. It made people share with others when they had little. It made people forgive each other when they wanted to seek revenge. It made people restrain themselves when anger would have felt better.
Exactly. You know, although I'm not the most religious and I went my whole atheist, I guess, teen rebellion arc, I'm kind of, like I said before, I'm agnostic, so I'm open to anything being possible. Aliens, God making aliens, the universe being infinite, and Schrodinger's cat, and superposition and quantum physics and everything else in between. But I will say though, I think religion is necessary for a lot of people. It gives not only people structure,
Religion is necessary because it gives you a moral a moral compass, or at least a moral structure from not letting you do whatever you want to do. Religion is trying to restrict you from consuming thyself by falling into one's flesh or one's desires. That's what it's made for. Well, most cases. Well, I'm talking about Christianity specifically, but like, I don't know about other religions outside of that, but like, mainly based on my experience, that's what it's for. You may not like how the rules are made within that religion, but it's usually there to protect you from yourself. That's usually most religions trying to protect you on a spiritual level, so you don't end up just doing everything and anything, or do nihilistic shit to other people or yourself, or live in a land of confusion half the time. So
structure and values and principles, but also
Correct.
hope. And that is some of the most important things we need in these times is hope. A lot of people don't have hope. And, you know, if they don't have a good religion to attach to, they're just inevitably going to be a religion.
They just go crazy. Then they steal anything and everything. What's the saying? If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything type shit.
That fills the void. And as we can see, there's a lot of, let's just say,
there is a lot of boys or young men of today who needs a form of structure in life in their situation. Most of them are lacking purpose, and that's why a lot of them fall for the claviculars or the Hassan Pikers and all that shit. You'd be surprised.
Non-theistic religions running amok in people's minds that have ideologically captured them so much to the point to where they're actually killing their family members over this stuff, i.e. modern politics are quite literally a religion.
It made sacrifice and living unselfishly make sense. But Friedrich Nietzsche believed that in modern times, people stopped believing in that higher source. And when the reason to believe in something higher fades, so does the reason to act beyond yourself. This is the birth of nihilism. Nihilism is the belief that life has no higher meaning or purpose. Nietzsche warned that if
let's see, like shows, I show speed, for instance. Yes.
there is nothing higher to aim at, then where does our energy go? He feared that the self would become the new focus, the new project, the new thing to perfect. And with clavicular, we can see this clearly.
Yeah. It's called narcissism, right? If you have no higher power, a lot of people tend to look inward and obsess with themselves. By the way, before all these people started talking about clavicular and the rat utopia, I'm literally the one. I believe I was one of the first people to bring up the rat utopia experiment in relevance to clavicular being one of the pretty ones. I just want to say, I want my credit.
Where do you rank male beauty in like the kind of scale of what's important? Like
the highest.
Like higher than like kindness or something.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at dating apps, literally, there's no personality. There used to be where you would insert, i.e. personality traits and hobbies. They got rid of that. Why? Because the user base didn't give a fuck about that shit, and they only wanted looks.
Oh, they fuck the looks. They gamified the idea of dating. Now you have to pay the dating app for you to get information on a person that lives in a proximity of 20 miles or less. They gamified it. And then actually, I think one of the most biggest things is they ask you what you make, and then what's your occupation. They ask all your different things, and then try to list that as a way of to see how they can market that to you, so you can pay money to. It's insane. Yep. Yeah, dating battle pass, correct.
People were swiping right or left depending on if you met their benchmark for looks. This has been tried and tested for at least a decade at this point. The studies are out, the scientific data. You know, for me, I'm a very hard numbers guy. I like numbers and I like observable data, and that's what it is. And clavicular, what he's done, despite what you guys may feel about him, is optimizing for has the maximum ROI, return on investment. And in this case, I guess, blasting loads of peptides, taking small doses of the zombie drug to keep you skinny, things like retatrutide, dutasteride, certain PEDs, since he was very young to optimize his looks. That's what he's been doing. And I mean, you guys have seen the streams. You see how he talks to girls. Proof is in the pudding. And now this year he started out, I would assume, with a net worth below that of 100K. Now he's a multi-millionaire. How does that all happen all of a sudden? Come on. He's not particularly talented whatsoever.
Instead of asking how to grow in character, how to grow in depth, how to grow in truth, the focus shifts on how to look better, how to gain more followers, how to achieve more more status, how to mog more people. And
because that is the optimal strategy for today's society. That is why he's so successful.
Meaning collapses when nihilism grows. Anyone or anything that stands in the way of the self can feel unimportant. This is evident in the viral clip where Clavicular runs over someone in a Tesla Cybertruck. On Christmas Eve 2025, he was live streaming while driving in Miami. A man whom Clavicular claimed had been stalking and harassing.
Dude, you stalk the man just to die on camera and don't even get the justice for it. That's funny. Actually, I don't think there was no justice to lose. That dude didn't do nothing wrong. If anything, you was harassing him. You was harassing Clavicular. He had every right to defend himself. You made it your mission to harass, stalk this man, and he took it upon himself to defend himself, and now you're in a box. And he's still mocking people. That's crazy. Imagine if you took that time and didn't fuck your whole life up just to mess with a man on the internet. You dumbass.
Him jumped onto the back of his truck. Someone in the car told him to drive. Clavicular accelerated and the man slid off the hood and went under the truck. On stream, Clavicular said,
Yep.
Is he dead?
I don't know. Yeah, he died. He died from that very car. He ran him over. He died. Clavicular did not get sentenced for that because it was self-defense. The man had a history of stalking him. Yeah, the man had a history of stalking him. The man had a history of following him and finding where he is and looking for what he was and threatening him and everything under the sun. He came to the thing with his girlfriend in the car. He hit the car and everything, trying to get off the car. He wouldn't get off, so he started the car and the dude got ran over. He died. Dumbass.
Well, to be fair, that guy was stalking and harassing him. I know, like, Clavicular is a bit of a cold asshole. I think so can I at some certain points, but I would have done the same. I'm literally, why would I care about someone's life who has been stalking and harassing me for weeks on stream, trying to make content, and has technically, so I think he, prior to this, was stream sniping him and at one point threw some type of liquid on him. I mean, at that point, I kind of don't care about your life. Also, what I think this uploader is doing, I think he's basically overthinking this entire thing. Bro, if you're young and you want to get rich and you want to get women, you try to look as good as possible. I'm sorry, that's just, it's that simple. The whole trope of, oh my God, I just...
No, it's not about looking good. It's about being able to provide. What resources you have, that's usually what, because like okay, let's look at it this way. I know that sucks when I said that, but like, you gotta put it this way. Look at what's his name, something Bunce, that one rapper. He's a fat rapper. I forgot his name. Steve Bunce, I forgot his name, but he's kind of like a low-cal, and he has this very skinny girlfriend, as he claims. He claims this is his girlfriend. And because he has money, she stays with him. Now, I'm not saying get with a girl who's with you for money, but you don't actually, as a man, you don't have to actually be good looking. You just have to know if you can provide whatever you can. David Blunts, there we go. My dad, I said Bunts. Yeah, David Blunts. That's his name. Like, dude is bigger than a house. He can hardly breathe, and he has this skinny girlfriend. I don't know if they actually do fuck if he can, but like, because he's that fat. He'd be in like his Pride Chazzy rapping. That's how fat he is. He's like that fat. So, you know.
Just be nice, be kind, be smart, love teddy bears and hug puppies. Help old ladies cross the streets. I'm sorry to say that was all coke. I literally tried all of that. I'm half kidding, by the way. I'm being a little silly in this video. Don't take me too seriously.
The man survived. No serious injuries were reported, and police investigated and ruled that there was no crime. Clavicular claimed that it was self-defense, and the clip went viral. The moment is shocking, but more revealing than shocking.
Hey, did that guy ever survive? I wonder.
No, he died.
Because I went to his page before and I didn't see any updates whatsoever. That's kind of crazy.
Clavicular was truly trying to ascend, to grow on the inside. His first instinct wouldn't have been to run someone else over. Instead, his first instinct was the stream. Instead, his first instinct was himself. For Nietzsche, nihilism is when there's no...
Did you not... Oh, wait, he doesn't know the full facts if he's bringing that bullshit up. He doesn't know that dude was harassing him.
no higher value guiding your actions. When there's nothing above you, no moral anchor, no deeper purpose, the self becomes the higher thing. And when the self becomes the highest thing, everything else becomes secondary.
This man is looking kind of like Patrick Bateman right now. Or is it Norman Bates? American Psycho. I get it. You know, it's funny. You know, we're making philosophical video essays about clavicular and comparing him to what Nietzsche said about staring into the abyss. And you stare long enough into the abyss will gaze onto you and all the things. Listen, I get it, but I kind of think the video essay with menacing music in the background is kind of overthinking this. Again, it's all supply and demand. That's all it really comes down to. Supply and demand. And this guy, Clavicular, he's optimized for what society wants and demands of today. You guys see my videos. You see how people act. And now he's wildly successful, rich, famous, and everything in between. I guess we still have yet to see if he's going to crash out and burn and end up in prison like a Chud the Builder or somebody. But so far, I mean, this guy basically can afford to retire both his parents now.
People become in the background, obstacles become disposable, interruptions become threats. In that moment, the stream, the image, the performance mattered more than the person underneath the truck. That is nihilism in its pure.
No, it's not. That proves you didn't put a lot of research into that situation. That dude threw water on him, some type of weird liquid on him. He harassed him. He right, the SpongeBob soundtrack. He stream sniped him. He threatened him many times. He was streaming and heckling him for his own content and shit. Dude got turned into a t-shirt. I don't feel bad for bro. He's a dumbass. He should have been, instead of being a nuisance streamer, he should have been focusing on anything else but being that. So it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Dude should have been a little more self-aware on that one. Dumbass.
Purest form, that nothing is higher than the self. That is what Nietzsche feared. Not some dramatic evil, but a quiet shrinking of moral concern, where striving for something greater than ourselves is replaced by protecting and promoting ourselves. And one of—
Not gonna lie, I think that was just pressing the gas on a drug addict who's been stalking and harassing you for weeks, honestly. But again, this guy with the menacing music, the collared shirt and the V-taper with the penny loafers.
He didn't do enough research into this.
Probably knows more than me. You know, he's making the video essay here.
Friedrich Nietzsche's books, Thus Spake Zarathustra, Nietzsche describes the last man. The last man is a type of person, not a villain, but a comfortable, self-focused figure that avoids true transformation. Friedrich Nietzsche describes the last man as someone who doesn't strive for true greatness.
Oh, you gotta love the Interstellar music, man. This guy, he knows what he's doing.
He optimizes within the world that he lives in. At first glance, Clavicular preaching about looks maxing seems to be like true transformation. It looks like discipline and it looks like
Bro, was he putting on makeup on Neon, bro? Is that what I'm seeing, dog? Was he? Oh god.
It looks,
or no, that's a marker. Okay.
It's like discipline and it looks like self-improvement. It looks like climbing upward. But Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of rising was never about ranking higher inside of a system. It was about overcoming yourself, creating new values, risking change, and confronting difficult truths. Look,
I don't think the average Gen Z guy is even thinking about all that, bro. The average Gen Z guy just wants bitches and money, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like that.
Yes. The only people are probably thinking about is Gen X and millennials. Old millennials like me and Gen X. Like, straight up, I'm not even kidding. Like, probably some Gen Z, but like, I'm dead serious. Late Gen Z and early Gen Alpha and probably Beta's thinking like this. They do not give a fuck about anything but themselves.
That's ultimately the primary objective right now.
Maxing is different. It's about adjusting the surface. It's about fine-tuning an image. It's about competing for status inside an already existing hierarchy. With Clavicular, this distinction becomes clear. He preaches about wearing lifts to get taller, wearing colored contacts if your eyes are brown. He preaches about using testosterone.
That's called fraud maxing. Yeah, I don't ever suggest doing that because as soon as she finds out, like, you're not actually what you appear to be, shit could go sideways.
To gain more muscle.
Yeah, but that's the irony in that they do the same thing. That's the irony. The same chick will not come to most cases the chick is not coming to you the same as well.
And for him, everything is framed.
That's the irony of the accountability part.
As improvement, but the aim is really external validation, not internal transformation. Clavicular is what Nietzsche warned us about. Clavicular is the last man, a man who doesn't destroy the system.
Why is this guy making clavicular out to be like a raging black virus, like a black pathogen that is going to ravage the entire global population and destroy everything? Holy shit, this music, the way he's editing. By the way, I didn't even know clavicular was doing Botox. I didn't know he injected Botox into his face, but I guess it makes sense because you can actually optimize the fat around your orbital.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Clavicular's gonna die by his own hand. He's not gonna die by someone attacking him. He's gonna die by using too many drugs. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna get him killed.
Bone to have a more better eye shape. It gives you that more, I guess, hunter eye-esque look. Although I've never done that. I don't think I ever will. Don't need it. I naturally have this, but I do know a lot of people who do use Botox for, what do we call it? It's called facial balancing.
Can slowly become shaped by it. Clavicular appears to be trying to transcend through self-improvement. He builds his identity around looks, status, and dominance. He talks about mogging others or looking better than others, ranking higher, and winning visually. And on the surface, it looks like rising. It looks like transformation. But when everything becomes about superficial metrics, you don't escape the system, you bind yourself to it. The culture that he's creating through his followers shows this clearly. His followers obsess over who mogs who, or who looks better than who.
Now, I'm not gonna act like this guy isn't wrong. He said, whenever everything becomes about superficial metrics, you don't escape the system, you bind yourself to it. And I wholeheartedly agree. And at this point in time, I think a guy like Clavicular is smart enough to know that he can't escape the simulation or the matrix. None of us can, really. And I don't think he's trying to escape the system. I think he's trying to optimize in the system. I'm just making assumptions here, but I can only tell you what I feel inside. I realize at this point in time, there's nothing much I can do but play the games that this current system has placed on me and all of us. And you guys got to understand, the billionaires and millionaires, one day they realized when they were younger that, hey, you have free will, and rules and laws that have been placed on you. The vast majority of people follow them, but the most rich and powerful, what we call the elite, they don't play by those rules. The people who control the world are not bound by those rules. They actually make the rules for everybody to play by while they just off and do whatever they want. I mean, isn't that crazy? And when you think about that, where does that leave the rest of us? And of course, obviously, Clavicular has body dysmorphia, right? When you get into things like this, anything modifying the body, eventually, you're probably gonna skirt the edges of body dysmorphia because you're never gonna be truly satisfied, right? You're always gonna be comparing yourself to the next person, the next guy, the next thing, wanting the next achievement.
In a recent extremely viral clip, an Arizona State University fraternity leader mogged Clavicular. It went extremely viral because looking better than Clavicular is apparently rare. In that moment, Clavicular, who built his whole brand on looking better than everyone else, was mogged or less visually appealing than this other guy.
I mean, who the fuck is this He-Man G.I. Joe looking motherfucker? Duke Nukem looking ass. Like, honestly, his clavicles are just way too wide. But again, this is what people are optimizing for. Sometimes they overcorrect way too much. I think this is just his natural genetics. I don't know. I think he's on PEDs too, maybe. Most likely. You're not going to be building this amount of muscle in less than 2 years. So it's possible. But apparently Clavicular was, I guess, jealous of this guy.
Same metric that he used to.
By the way, Clavicular's name literally comes from the part of your body, the clavicle, which is like your collarbone, I think, right? Basically, the clavicle is this.
That's why he named himself that.
Area right here where my cursor is. Yeah.
Assert dominance by rating other people's looks became the metric that was used against him. This is the abyss that Friedrich Nietzsche warned us about. When identity is built on surface value, you must...
Still funny as shit that he made a whole video essay about Clavicular and comparing him to, I guess, Nietzsche's philosophical questions of the universe.
Constantly defend it. Every interaction becomes a ranking. Every room becomes a threat. And there's something so tragic about that. And trying never to be the one who gets judged or overlooked, he entered into a contract with the very culture that he wanted to be. A culture of comparison, of constant measurement, of endless competition. And the people who are drawn to him, his followers, reflect this back to him. Many of his followers are just as obsessed with hierarchy, appearance, and status as he is. They do not free him from the system, they push him further into it. The audience demands the same game that he performs. And in trying to defeat the monster of insecurity through looks maxing, he becomes dependent on it.
I will say though, this is another religion. Looks maxing is a religion. And again, if a culture doesn't have a common religion, shared values, principles, things to look up to higher than the self, then the self will be the priority for that population, which is now the self is. We live in a very narcissistic population and a lot of people are simply not aware of it. Again, my opinion opinion is that clavicular is not the problem. He's just a symptom of the problem, a natural downstream effect of a system that is collapsing in on itself. And clavicular, I need people to realize there are millions of people just like clavicular, men and women, who are just not famous. Clavicular is just the most viral, famous one who rose through the ranks to get notoriety. In the age of comparison and social media addiction and doom scrolling and comparing your life to the next and vanity and trying to one up your next man, like I said in my last video with the next plastic trinket, right? The religion of obsession to worldly objects and worldly things is why we are where we are now. We live in a system that billions of people are hopelessly dependent on to survive. Living in a system shaped by people with endless amounts of resources, insurmountable power, incomprehensible to the average person, debatably with access to alien technology. I, as a single individual, want to escape this system. How would I, as an individual, do this by myself when the system we live in now today took tens and tens of trillions of dollars to build and develop? How is one individual supposed to change anything? To put it plainly, if I am a piece on a chessboard, I know that I cannot escape the chessboard without simply perishing. So I'm going to try and optimize the best strategy to win on the chessboard, because if I don't move, I lose. If I jump off the chessboard, metaphorically, I'm dead because I'm no longer on this plane of existence. I do not exist in the system anymore, and I don't have a body that can exist out this system if we're talking about interdimensional physics here. So the average person born on this world has one of two choices: either play the game, try to play as best as you can, find the loopholes, find the cheat codes, increase your elo, go out there, PvE, PvP, get better, rarer, stronger loot, and defeat your foes, or simply stay put, stay bronze level, stay at level 1, wallow in pity, don't progress, and watch as other people pass you who are now using those loopholes and those cheat codes and going out there hunting and getting rarer loot. Like, it is what it is. I'm sorry. We live in a very cold world. And again, my whole point is, like, the richest people, the most powerful people, they're literally using every loophole in this plane of existence that they can utilize in order to seize power, and they have seized power. So the question now comes to you: are you going to take control of your life, or are you going to let other people do it for you?
Have you been mocked by another man?
I've definitely been mocked, yeah.
Yeah. How does it feel to get mocked?
It's not a great feeling.
It feels bad. Yeah.
I feel bad.
It's just like that a guy's more
That's crazy.
beautiful than you, or
just
And honestly,
well, I gotta say, I couldn't give a less if another man is more beautiful than me. Like, who cares, bro? Like, honestly, at a certain
For real,
point,
who gives a flying fuck? Like, this is how I look at it. You're gonna die you're gonna die just like I will. We may not die the same, but we're all going to the same place. So, like, why the fuck am I worried about that?
life, you've gotta also stop caring about external validation from other people, and that's where I am right now. I couldn't care less about being outmogged by another guy. I'm doing fine myself. I'm pretty content. But I will say, though, if you are dealing with insecurity issues and body dysmorphia, that is an issue in and of itself, and you need to understand that, again, if you stare into the abyss will stare right back at you long enough, eventually. So don't be so consumed with these things to the point to where it's destroying your entire life. You're going bankrupt to get all these different types of surgeries. Actually be smart and logical about it. Like, use it to the benefit of your life. I say everything within moderation, strategically, with precision, as best as you can. And the funny thing to me is, while a lot of people are mad at Clavicular for being outlandish as he is, I quite literally think that Clavicular is a mirror of society. He's the manifestation and the physical embodiment of our modern world, and people are upset by it because it's now finally showing the truth. Ego, narcissism, vain, vapid superficiality. And as we all know about, most people don't like looking in the mirror and actually seeing the truth. Truth hurts. But yeah, anyway, we're moving on to the next video.
All right, guys, I'm going to end it from here. It's 8:40. Try my best. We're very close to finishing this off. I gotta make some adjustments to the outfit, but we'll see. So with that said, have a great night. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you, Bri, for coming in and overseeing the stream. Thank you, Silver and PT and Mighty and everyone that came in and left. So I'll let you guys go. I appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow so we can finish this off. GG's. Alright, we out, guys. Have a great night. I'm out.